Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Frax. Frax spitting facts. Frax in the backs. In the back of the Cadillac. Today, we are going to get down to what it's all about, okay? Which is the truth. I've never seen a YouTuber put in more time, dedication, or just straight up detective work besides down the rabbit hole. They're pretty good too. So two YouTubers. I'll say two YouTubers. But today's case is about a YouTuber named Blaire White. Wait, are they a YouTuber? I don't even know if they're a YouTuber. I know he covers a lot of YouTubers. This might be a YouTuber, TikToker. I don't know. Blaire White. But most of the people, funny enough, whenever I watch this channel, I've never heard of them before. I've never heard of this person before the controversy even came out. So just hearing about it from him is just like, whoa. I feel like I know everything about them. Like I grew up with them. I understand them. Not what they did, because that stuff be wrong, but I understand the situation. And that's what matters at the end of the day. Yes, we could be like other people and just look up, small things and stuff like that. But I like watching the long videos. Usually I do it whenever I'm like driving or like whenever I'm cleaning and stuff like that. Like I'll listen to it just so I have like a long video to watch or listen to. I don't watch it while I'm driving, obviously, but I listen to it. And I'm just like, dang, these people, it's like a lot of them create problems and controversies for themselves. But other ones, there are those rare moments where stuff just happens. And it's just a part of life. But it leads them to a downward spiral. And I'm telling you right now, I'm here for the drama. All right, so now we're going to get into the problems with Blaire White, misinformation, and moderation by the right opinion. Let's get into it. So I'm going to tell y'all right now, I don't have my headphones on. And the volume isn't up. I was very unprepared for this. And then they get the community involved. I like that.
Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to The Right Opinion, the home of a twat with too much free time. And 2020, not the most enjoyable year to say at the least. I recall back to my Q&A in March, when the Nostradamus opinion announced that the year seemed to be calming down, which in hindsight was a slightly misguided forecast. In fact, I positively say it was a kiss of death.
Did he say the Mastodon? I'm sorry, I know he didn't say Mastodon. He probably said something else, but the fact that I thought he said Mastodon. Oh my gosh.
As the world is careening towards its frankly well-deserved Armageddon. I've honestly not handled it too well personally. To see so much going on makes me want to curl up in a ball and hibernate, or estivate if you consider when all this was happening. At the same time, there's always reason within the chaos, and I've always lived by the philosophy that I'd emerged from hardships a wiser man, and a part of me hopes that would be similarly applicable on a macro level as well. However, we'll never reach that if we can't have a proper, mature discussion to understand how such discord has arisen. And at times when emotions can run high, we often need voices of reason to lead that discourse forward, so that we can all learn from such adversities. In the past few years in particular, I feel that YouTube has become increasingly integral to that conversation, introducing a new generation to the many complex and sometimes not so complex matters facing down today's youth, with online creators engaging audiences through fresh mediums, acquainting them with new ideas and perspectives. Although the nature of my channel can be a little biographical, I hope that people have found value in the viewpoints I have to share. And you know what?
Definitely.
I'd say the feedback has been broadly positive. One way that people recognize the work you do often is what some regard as year-end lists, where individuals compile a selection of their favorite creators and post it to their preferred social media site.
One thing though, I haven't seen like any bad stuff being passed on his comment section. Like mostly what I'll see like people being like, hey, like quick correction, this is what happened on this part. Just to like clarify. And usually it's not even the people, it's the actual person that he's talking about in that situation. So I do like this community. I like this community, and a lot of them are like thankful that he like let them know what was going on. Especially some of the people, they still watch some of these guys and stuff like that, and they're still being influenced by them, and then they find out like, oh, I had no idea they were a part of all that bull crap. And yeah, I know we shouldn't bash people all the time with their past, but there's some stuff that you can't come back from. Chris Chan, weirdo.
At the end of 2019, I was once again honoured by being placed amongst YouTubers who put great effort into their respective hustle. However, one name whose presence I was surprised to see was a commentator by the name of Blaire White.
Oh hi, welcome back to my channel. So you guys are currently in bed with me, which not a lot of people can say because I am very innocent.
Blaire White is a creator who has been on the platform for a good few years and has spent her time mostly preoccupied with socio-political commentary. She presents her perspective from quite a unique angle, espousing conservative-leaning narratives, which wouldn't be too exceptional on paper, but is somewhat intriguing when you juxtapose this ideology with the fact that Blaire is transgender.
A lot of the times on this
She
channel
is?
and on my social media, I'm presenting a sort of side to the trans topic.
Bro, y'all, hey, don't even start with me, bro. Don't even start with me, bro. You can't, bro. There's a lot of y'all that found out just now, so don't even act like, bro. Don't even act like, bro. Don't. But now that I know, you know what I'm saying? Bro, don't judge me, bro. Chill. This is a safe space, bro. The right opinion's talking, bro.
That not many people are used to seeing. I don't talk about things in the way that every single other trans influencer in the world talks about. I don't talk about things in the way that every other trans activist you've ever seen talks about them. I am different.
These two positions aren't entirely incompatible. When considering that the doctrine of social conservatism in particular has often been quite hostile to LGBT rights, it would seem that adopting this outlook would be counterintuitive for anyone of that demographic's denomination. However, with young Republicans and conservatives seeming to be more amenable to pro-LGBT policy, the setting of an online platform aimed at a younger, more broad-minded audience could not be more alluring to those who may find themselves set apart from their stereotypes by their beliefs, identity, or in this instance even, both. Since launching her channel in 2016, Blaire had amassed over 1 million subscribers, garnering a dedicated fanbase eager to see her tackle subjects which can often be highly consequential for the parties involved. In many ways, her personal experience as a transgender individual allowed her to provide a new energy to previously archaic conservative narratives that were often weighed down by their inherent lack of empathy for the individuals at the heart of the discussion, while also correcting misconceptions that had previously been peddled about Blaire and many of her peers. To those who admired her, and perhaps to Blaire herself, White was a bridge between previously estranged communities who on the surface had very little in common. However, unlike some political commentators who have sprung up in the last few years, Blaire was never exactly renowned for a diplomatic demeanor.
If you're trans, you don't have the right to share an opinion like this. For which I actually quote tweeted them and said, "I'm trans, idiots." They criticized me for being a trans medicalist, which is me believing that being trans is a medical issue because that's exactly what it is. And just really mad that I don't think non-binary people are the same thing as trans. Too bad, too sad. Whatever.
In fact, from my perspective, she had been a divisive figure from since I could remember, and therefore when seeing her alongside a fair few mild-mannered creators, I was surprised. Now, I don't follow too many commentators outside my sphere, but I stay in the loop with all the current affairs, and it was intriguing that someone who I knew for being moderately contentious among communities, to put it mildly, had won over the hearts of those who would typically steer clear of that brand of content. However, I decided not to investigate further because it wasn't really of much concern to me. If she was making content that went down with a wider spectrum of viewers, then good for her. Nonetheless, there was this lingering expectation in the back of my head this may not be the last that I hear from her, given that she was still outspoken on many issues, some of which
I mean, I think the reason why you probably don't hear as much from like these types of influencers, not saying trans or anything like that, but I'm saying like the ones that speak politically, is because like, think about it, like whenever it was election season, during the time for elections, like everyone was looking at the different freaking routes that they could take and stuff like that. So of course it was blown up, like, you know, during that time period. But now that things have died down, now that Trump is out of office, Biden's in office and stuff like that, now you have it to where people aren't watching it as much anymore, which they're still watching it a greater amount than they used to. I will say that more people are into politics now than they were like freaking 10, 12 freaking years ago. Well, before Obama, because Obama was literally like first African-American president of the United States. But everyone before that, like, they weren't really into politics. Like, the younger generation wasn't as into it. Like, whenever I was a kid, like, I'm 30 now. Whenever I was a kid, my only concern was going outside and playing and stuff like that. Like, that's the only thing that I did all day. I wasn't concerned about politics. Even whenever I grew older, like whenever I was 16 years old, I was still going out. I was playing sports with my friends and stuff like that, or playing sports at the high school, or I was part of ROTC. So I was you know, marching around, like doing PT with them and all that stuff. Even after school, we had those programs too. So, you know, nowadays, like you'll have kids that are in high school that probably know more about politics than I knew whenever I was in high school at the time. Not to say that they know the factual proof whenever it comes to politics, not to say that they know like the correct information about politics, but they definitely know more than I did whenever it came to politics during that time, whenever I was that age.
Put her into conflict with some of her audience. Yet, she may well have evolved, and in her videos, she definitely seemed to purport herself as a reasonable medium.
No.
And there are many perceptual benefits to this,
what
such
happened?
as a more intimate relationship.
It's not just a phrase.
Her was most the hearts of those who would change and polarize.
It's really mad that I don't think non-binary people are the same thing as trans.
Her alongside a fair few mild-mannered creators, I was surprised. Now, I don't follow too many commentators outside my sphere, but I stay in the loop with all the current affairs, and it was intriguing that someone who I knew for being moderately contentious among communities, to put it mildly, had won over the hearts of those who would typically steer clear of that brand of content. However, I decided not to investigate further because it wasn't really of much concern to me. If she was making content that went down with a wider spectrum of viewers, then good for her. Nonetheless, there was this lingering expectation in the back of my head this may not be the last that I hear from her, given that she was still outspoken on many issues, some of which would put her into conflict with some of her audience. Yet, she may well have evolved, and in her videos, she definitely seemed to purport herself as a reasonable medium.
No, there are normal trans people out there who don't believe all these radical things. And why don't those trans people get a voice? You know, there's so many people who talk about how like every trans story needs to be heard and we have to listen to trans people and blah blah blah, and like cool, that's great, but why is it only on your terms? Why is there one narrative, and if we don't follow it, then no, everyone should be heard but Blaire White?
Exactly.
Like, what are we doing?
Moderation.
I get that. I get that.
In 2020, with the post-election landscape,
you gotta have, no matter how much you hate it, you gotta have, you know, the you know, let's just say, like, for example, race. You got to have the black Democrat, but you also got to have the black Republican. You got to have them express their views, not just, you know, your views, your way is the only way or the highway for everybody else. You know, you got to see it from all sides. That's just in all fairness in order to get the views out so that we can put it to rest like, hey, this is the best way for everyone to go. But I think politics for most people nowadays, especially since this past election, is very one-sided. And you know, people have trouble choosing what they want to do based on a whole bunch of things, whether it be the disappointment from themselves, feeling like they double-crossed their own race, all types of stuff, man. Like, I can't name it all off because I'm not like super deeply invested into it, but I will say that a lot of people face those problems whenever they're going through, whenever they're trying to just vote for who they think should be best to influence what, or to catapult them to where they want to be in their future and their success.
To dwell on, a president-elect who pledged to take the US back to some normality, yet a residual skepticism of real change, and polarized tension that seemed hard to palliate. Many of her fans would have argued that Blaire's place could not have been more essential in healing the wounds that so many had sustained that year. Unfortunately, although some may have longed for her wisdom in this critical time, it was instead about to be the subject of an investigation, which, provoked by an avoidable incident, would drag much of her past back into light, and bring into question that self-acclaimed reputation of a reasonable, rational, and logical voice amongst all the havoc, with former fans and foes asking if actually she had been the instigator of this havoc all along.
I have thousands of people write to me every single day that they are so disgusted with the way that trans people are portrayed in the media, all because this is how trans activists and the more radical people on the end of the spectrum are dictating it be portrayed.
Well, to answer that curious query, I suppose it's about time we take a look for ourselves. And to do so, I'd like to go right back to 2015, where the Blaire White YouTube story all began. So if you care to join me on this journey, you'd be most
Yes,
welcome.
sir! Hey, Tro! Let's go!
Friends.
I like that. Hey, Tro! Let's go!
2015 YouTube. How does one characterize it?
Lily Singh, bro.
Saying Sean King is white when he's white is incendiary. Christ menstruating with tits isn't incendiary.
Stir stuff up a little bit.
I'm here to ask questions, and it seems like you guys aren't very open to them.
For many years, YouTube
That louder
had been a platform
crowder.
dominated by creators who didn't appear to take themselves too seriously. However, this had been gradually evolved.
Jesse.
And by the end of 2015, this transformation was mostly complete. Now, there were still entertainers galore, but a more prominent role had been occupied by a political clique known to some as the Skeptics, that I acquired from their responses to eccentric religious zealots. Some of the creators in the community were more light-hearted in their narratives, merely mocking their subjects and providing casual repouts, while others tended to attack the specific fabric of arguments quite aggressively, even being quite provocative themselves.
If we come from monkeys, then why are there still monkeys? And who is giving them markers and pieces of paper to write on?
In spite of this, by the present many YouTubers in
Why do you have to do a whole voice so disrespectful like that? Oh my gosh, bro. I don't know, man. Like, the thing is, a lot of people think that freaking like the way to like ultimately win an argument is to just, you know, totally disrespect somebody. And so I ain't with it. But I thought that was pretty funny, bro. Because I thought he was the one saying it. I didn't think somebody was saying it about him. That's messed up, bro.
In this field were also referred to as anti-SJWs, an acronym for Social Justice Warrior, because they had shifted their focus towards other targets, many of whom were treated with absurdity or incredulity, either in their arguments or their attitudes. Now, not all skeptics went on to be anti-SJWs, and some in fact became very critical of that movement. However, this movement also seemed to broadly merge with creators who had not necessarily made anti-creationist content prior.
I haven't heard of most of these channels.
Others just casual creators turned commentators, mobilized by incidents such as the infamous Gamergate, or just general antics that they felt were worth calling out.
Over professional goals, thus minimizing their earning potential as their traditional marriages end. The assumption I'm reading.
The Social Justice Warrior was an infamous nemesis back in the tumultuous year. Of many online, it was not hard to see why. They were
I remember that.
The most
That was
personal
weird.
individuals, often presenting their
That incident was weird. Dude is a mail carrier, and some chick came out saying that he was following her and stuff, and he was like, what? He was like, I don't even know you. And lady just kept like screaming at him, and then he was like, yeah, okay. Like, he's on his route delivering freaking mail. Like, he's following you? Bro, stop walking down the road that he's like, if you literally walk the other direction, he will keep driving straight. But no, she just had to go and make it a huge thing.
their somewhat radical ideas in a rather disagreeable fashion, and this subsequently made them quite easy prey for the enlightened commentators
Ben
who would
Shapiro
descend from the heavens to put the halfwits in their place. I even dabbled in it here and there myself, though that year I must say I had more pressing matters to attend to.
What I do understand is that Jeremy Hunt is not qualified to run the NHS. His approval rating lies at 17%. 17
Jeez, troll.
percent. Fantastic Four has a better public rating. Fantastic fucking Four.
Damn, I really put those politicians in their place.
Yeah.
Anyhow, turning back to this genre of creators, in reflection,
That Justin
it's very
Bieber?
easy to look back at that social zeitgeist in a sneering fashion.
I remember
There
that
were
too.
many who were very invested from a variety of political factions, because at the time I feel that what a lot of these self-proclaimed advocates of social justice represented to these creators and audiences alike was an attack on an internet culture quite sacred at the time, and one
Yeah.
heavily exhibited in a variety of content. The sort of edge without any real weight behind it.
I will see how it goes after a week. Can we do next promotion? Hell yeah, yellow n***a.
At the same time, it's important
What
not to
the-
undersell the level of political engagement in a lot of these videos. There was a lot more at stake than just what happened online.
Bro, he
and a
on
lot
some
more
other
depth
stuff.
To the discourse, particularly contained within a multitude of social issues which had seeped onto the platform as tensions in the real world appeared to be rising with the impending plebiscites. It was an exciting time to be a creator in that genre, and more people wanted to be involved, one of those being our fabled title character. At this moment, Blaire was a computer science student at the California State University Chico campus. However, she was not having the most fun with her life, feeling a bit outcast by her identity. A transgender yet conservative-leaning individual, a stark contrast to many of her liberal
That's rough.
professors and fellow students. Like many others in such a position, Miss White found more
It's,
at home in
and I will say it's even harder. Like, you got guys like Don, wasn't it Don Lemon? Like, this dude said that he cut people out of his life just because they were for the other party. Do you know how childish that sounds? Let them have their views and you have your views. Don't talk politics. It's that simple. Like, I don't get people like that, man. If I found out somebody was freaking like, I found out one of my friends, she's with the, what is it, that it's that vegan party or libertarian, I don't know what it was, but we still cool. Like, we just friends just because like they cool peoples. We don't even talk politics whenever I go to their freaking place. Like, her and her husband cool as hell.
In the online sphere, a place that she likely felt was more accommodating towards her beliefs and attitudes. In many ways, the online world has provided a protective enclave for a variety of identities, especially those that may face ostracism in real life. This was merely another branch of that outlet. Who knows exactly when she decided to become a YouTuber, but a turning point appeared to be when she appeared on the stream with creator who we can assume to be Theron Meyer, based on the tweet and obviously based on the archive of the video. It seems that many people encouraged her to start uploading her own content, and not too long after her first video was published.
Hello, my name's Blaire, for those of you who don't know.
Looks totally
I'm
different.
Be discussing a few related topics, one being feminism, the next being the men's rights movement. Also the concepts of privilege, both male and female privilege, and just kind of my thoughts on all those things.
Now, Theron, whose stream Blaire had made the aforementioned appearance on, was a creator mostly focused around advocating for men's rights at the time, and therefore it made sense that Blaire's maiden video cover similar talking points. The upload in question is titled Female Privilege, and as the title implies, it seeks to observe various deficits in society, where women actually possess an advantage over their male counterparts, seemingly in contrast to many narratives disseminated by accredited institutes.
I've lived my life on both sides of the coin, per se, at different periods of my life. I think I definitely am in a position to critique the concept of privilege as it's perpetuated by feminist ideology. So there was a shift that happened in the way that the world interacted with me as I went further into my transition. Sort of the way that strangers interacted with me, the way I was treated, it all changed. It manifested in ways.
And you know, it's a harsh thing to say, but that's the reality. It's what happens every single time. I wouldn't say every. It's probably like, I would say like 99% of people that make that transition, they face some type of oppression, whether it be from family, friends, or coworkers, freaking classmates, whoever it may be. And the thing is, whenever you make that type of I wouldn't say choice or decision, but whenever you go through that path, like, that's a huge thing for you. And that's what people don't realize. It's not for them. It's for you to be what you want to be who you want to be. And I don't mean that in any type of derogatory way. So if you take it that way, I do apologize. But that's a huge pathway that you're taking. And I feel like, you know, I think most people make it about themselves when it's not about them. It's about the person and how they feel about themselves. So that's just how I feel about it. I don't have any problems with anyone like that does that or goes on that path or takes that journey, you know. But I do know people that have literally been ostracized. I know people who have ostracized others and said, no, I'm not messing with that. Like, I'm good, you know. And I'm just like, you know, that's your choice, but it's their path and they have to go down it. So why beat them down when you can help build them up?
Such as doors being held open for me, seats on public transportation being surrendered instantly, really. The term ladies first is definitely something that's actually implemented. It's not just a phrase.
However, Blaire also uses the video to express her own personal investments and experiences given her rather unique background in this dialogue. As a person who has transitioned, Blaire sees herself as someone who has encountered both sides of the gender coin, and thus also the privileges and drawbacks of constructs often bestowed onto such identities, implying this provides her with unique insight onto the topic, juxtaposing these differing experiences. She calls upon personal observations before sharing some hard-hitting statistics with her viewers.
The truth is that men make up 80% of suicides, nearly half of all domestic violence victims. More men in the US are raped, that is when you factor in prison statistics. 77% of homicide victims, 93% of workplace deaths, 88% of homeless individuals are male, and they're constantly screwed over in child custody and alimony cases.
This sort of content was hardly exceptional, mostly parroting core talking points made by a lot of its proponents. However, as a cornerstone for what her content was to become, it seemed to lay the framework quite nicely. Her tone, although stern, was not hostile. Her sources, occasional spelling error aside, are cited. And her production, although somewhat lacking, still allowed for content to be digestible. To be frank, a lot of political content back then consisted of an avatar that, if you were lucky, moved its arms up and down. So to have a fully expressive individual talking about these topics may have been considered a blessing to many.
These numbers definitely seem unfamiliar to most people. I know they definitely were to me when I started researching all of these things, but the reason they seem so unfamiliar and maybe even not so believable is because feminism does not even allow the conversation to be had.
As an upload, Blaire White's anti-feminist stance didn't tell us much about the world, but it did tell us a bit about Blaire. However, there was more to come, and first impressions can only tell us so much.
So those are my thoughts on the topics at hand, and I definitely want anyone who disagrees with me to comment, because I am open to people disagreeing with me. I like having my views challenged, and I am willing to change
as you
my
should
mind if I'm proven wrong.
As a public figure, you should be ready for that.
Blaire's first upload was met with plaudits from many within the community that she was appealing to, particularly given her mostly forthcoming tone and open-minded outlook. Nonetheless, it was more than that, due to the previously expressed contrast of Blaire's gender identity
Bro,
with her...
can we just appreciate Troll? Can we just appreciate Troll, bro? First off, wait, does he have a milli? I think he got a milli now. Yeah, he got a milli. And look at him with his plaque sitting over there, bro. Hey, Troll, hey. We see you, bro, and I like the whole, bro. I like the aesthetic, bro. I like that. Hey, Troll be doing his thing, man.
Political identity and how she used it in discourse.
I am transgender, so that does affect the rate at which I may or may not experience violence. Violence does beget trans people at alarmingly high rates.
In a way, it dynamically flipped a narrative that had been traditionally associated with fairly progressive circles. The reference to how one's experience and identity can often shape their viewpoints, often being used as a stimulus to call for more diversity in certain intellectual circles. Here we had someone who represented that diverse upbringing, but whose ideological path had diverged from that which would be expected of someone who was stereotypically associated with her demographic.
Being trans and being
Republican.
Republican.
Though you may be justified in finding some people's enthusiasm a little nauseating. At the same time, as she acknowledges herself, she still passes as a cis woman in many spaces, so her perspective is somewhat different to that of other trans people who may be subjected to stigma relating to their appearance.
But I am lucky enough that I can enter most public spaces, and the world does interact with me as a woman, not as a trans person or as a man.
Now, there were many criticisms that could be leveled towards her narratives, particularly given her tendency to conflate her specific experience as a woman with female experiences in general, an issue that would rear its head in future escapades. However, she didn't seem averse to criticism and still pointed towards clear systemic inequalities that should be addressed. As first videos go, it could be worse, and her next few videos followed a similar pattern.
He tells a story, and I don't remember exactly what his situation was, but basically his situation was worse than any girls in this class who talked about how their boyfriend used to verbally abuse them or used to hit them or used to grab them, whatever. Everyone in the class started laughing. Literally. I think the only person...
That's true. That's 100%, man. Like, if, and man, that's just true, bro. If a man hits one, and no, I do not condone that. I don't condone that even in the least. But if a man hits a woman, oh, he getting arrested. He going to jail. They destroying this dude. But if a woman hits a dude, either people gonna think it's funny, or they gonna be like, he started it, or it's gonna be some type of buildup where they just assume like the dude is just in the wrong automatically. That's about 90%, if not higher, bro. That's straight up how it is, man. That's just how society is, how it's been painted. You can't, it's like that bus driver, whenever old girls started freaking attacking him and stuff like that. Like, hey, he handled his business. I don't agree with it, but he handled his thing, bro. What does he say? If you're gonna act like a man, I'm gonna treat you like a man. Boom! Straight up.
I didn't laugh was me and the instructor, the professor. And the truth is, you know, more women in the US are affected by domestic violence in terms of being victims. But it's something like over 40% are men. So it's not like it's 90-10 or 80-20. It's like 60-40. And I would
And that's not even going by reported.
50-50 if you take into account the fact that men don't talk about it.
What I
When
say?
they do, they get laughed at.
Yep.
Anecdotes interspersed with some factual information, often as a secondary feature. This isn't to her detriment, and there are many perceptible benefits to this, such as a more intimate relationship between the creator and their audience. But it also means there is a sense of trust that needs to be invested in the creator. For some people, that degree of trust needs to be earned, but if you're speaking to a believable experience that resonates with people, then the threshold is often lowered. So certain stories of institutional intolerance may hit closer to home for some individuals, particularly if it fits into their worldview. And back then, the idea of vicious, college-dwelling feminists who had it in for every cursed bloke who had ever set foot on Earth wasn't one that seemed far-fetched at all, especially with the prevailing narratives in many of these communities, substantiated by many, frankly, unfair
Humongous.
Humongous what?
His name is Humongous. That's it. It's just humongous.
This person just spoke to me in a sexually harassing way.
How?
Blaire's early output was definitely built on a somewhat personal connection between herself and the audience. This could also be reflected in the fact that her fourth
funny
video
thing
was
is-
a Q&A, surprisingly premature for a channel like
The funny thing is, people do that like as kids. Like whenever I was a kid, I'd tell people like whenever they're like, "What's your name?" I'm like, Humongous. First name Hugh, last name Mungus. But like because they're adults, she like wants to take it to that extra step of like, "Oh, he talked to me disorderly," and nah, bro, get up out of here, grow up.
nice band, but she portrayed herself as an open book who felt comfortable.
And I don't just mean her, girl. I mean both of them need to grow up. Him saying that and her sitting there talking about he assaulted. Like, bro, come on, bro.
Divulging details about her life, which consequently commanded a lot of respect from her viewers. However, at the same time, this personal journey granted her with a lot of flexibility in the topics she could tackle, and with each subject she approached, we seemed to learn more about her and her curious opinions. Her videos were even structured in a way so that they would follow on previous theses, though this may alienate people who don't necessarily agree with her presuppositions, especially ones that kind of assume that she was correct, which wouldn't necessarily be the case.
So now that we're all in agreement that feminism is indeed cancer, let us take a look at the ways in which feminism is, like a virus, able to spread its misinformation, half-truths, blatant lies, and overall retardedness through the internet.
Now, we're going to talk about like feminism real quick before they get into it. Feminism is supposed to be equality. So alongside, so men, women, right beside each other. I don't know if my hands are even on camera. I don't want to make it look like one is higher than the other one. But it's supposed to be equality, all right? Equality. Both are the same. What a lot, I wouldn't say a lot because I don't know the actual numbers, but what I see from feminism whenever it comes to the internet, which you got to be careful with the internet, because remember, whenever it comes to the internet, that's just stuff that's posted. It's not everything that's happening in the world. What I see from the internet is that feminism is actually trying to put men behind them and say stuff like, we don't need men, like men can be in the dust, like we're the top priority and we should have this, this, and this, and this over men and stuff like that. So I don't know, we'll see.
Okay, I guess we established that then. The thing is that it's hard to go along with these assumptions when a lot of Blaire's points aren't the most ironclad. And to be brutally honest, Blaire's content didn't particularly stand out in the points that she made from a lot of other creators.
Oh, yours do,
Sometimes
Tro?
being quite short.
And it's true that women do have a higher pressure to look youthful and to stay young because we do value that in women within this culture. But, you know, that expectation is directly perpetuated by women. You know, the billion-dollar beauty industry, which is advertising anti-aging creams and Botox and things like that, those are largely ran by women, made for women.
I think whenever it comes to this, like, it's not that men don't, that men age better or don't age better. It's just that, like, I think people like that rugged look, that, like, you know, whenever we grow that beard and have like that gray hair, because it shows that we have like a wealth of life experience, you know. But yeah, I get what they're saying. It's not seen the same way with women. Like, nobody wants that rugged look with like the details in the skin and stuff like that. But I mean, I don't know. It's just different. It's just, I don't know. I can't agree or disagree with either side. It's just how it is, you know. We just get that rugged look. Like, we have life experience and we have knowledge and wisdom. You know, that's just what it looks like. Now, I'm not saying every man is wise, because I know I'm dumb as hell, but I know I'm a dang fool. But I mean, that's just what it is, you know? I just can't, I don't know. It'd be a weird thing to say, like, oh, I want an older woman that has, like, you know, just like a dude, has leathery skin, just like a dude. And I don't know, that's a weird thing to say. Now, my wife, of course, I'm going to spend the rest of my life with her. I'm going to love her forever. I'm always see her the way that she is. But at the same time, you will realize that both of you are aging, both of you are getting older. That's just, it is what it is. Get mad at me. That's fine.
Women. So if this meme is trying to imply that men are doing this to women, it's actually not true.
This is from a video titled Feminism is Pointless, though it was very charmingly titled Feminism is Cancer at one point, where Blaire reacts to a slew of memes that vary in their logical soundness, but also expose some of Blaire's internal biases, such as the one shown in that curious clip. Now, even if Blaire was correct in her assertion regarding industry leaders, it wouldn't necessarily be a valid response because the meme was a critique of society rather than men specifically, and it never asserted that men presently were the sole cause of harsher beauty standards that are often imposed onto women, an issue that Blaire acknowledges as existent right off the bat. Now, as noted, this is freshman content from our budding creator, so we can't expect everything to fall into place perfectly. I'm sure I and many other creators were hardly producing content of the highest order at this size, but it was symptomatic of that desire to prove a point, even when there wasn't one to be proven exactly.
Yeah.
So this one's cute. It's a picture of a feminist father wearing a shirt explaining that when it comes to dating his daughter, he doesn't make the rules and her daughter's boyfriend does not make the rules. So if you want to stick a blowtorch up his daughter's hole and tell her to pretend to be a Charmander, he's fine with that because it's her body.
Thank you for your contribution, Blaire. Yes, in spite of the personal tone and story shared, it feels like there is still a default back to a generic narrative employed.
My thing, man, that's okay. I'll say it the most basic way. When you live under my house, you live by my rules. And my rules ain't gonna be like freaking dumb or anything. They not gonna be like super crazy, drastic, freaking we churn butter every day type stuff. But at the same time, like, what happens if she goes out and does something that's like life changing or life altering? Or not even just her doing something. What if something life changing or life altering happens to her? Because there's both sides of the coin. Then what am I supposed to do as a father? Because at that point, you gave her the freedom to do exactly what she wanted at that time. You can't play both sides and then be mad whenever something happens or she does something. You can't, because you gave her the freedom to do so. Now, by no means am I saying like I own my kids, like none like that. But at the same time, you got to be able to take care of them. And your job is not supposed to shut them away from life, but guide them through it and help them navigate themselves to the correct path. Is that a good recovery? Y'all let me know. Y'all let me know in the comments if that's a good recovery. I appreciate it.
By a lot of creators around that time.
So it's really frustrating to me that we live in a climate where there's all this discussion of gender politics, and these conversations often include things like manspreading and mansplaining and catcalling. And we have this huge elephant in the room, 80% of suicide victims being male, and we're not talking about it.
The hackneyed anyway feminism bad or strained whataboutisms. Sure, the number of men who take their own lives is undoubtedly alarming, but I don't know why that has to be compared to a discussion about catcalling, a behavior which I have to admit I personally find rather grotesque.
Yeah, I actually don't like that.
What was indeed a greater problem in the community at the time, but also one found on the channel, being that it felt like Blaire was drawn towards conclusions that would serve a specific agenda. This may have been a case of tunnel vision. When reviewing certain arguments, it becomes rather apparent.
You have to question the motive of a person who's willing to be abused, willing to stay in a bad situation, more than someone who's just a asshole who's gonna hurt someone regardless of who it is.
There had to be something more to Blaire, something that would elevate herself above the rote anti-SJW commentator. Well, there was. Her unique perspective and identity, right? Well, going off the first few videos, it was hard to exactly see how this influenced her worldview, but this was all about to change very soon.
All right, so for that last part, it said people are more concerned with why women stay in abusive relationships than asking why men abuse women. And no, I'm not saying abuse women, because I've seen that before. I've seen You know, people be abused, people be knocked down to the ground, and all types of stuff, man. It's messed up in any scenario. I don't care who you are. It's just messed up. You shouldn't be fighting with the person that you supposedly love. The fact that I've seen people stay in those relationships, it hurts just because I'm just like, you know, this isn't what love is. You know, this isn't how it's supposed to be. So why stay there? Like, I'm gonna give y'all an example because I know y'all already probably in the comments saying, oh, you're a piece of crap. You're a piece of crap. I've seen my mom get knocked over by a guy that she was dating at the time, and he was staying with us for a little bit. And I didn't think, like, you know, whenever I was a kid, because this is whenever I was in like I want to say like 4th or 5th grade. Like, yeah, of course, whenever I saw it happen, I wanted to knock the dude out. But I was a little kid. Like, I'm more so scared at this point, you know? And, like, the only thing I thought was, like, after the fight happened, he left the house and my mom was still there. And I just sat there and looked at her as she sat on the bed, like, quiet. And I just thought to myself, like, why don't you get us out of here? But then I think to myself, too, like, I was a kid, I didn't understand, because me as an adult now, I look back and I see, like, we didn't have anything when we were younger. Like, we literally just had our house. My mom was working full-time as a teacher. She had to take care of 4 of us. Like, the only thing I knew how to do was cook ramen noodles, hot dogs, and, like, you know, freaking syrup sandwiches and stuff like that. Like, I just knew how to make that food. Like, we didn't have much as kids and stuff like that. So the fact of, like, saying, like, why don't we just move, like, me into adulthood? Like, why don't you just move? Like, there's things like work, having to have a stable place to stay. Whenever you try to move out, you got to pay more to move out than, like, you would pay in, like, a month or 2 if you don't give notice to the place that you're staying at. Like, all types of stuff can go bad if you just try to move without a clear plan on what you're doing, especially since the place belonged to my mother. And then I think to myself, like, why didn't you kick him out? And whenever you're in a relationship like that, like, think of, like, your relationship that you had, like, the person that you thought was best for you. Like, if they just left, you'd be like, what the hell? They just left? Like, your heart's broken because you did feel some type of, like, way with them. But if they stay, then it's just like you're traumatized. You have to go through all this stuff again with them and stuff like that. So it's just, it's a mix of feelings and resources that plays into it. So don't think too heavily on it, y'all. Don't think too heavily on it. And yes, my mom is she's doing perfect now. She's doing everything that she wants to do in life. she's chilling. The good one, edited by Machine.
You know, what are the ramifications of being called a hoe by 40 people? It'll affect your social life, probably. It's embarrassing, probably. But what are the ramifications of being accused of being a rapist?
You see, Blaire's video responding to the feminist memes was an interesting one in particular because it definitely showcased a capacity for her to be a bit more assertive. As stated, there was a mixture of tones in which creators addressed the subjects of their videos. In earlier uploads, whether you agreed with Blaire's conclusions or not, she didn't seem outwardly hostile. But this in particular seemed to be a pivot towards the combative content often tied to some of the edgier creators in the genre. At the same time, though, they were memes, and you could argue that she was at least mirroring the same energy that many of them emanated. It wasn't a typical Blaire White video. No. I think the video of interest comes a couple uploads later.
Hey guys, so one of the things people ask me about pretty often is my opinion on the sort of long list of arbitrary, obscure gender identities that exist out in the world.
Which video could this be? Maybe it's the one titled Trans Mentally Challenged. I will expand on why this is, though once again mostly serving as casual grounds for our channel's hostess to spew opinions on a hot topic is also a very relevant video, as for the first time Blaire's opinion on many trans issues is coming to the forefront of her brand.
So yeah, I think all these identities are largely bullshit. I think they're super arbitrary. I think they're super meaningless. I think people who take them on are usually extremely boring and have nothing else to their personality other than I'm demi-queer, non-binary, gender special snowflake kin. And if you pay attention to these people, you'll notice that Very rarely will you meet someone who identifies as one of these things who is not heavily involved in political activism to some extent.
In the video,
the only thing that I give her on this one, yeah, it's totally different. Like, I don't know if they use those words back then. Like, whenever I was a kid, either you were gay, straight, or freaking. I'm pretty sure they had transgenders back then, transgender people back then. But yeah, those are like the three things that I knew about whenever I was young. I didn't find out about this other stuff until I turned like 27, 28 years old. Then I'm just like, whoa, wait, what? I'm cis, non-binary, gendered man, super X. I had no idea about like the other stuff. Not mocking it or make fun of it or anything, but like I had no idea what that other stuff was. Like I was like, what, you non-binary? Like, I don't know what any of that stuff is still to this day. I'm like, what do you like? Like, that's it.
She dismisses individuals who lie outside the traditional gender binary, makes some pretty generalized presumptive comments about their status and motives for assuming such identities, and in general comes off as quite elitist.
These people are usually middle class, white, never had to struggle with anything in their life, but they want to call themselves a suppressed sexual gender minority as a means to silence any type of opposition they have in any type of political conversation. Because in our current political climate, oppression is a very valuable currency.
Now, I'm sure there are many responses one can formulate to her statements here, and comments that you and I are itching to make. But now I would like to put a pin on it, as I think we best keep an open mind and merely say that it serves as a good precedent for the content that was to follow. That rather noticeable distaste that Blaire seemed to possess for those who fell outside the acceptability range of traditional gender norms. Yes, and as I noted before, when approaching topics on previous discourse, even topics pertaining to gender like the upload before, she seemed reasonable. But this was a turn, and this persisted in uploads following as well. Not just in her tone, but in her attitude towards others, and I will elaborate here. I avoided explicitly mentioning the title of this upload as it's not a term I tend to indulge. However, back then it was more than commonplace. In spite of this acknowledgement, Blaire still weaponized it in a rather derogatory manner, and her subsequent uploads, although having more temperate titles, can often be found to have much more provocative captions at the time, thanks to Blaire's extremely professional thumbnails
get clout.
Thanks to the archives. For example, feminist thinks all men are rapists, or triggering transgender people. Damn it, Blaire, you really love a good slur in the worst of contexts.
Yeah, bro.
I'd like to say she rectified these out of remorse, but given the fact that she's left offensive terms in other titles, I assume it was to try and stop YouTube from demonetizing or age restricting them. Because in other places she's changed them when there really was no offensive term, just a sensitive word, such as this one, where I assume racist obviously set off the YouTube alarm. So Blaire, I
think with all that, she was trying to get like, I think she was trying to like the clickbait, like trying to get more people to look at her stuff. Like if you see a title like that, you're like, what the heck? Like it makes you jump at it, like, what the heck is going on? And then whenever you click it, you're like, whoa, this person is freaking crazy. Like they putting these titles and they acting it out too. It wasn't even just titles, they were actually acting it out. That right there, I believe that minorities can be racist, bro. I don't care who you are. Black people can be racist. My grandmother was racist, bro. I don't care who you are, bro. You can be racist. If you were saying the wrong thing to the wrong people, like you were racist, bro. I'm sorry. I said that word like 4 times. I'm probably gonna get in trouble on YouTube, bro. But you are our word, for real. Like, it's just like if I sit here and say freaking Mexicans are WBs, y'all know what that is. If I say that, like if I say like what the actual words in them, like that's race, that's the R word, bro. You can't defend that. Don't be sitting there calling people that. If you call people out of what they are, then you messed up for that. I don't care if it's the N word, if it's WB, if you calling Italians the W word, if you calling freaking Asian people the C word, like, bro, get out of here with that, man. That's just, and to me, that's just like something that people try to instill in you. Like, no, we can't be wrong. We can't be wrong because we faced all this for years. Okay, what are you doing to change about it? Besides sitting here and downing somebody else. So what you're saying is, with that same logic, is that you want somebody else to be downtrodden the same way you were, just so that you can feel better about who you are. Is that not what this is? Do better, people. Do better.
Say to pure indolence, change the title to just minorities. But as amusing as that is, I will move on for now.
Yeah, a better title for that would have been everyone can be R-word. Everyone can. So I get what Tro's saying. Tro, you my boy. You know, come on, bro. Come on, bro. We go back like today.
This era was a curious one for sure, particularly for the political community online. It was one where many felt free from the shackles that had bound them in real-life environments, and some clearly felt a catharsis in expressing themselves in a more unabashed manner. Nonetheless, I think some of these creators listened to a bit too much Ice Cube and drew the conclusion that a black person exclaiming the N-word on a rap track gave them license to start directing their decently sized platforms towards other creators, and barraging them with a slew of pretty relentless content, fortified by slurs that they felt more comfortable firing off due to their identity. This wasn't exclusive to Blaire. Darren, for example, was another person who engaged in similar antics. However, the fact that many of these comments or insults were often used in an exclusionary or alienating fashion against people who may have personal history with those words didn't really justify it.
So Cat Black's a YouTuber who's about as balls deep in Tumblr social justice as one could possibly get, and balls deep is appropriate because she's a trans.
100% comedy from Blaire White over here. You can tell that she would have surely become a stand-up if she had not pursued political commentary. Some may dismiss this as pointless edginess, critics would often see it as part of a greater ruse, which would be observed in other videos, with one garnering particular personal heat from myself. Yes, after making multiple response videos to contents that our queen had decreed as cringe, it seems that Miss White had her finger on the pulse of so many of those around her.
So today I want to talk about why people don't like trans. I've received thousands upon thousands of emails, comments, messages from people saying that before finding my channel, they had absolutely no understanding of trans people and that they were shocked to find a trans person who was actually sane.
In this lovely upload, once again amended to have a more restrained headline, she decides to discuss exactly what the public's problems are with the transgender community. Firstly, mentioning about her experiences with many people who previously weren't aware of the existence of sane transgender people until they encountered the wonders of Blaire White.
Because let's just face it, the majority of the ideas and policies and things that come out of the trans community and the activists that they prop up to speak for them in the public sphere are insane. I mean, I personally sometimes feel like I'm just drowning in this huge crowd of who are screaming and crying about 97 genders, and I'm just in the back like, I'm not one of them.
The transgender community then becomes this buzzword, and Blaire once more sets herself apart, affirming her opposition to Bill C-16, for example, the controversial Canadian one that saw the rise of Jordan Peterson. And in this, she also calls out the transgender community on other incidents, such as one where trans activists were allegedly pressuring the midwife community into using gender-neutral terminology, referencing an InfoWars article, which could have used a little research in itself, because most evidence appears to imply that there was little to no evidence of any pressure being applied at all. But okay, that's one reference. We'll put that aside for now. Her point is clear enough regardless.
But I'm sorry, like I said, acceptance is a two-way street, and behaving like insufferable children who place emotion-based arguments over fact-based arguments is not a way to get anything done.
There was a moment in time where Blaire White just wanted to grill. But that was no longer an option, and in taking a stand against these trans activists who were making all these unreasonable demands of society, she was proving that transgender people weren't this monolith that many had previously assumed them to be. But was anyone ever saying this, and was Blaire's narrative really as altruistic as it appeared to be?
Yes, sir. Frax spitting facts. Frax in the back of the Cadillac.
The validity of transgenderism on a neurological or physiological level. You guys instead give up and start screaming and crying about how there's 97 genders. It's like, calm down. Calm it down.
The examples covered in my previous part may have found Blaire approaching the aspects of trans issues from different angles, but they all seem to transport me back to the school playground in a way, and I'll explain why in a moment. The channel was always a very personal venture, and this upload was no exception, because although she proclaims that she is attempting to decipher the issue from within the community, she mostly uses it as a springboard to pat herself on the back and tell people who aren't like her to calm down.
And need I remind you that America and West...
Tro. Yo, y'all think Tro really built like this, bro? Y'all think Tro really built like this? He probably is, bro. He's a gentleman, bro. He is the extreme gentleman, bro. I can like look at him, bro. He looking fly. I like who did this artwork, bro. Whoever did this artwork, hey, you did your part, bro. You did your part. That's looking fly.
Back and tell people who aren't like her to calm down.
And need I remind you that America and Western civilization in general is the pinnacle of safety and freedom for trans people. And by the way, that statement is actually true for every group of people under the sun. As a trans person, you can't step foot in a single Middle Eastern country without fear of being jailed or worse, and the same goes for pretty much every African country. In America, you have access to transgender medical care, the ability to legally amend your gender.
Fallacy of relative privation, Blaire. Basic bitch logic. Come on.
Is that I think there's a lot more people out there who are opposed to the batch crazy ideas and policies that come out of the trans community and their activists rather than trans people themselves. Because let's just face it, the majority of the ideas and policies and things that come out of the trans community and the activists that they prop up to speak for them in the public sphere are insane.
I think it was tangible that at the time people had received an impression of leftism, or at least certain branches of leftism, due to chronicled attitudes of certain activists. However, to extend that logic to entire demographics and identity groups was ludicrous. All in all, it felt part of a greater narrative, which aside from being rather egotistical, like come on, you started your channel after appearing on stream with a transgender woman who espoused similar talking points at the time, it felt like an attempt to cater to people to win over their approval by being the quote cool transgender person. This may be impudent of me to say, but it felt like the goal of 2016 Blaire was her own acceptance rather.
I'll say this, TRO. How can I say this respectfully? Y'all already know I'm not trying to disrespect anybody. TRO seems a lot more invested into this video than previous ones. No disrespect, TRO. No disrespect at all. Because I'm still gonna watch the whole video. But you do seem a little bit more invested in this one than you did with other ones. Other ones you just told the story of what happened and you like gave like the way that you saw it, but with this one it seems like you're actually like getting invested into it. I wouldn't say biased because he's presenting both sides, but he is way more invested. You can tell there is a little bit more of an emotional side to this one. Maybe because he's seen more of like things that come out of these situations, or because he's trying to give more of like, I guess, his side of the input. I don't know. I don't know what it is. It just seems like he's a lot more heated with this case than other ones whenever it comes to gender bias and stuff like that.
An acceptance of the greater community. On Twitter and YouTube, she would present herself as the emissary, but I don't think the opposite could have been more true in a way. It felt like a playground where she was trying to fit in with a certain clique by ostracizing others, by proving that she was worthy. Almost.
I wouldn't put her in the same picture with this person. I think this is the same person that was like, if you don't like dating trans people, then you're homophobic. Like, I don't agree with that at all. I wouldn't put her in the same category with that one. Not just yet, because I haven't heard all evidence, so I'm trying to hear everything from that. But for right now, as far as what I've seen, yeah, she's definitely relegated in her point and what she's trying to say and stuff like that. But I don't think anything takes the cake as much as what this person said, or he, she, her, them, they, whatever, you know, like. I wouldn't put them in the same category just yet until we get further into the video and see more of the points that are being made and stuff.
Like initiation. In response to this, you could say that, okay, the mainstream was a lot of the time the intolerant progressive lot, and maybe at her university it was. I'm happy to entertain that. But on YouTube it was a very different story, and once you take advantage of the power that you have to belittle others in your own domain, then you're no better than those you chastise so fervently. This couldn't be embodied more than it is in the title. And once again, Blaire had initially...
This goes exactly into what I was talking about, bro. Whenever you are a certain type of individual and you side with someone that everyone sees as the opposite of what you should be going for, you get ostracized. And now I think in this part of the video, she's at the point where she literally had turned her back on her own community just because the way that they were presenting their issues didn't align with the way that she wanted them presented or the way that she saw the issues going. She saw it as, America has the best system for, transgender people compared to other countries. And I think that's where we get a little locked at. Whenever it comes to issues, some people see it as, oh, it's better in America. Other people see it as, we should be better than that. So I think that's where we lock heads at a lot of the times, especially whenever it comes to politics and things like that. Like me, I preferably like to say America is the greatest country in the world just because of the freedoms that I have for myself. Someone else looking at this video may be like, America's not the greatest country. You know, they have this healthcare in Canada and they have this education in China and they have, this much better in Africa. And I'm just sitting there like, okay, well, that's how you feel about it. Me personally, this is how I feel about being here. Well, it could be better. I'm like, okay, but right now it's not. I accept where I'm at. I'm cool. I'm chilling. I'm living my best life. Like I'm good. But that's where we collide at on a lot of the viewpoints. People that say like, this is the greatest. Well, it could be better because it's better over here on this standpoint and this standpoint and this standpoint. And it's like, I mean, it's a never-ending thing because what happens even whenever things do turn around, there's always that one person that's like, well, look at the past and let's see this, because now that we did this in the past, now y'all have to pay for this. And it's like, where does the cycle end? It's just going to be a never-ending war on both fronts at all times. So that's why I choose to stay out of like the politics and everything like that. Like I may discuss it if somebody brings it up, but I won't be a douchebag about it. Like I'm not going to be like, no, you should be this. You should be this because of this. Do you know about this? If that's their views, I'm just going to sit there like, all right, bro, that's you. Cool.
And quite ironically used a slur in presenting why some people just don't really like transgender.
See, like she knows that word is disrespectful. She knows that word is disrespectful. I don't know anybody that just likes being called that word. Like I'm not gonna say it, but I don't know anybody that just likes being called that. Like I'm not gonna sit there and disrespect the whole community just based on how I feel about, a few people that I've met or that I've known or some stuff that I've seen on the internet and stuff like that. Like I'm not gonna do that. Like that's messed up. So don't, like, if you're trying to get like a if you're trying to get like the attention, like you could use other things in order to draw that attention rather than disrespecting people in order to get to the point that you want to be at. And I think that's one of the main problems that people had is, one, her political views, and two, the fact that she disrespected her own community based on the fact that she didn't see their views the same as hers. And she felt like she was probably ousted. Like, imagine you're literally making that transition, or you made that transition and you view things this way. And now everybody's like, wait, how can you do that? If you look at the injustices that we face during this time period for our people, like while that type of party was in the office, or they allowed that to happen, or they don't give us the rights or benefits that we're supposed to have or that we deserve as people of the US or wherever she's from, And it's just like, you're just going to have those two things clashing.
Individuals. Now, some transgender individuals may be okay or comfortable with that, but many aren't, and already addressing a group of people in such a way is going to breed division and provocation. Really, you could make the argument that Blaire was validating using slurs in such a manner. That's only really going to win one side over and provoke the other, and when they are inevitably provoked, Blaire will just tell them to calm down again and high-five all her edgy friends. Having someone who set the bar so low for trans acceptance could make it easy for people to accept her and reject other trans people who in many ways weren't making unbelievably preposterous demands from those around them. And you could make the argument that those people were never going to accept other transgender individuals regardless, and that Blaire was at least making some level of acceptance somewhat accessible. Maybe she provided a ramp into the transgender community. I think this would be a somewhat valid response on the surface, and that in many ways, Blaire's position as a moderate could have been used to facilitate discourse between two separate camps, but this never fully materialized because she only aligned herself with the ideas of one of them, and Blaire never really made an effort to facilitate acceptance of people, sometimes quite the opposite. In fact, because her own bar of acceptance was high and sometimes rather uneven, and would lead one to wonder what sort of environment her own principles would lead to. Case in point, the following situation.
Would you date someone who's trans?
No.
Would you date someone who's black? Maybe.
Would you date someone who's fat?
No.
Would you date someone who's disabled?
No.
One of the common recipients of Blaire White's responses was a creator by the name of Riley Dennis. She was known for her takes at the time, which many found contentious, particularly given the era where she posted a preponderance of her political opinions in. I have to admit that I disagreed with a lot of what she had to say at the time, and I still probably wouldn't align with a fair proportion of what she said then today. However, disagreement is a healthy constituent of academic discourse, and the online sphere should be fertile ground to nurture productive discussion. However, Blaire's demeanor towards Riley isn't what one would always characterize as, well, healthy. The first video released on Blaire's thoughts on trans special people is a response to a now deleted Riley Dennis video, which asserts that feminism isn't about hating men, amongst many other things. At this point, Riley was identifying as a non-binary trans woman. However, throughout the video, Blaire refers to Riley as a he for reasons that are not explicitly clarified, but one can assume are in line with those expressed in the upload prior.
I can't believe it's 2016 and we still have to talk about this.
Okay, right off the bat, he's using the current year as an argument.
Don't that make you a he?
Where she contends Riley's assertion that misgendering is violence, Blaire generally avoids referring to...
Does Blaire call her or himself a he? Because if so, then that's if they don't, that's being discriminatory, bro. It is, because you can't say that about this person if you're like the same, bro. Both of y'all are what? Bro,
to Riley under any pronouns whatsoever, an option she probably thought was decidedly smarter given the topic. After concluding that misgendering is not violence but still a dick move, she takes the time to express her feelings on the matter of Riley's gender.
And Riley, you seem to be really upset that people don't refer to you as she everywhere you go, but can you really blame them? Like, honestly, you call yourself a woman and a trans woman, but you actively talk about how you won't take hormones. And hormone therapy and surgery in some cases are what's actually going to give you those secondary sex characteristics that allow people to visually perceive you as a woman, even if you are biologically male.
Now, her statements on what Riley said are completely false, but we'll cross that bridge soon. We have other antics to address first. In tweets around this time...
Okay, perfect. So, my thing is, I don't care if you prefer to be called he, she. I'll call you whatever you want to be called. But don't expect me to see you and automatically be like, ma'am, sir, he, she, they, them. Like, how am I supposed to know that you're them? Like, because there are people that go by they, them. Like, how am I supposed to know, like, to walk up to you and be like, hey, how you doing, them? Like, that's not even proper English. Like, how am I specifically supposed to know you specifically, because I've never met you a day in my life? How am I supposed to know to walk up to you and be like, hey, what's up, they? How you doing, they, them? How you doing, them? Like, how am I supposed to know that? I can't know that, like, automatically. Like, let me know and I will call you that from now on. Her, she, he, him, like, I'll call you that from now on. If you want to be a him, like, if I see you and you look like a dude to me, I'm gonna walk up and be like, hey, what's up, dude? Like, it's whatever. Now, if I see someone that I believe is with the transgender community or making that transition, if I see them and they have like the long hair and they got the eyelashes and the eyebrows done and all that stuff, I'm not gonna walk up and be like, what's up, man? Like, I mean, yeah, I might say, what's up, man? Like, hey, what's up, dog? Like, whatever, you know, but I'm not gonna walk up and be like, you're a man. Like, I'm not gonna do that. That's rude and disrespectful. Like, if they trying to transition into that next phase of their life or who they are actually supposed to be, I'm not gonna do that. You know, I'm gonna talk to them respectfully. If I see them with the long hair, they got on high heels or whatever, they got on a skirt, whatever, I'm walking up and be like, how you doing, man? Not saying like I'll walk directly up to them, but saying like if I worked at a store or something and I saw one of them walk in, then I just be like, how are you doing today, ma'am? Because I'm not trying to start problems with anybody. That's just not me. I don't know. I feel like some people do it like purposely just to mess with people, but that's just not me. But yeah, that's how I feel about it.
time, Blaire was still taking more than enough liberties on labeling Riley under male pronouns, once more reaffirming her sentiments on the transition, and proudly undermining any neutrality conveyed in that YouTube video. And a couple months later, Blaire returned back to using male pronouns in her upload. In spite of this, Blaire had also still used the heralded transgender slur in titles referring to Riley's uploads, which I find surprising if you didn't actually believe Riley to be transgender, really having your cake and eating it there. I have to say that I found what was flip-flopping at best and straight-up self-contradiction at worst, and some other things as well.
It is. I agree. I don't know. It's rough. So my mom always taught me whenever I was a little kid, you are what you respond to. And the thing that sucks about that statement is, it's really like teaching you not to defend yourself, but at the same time to defend your dignity. Like if somebody came up to me and called me the N-word, like I'm gonna be like, what'd you just call me? And then either A, they probably gonna back down, or B, they gonna say it again. Which at that point, it's like, what do you do to that? Like, it's like, bro, like I've had that happen before, and literally I just sat there and I said, you're sad, man. Like, you're literally just sad. Just sad dude. And I walked away, but I know other people that can't do that. Words can't hurt you physically. They can hurt you on the inside if you take them to that deeper meaning and what we faced in our past. But words, they can get other people hurt. They can do that. Now, would I go out of my way to fight somebody that calls me that? No, they're not worth it to me. Honestly, it's just like, okay, I guess that's what you think. I got plenty of friends that can tell you that I'm not. But at the same time, should they be doing that? No, they shouldn't. And I feel like Blaire was really trying to like fan that flame to get the extra like, and the thing is, she didn't even need clout. Like fanning that flame to get extra clout or like to create a disagreement or some type of drama, like some freaking Jeffree Star type stuff. Like, for what? Why sit there and try to create that extra drama just to what? It's not going to propel you like high into the success rating because you already got like tons of freaking subscribers that agree with you. This person that you're going against doesn't have as much fame or success. So why are you sitting there creating like this huge freaking like drama based web around you, like with multiple different people on multiple different fronts? And I think that's the thing that TRO's getting at. She's creating like a bunch of like controversies with other people just because of how she feels, and she feels that she needs to attack everyone else in order to get her just cause out by shutting everyone else out at the end of the day. I don't know, that's just how I see it.
Rather confusing. Is this what bridging the gap looks like? Well, maybe that's not what it appears. Maybe over time, Blaire worked up this theory in her head regarding Riley, and in an upload posted to YouTube on June the 18th, 2017, her theories come to the forefront of the commentary, with multiple backhanded comments about Blaire's thoughts on the verity of Riley's gender identity. What were these thoughts?
Okay, Riley, I know you're having trouble with this whole transition thing, mainly that you haven't done it. You know, if you went on estrogen, your sex drive wouldn't be so high, and you wouldn't be guilt tripping people into having sex with you.
Jeez.
Just saying.
But if
Yo.
anyone calls you a white supremacist, you deny it.
She on something different.
You of guilt tripping lesbians into sucking your dick by saying you're trans, deny it.
Blaire's suspicions were very clear. Riley's existence as a trans person was merely political and self-serving, and that in time this would be revealed as she wouldn't follow through on her transitioning properly. Why won't Riley take the estrogen, and what would it tell us about her? Ooh. Well,
hey everybody, so today, the day this video is going live, I'm going to be on my way to San Francisco in preparation for my facial feminization surgery, or FFS for short.
somebody was about to have their well-deliberated theory swiftly debunked, leaving us to wonder if these playground hijinks were really worthwhile.
A new leaf. edited by Al Psych. What is that? What the? Was that the 14th? Underscore the 14th?
Have been peddling the myth that I'm not really trans for well over a year now. They say I'm not a true trans because they claim I'm not taking any steps to transition, like not taking hormones and not having surgery.
On June the 26th, 2017, Riley Dennis would upload a video basically expressing what I would say to the theories advocated by Blaire and others in the community around this time, that it's none of their f***ing business, and that her status as a trans person shouldn't depend on what procedures she's embarking on.
These people who vehemently hate me and make videos misgendering me and insulting me and making assumptions about my personal life, they feel entitled to information about my personal life. But I don't owe them that. I don't owe anyone that. What happens in my personal life is nobody's business but my own. What medications I take, what surgeries I have, what steps I take to transition, all of that is my business and nobody else is entitled to that, especially.
This is why I say your personal life needs to be your personal life. If you don't want people all up in your personal life, don't put it out there for everyone. Like, and at the same time, like, she's mad about this, but how can you put out a video saying that you're homophobic, genderphobic, and all this other stuff, and not expect people to have backlash towards you? Like, I don't understand it. You put your life out there by putting it on camera and putting it on the internet. You wanted some type of critique or criticism whenever you did that. If you didn't, it would have stayed in your head, or you would have told your friend group, if that's the case. But you can't get mad at people whenever the backlash comes towards you at the same torch. That's just how it is, bro.
Not strangers on the internet. I have every right to keep all of that information to myself. Being trans is not defined by hormones or surgery. Surgeries and hormones do not change your gender identity. External things like that do not affect your internal sense of gender, which is what being trans is. So I don't want this to come across as me trying to...
They don't affect your internal sense of gender. But that's not what you were going at whenever you made your first video, or your video about other people. You said if other people don't like transgender people, then they're homophobic. So that's a contradiction. How can you say it doesn't affect your personal views on yourself, but at the same time, if nobody wants to date you because you look that way or you are that way, then they're transphobic? Like, you can't have it both ways, bro. You can't say they don't want to date me because I look like this or this is who I am, but at the same time, you don't make the steps to go towards the direction that they want. If that's the case, then you just want to be stuck in that perpetual loop. You want to be stuck in what's it called, purgatory or whatever. Purgatory. You just want to be stuck there because you can't make a video calling people transphobic for not wanting to date you, but at the same time, you don't want to make steps towards that direction. And I'm not downing this person or anything like that. That's just the truth. If you notice this is the trend of what people don't want, then okay, either you stay where you at or you move towards that trend. You shouldn't expect the whole world to change just for you. So it's a selfishness on both sides.
To prove that I'm a good trans now. I will be just as trans after FFS as I was before FFS. And I refuse to throw other trans people under the bus just because they don't take hormones or haven't had surgery or don't pass. Because I think that's a really gross way of gatekeeping.
Ain't nobody judging you for that.
Trans community.
Ain't nobody judging you for that.
There, because Riley also reveals that she will be actively undergoing facial feminization surgery in the next few weeks and had already been receiving hormone replacement therapy for almost a year, leaving those like Blaire, who had been chastising Riley pretty ferociously in the public sphere, and all these theories out to dry. I'll add that our progressive friend here didn't come unprepared, dropping an ample sum of receipts to reinforce just how unsubstantiated many of these claims made about her identity were.
All these claims by other YouTubers that I haven't been on hormones were just completely fabricated lies, not based in anything I've ever said. In fact, a couple months ago, I got really worried about this. I knew that I hadn't talked about hormones since I had started them, but I thought maybe I had said something before that. So I searched through my Twitter timeline for any mentions of hormones or HRT, and I only found 2 tweets where I talked about hormones in relation to myself. One was from over a year ago, and I said I was planning on starting hormones as soon as I moved back to the US. The second one was also from over a year ago, and it was me saying that I was planning to start HRT soon. That's it. Those are the only times I've ever tweeted about hormones or HRT in relation to myself. And I was literally saying that I was planning to take hormones. Anybody who took half a second to search through my Twitter could have found this information.
So
I think I'm going to be starting hormones. I don't know about surgeries or anything like that yet. It's all kind of up in the air for me. But I have proof from YouTube and Twitter that I'm right and they're wrong. They've been maliciously and intentionally spreading lies about me.
Obviously, at approximately half an hour in total, there's a little more discussed than what I've spoken about now. But as a scathing clap back to many of the conspiracists, the video served its purpose, placing the ball quite squarely back into Blaire's court. Now, as Riley had indicated, Blaire wasn't the sole proponent of this narrative. However, as a reasonably sized creator and a transgender woman herself, it was pretty imperative that this little blunder be addressed. So on June the 29th, 3 days after Riley's shocking revelations, Blaire uploads, "I'm sorry."
Okay, so this is a video that I really did not expect to ever make.
Is she
ever?
She being a big person?
Those are always the most interesting ones, right?
In this video, Blaire takes responsibility for advancing the narrative that Riley was what many at the time regarded as a transgender, the political leeches. However, she also expands on the reasoning for what led her to such a conclusion, which I personally find a little dubious.
One of the biggest things that I took issue with was that I assumed that Riley was taking on a transgender identity and label for political purposes. Transgender. Now, I had a lot of reasons to believe this. The first being statements from Riley about growing up and never questioning their gender. As a trans person myself, that's very weird to hear, because growing up, my earliest memories in life were that of questioning my gender and of questioning the gender role that I was expected to fill. So as a trans person, I couldn't get in the headspace of what? How did you never question it? Another example is Riley's statements that trans people don't always want to transition. And again, as a trans person who's known many trans people, I couldn't wrap my head around that, because for me, transition was incredibly paramount. It was the key to me living the fulfilled life that I live now. I was also under the assumption, as hundreds of thousands of other people were, that Riley had no desire to transition and that Riley was not transitioning. That Riley was just taking on the label of trans with no real action behind it.
In retrospect, it's easy to say these justifications seem rather flimsy. Anyone
Why
might
add them
without questioning certain aspects of
As I think that's the mistake that a lot of YouTubers add. Why add that extra stuff? Like you're like trying, there shouldn't be a defense. Like you could have that video like to the side just in case other people say it, but like it don't feel like a real apology unless you just straight up like this is the best apology in the world. I'm sorry for what I did. This is what I did. I hope that y'all still fuck with me after this. And that's it. Wrap up the video, bro. Like, I don't know, the fact that like she had to add that extra stuff, it just felt like, oh, bro, it felt disingenuous, man. It felt disingenuous.
Their identity, particularly in certain environments, and to doubt the veracity of a person's gender because they had the courage to admit that seems extremely cynical. And Blaire's other reason basically being that she went along with the mass consensus is barely a reason at all.
That can get you.
She had to explain her rationale whether it made sense or not. If that was the impression she received, then so be it. And once that was out of the way, she cut to the chase. And to be fair, her reflection is pretty strong and suitably self-critical.
But the incessant push to prove that Riley was not trans, I'm just realizing was probably really hurtful. And I'm aware that there's no way I would have known before the video where Riley actually discloses this information, but I feel like I was still in the wrong for trying to assume what was in someone's heart and mind when there was just simply no way I could have known.
And make no mistake, it should have been. In many ways, it was starting to sink in that there was a toxicity in this online community that she was contributing to. Beyond just the narratives of making assumptions about transgender individuals, deciding who was truly trans or not, there are other statements she had made. For example, this one towards fellow trans woman Steph Sanjati in 2016. When Steph tagged another trans woman to ask why Blaire has to attack their appearance when she clearly has no clue what she's doing, Blaire decides to jump in on the statement to inform Steph that she looks like a linebacker. It's so extra and unnecessary.
Bro.
In this specific case, I think Blaire misconstrued Steph's comment as an attack on her appearance rather than just going out of her way to offend. But it was indicative of how antagonistic she had become, how skeptical her own perception towards many of
defensive
those she shared
and
experiences
divisive
with was. A much worse situation included her making a rather mean-spirited comment in response to a video by a person who was posting about her own experiences. Once again, going at her ability to pass as a woman.
So one thing has become pretty apparent since starting my YouTube channel, and that is that the trans community hates me.
Throughout her time on YouTube, she had made a deal about being the public enemy of many of these trans women, how they hated her, how some couldn't be as good looking.
This is a problem because This is the equivalent of being like a black Republican. Literally, this is like Uncle Ruckus, bro. This is Uncle Ruckus like type crap. Like, you literally are black, but you not hate black people, but you hate or make fun of or put down other black people. Other black people. Just because, like, the opportunities that you had or the path that you took, like, and I ain't saying Uncle Ruckus had opportunities. That boy, y'all saw his life story. He got jacked up. But at the same time, so, like, how can you be the same type of person? Like, y'all are both the same. But the fact that you are going with this pathway, now you're choosing to put down other people of your same. Like, if I was Republican and freaking, like, my family's all Democrat, if I sat there and, like, put all of them down and made them feel bad because they don't see things the way that I do and stuff like that, or I gotta talk crap on them like they skin is extra dark, like, that makes no sense. It makes none.
How they weren't as pretty, and beyond all the complex theories that could arise as to why she did this, it was simply rather catty behavior. As her platform grew, having such a demeanor that could influence the actions of viewers, particularly towards the subjects of her videos, some of whom transgender, this could easily cause unintended grief, and Blaire,
I think she just likes
especially as someone who would experience that personally. With
she likes the drama.
Misgendering, she was at risk of becoming everything she had criticized in the past. At the end of the day, personal ideology transcends identity, so singling transgender people out in the way that Blaire did on the basis of political disagreements alone wasn't really the most salubrious for either party.
And I'm someone who's had my transition picked apart online. There have been Reddit threads and 4chan threads with
that I do not understand. So how can you have all of this stuff happen to you that makes you feel like this type of person and then go back and do the same thing to everyone else? How does that make any sense? Please tell us, like, how?
Comments on it of people trying to prove that I'm not trans because I haven't done this or that, or, you know, digging up my old pictures. And, you know, I'm a strong person, I'm a happy person, but to sit here and pretend like it doesn't affect me at all would just be a lie. So the thought that this entire time I've done that exact same thing to someone else, and push that off on someone else, with me, and I'm sorry.
Now, I think there were some who probably doubted the sincerity of this apology. At the end of the day, this was a narrative maintained over a year by an individual who, given her own self-admitted personal experiences, should have known better. However, at the same time, as a person who did have some authority within the community, speaking out on the matter would at least cause...
And the thing is, for most people, like, she's disrespected, it's more than likely, like, too late. Like, you're such a highly looked at public figure now to other people that, like, the fact that you're doing this stuff, it's like, it's broadcasted to the world, man. So even those ones that are like thinking like, hey man, I want to try to do this for myself and stuff like that, they're probably like, you know what, it's probably a bad idea, because the process in between, I'm just going to be just like everyone else that she's put down in that process to get to where she's at already. Sad truth, man.
Some to listen to her who may not otherwise relented. Maybe the growth and the community she was in had taken her on a bit of a power trip, and this was the warranted yank back down to earth she needed.
You know, this whole thing has really taught me a lesson that I should really try to stick to ideas, opinions, policy, rather than like trying to get in someone's head and like make judgments about something that's so personal and so nuanced.
To many, this appeared to be a turning point in Blaire's content, as she committed to making her videos more focused on their political roots and gravitating away from the petty remarks and character judgments that had landed her in hot water this time. Whether Riley accepted it herself, we'll never know, though she did upload a video just over a month later discussing how to make a good apology video. Although not mentioning Blaire's video at any point and using a different example completely to illuminate her thesis, it was a bit coincidental for some and seemingly reignited the feud between the two creators, even causing the video to be temporarily taken down in the process due to flagging. Fantastic. But deep breaths. Blaire still had a new leaf to turn over. We were going to talk about political content, and a bit of a Twitter spat between old nemesis isn't substantial enough to say that she had returned to old habits. No. As the content went, it looked like there was a new direction for Blaire. And to be honest, maybe it was the fresh start she needed.
Maybe. There's like 2 hours worth of video left, so I don't know.
I'm going to open this part by at least defending Blaire White to a certain degree. I know, I even surprise myself sometimes. As much as I have detailed aspects of her channel and her behavior in a pretty critical light, it's important to recognize the zeitgeist and how that may have influenced her comportment. I know that to many people, even myself, that it may have seemed like she was pandering to seek approval from the online crowd, but throughout that period and even up to this day, one of the prevalent narratives espoused by individuals from within this realm was that these ideas were the counterculture, that this was a pushback against the mainstream ideologies enforced by oppressive neo-Terrics who didn't even want to allow room for discussion. Blaire had been there herself. She'd set foot in the liberal university campuses and encountered that environment firsthand. That edginess that some wanted to shut down was part of that movement. It was greater back then. In her own mind, Blaire may have felt she was the one fighting back by saying what she said. She was joining the resistance, and this attitude that she adopted was part of that movement. That she wasn't pandering, she was adapting, and many other people did the same. Channels from all genres probably said stuff they would never be caught saying today. Many commentators being no exception. Here the idea lingered that maybe some of Blaire's antics were in part a product of their era, like some of the other creators who had also been in that position as well and had since reformed themselves. How this would only be answered by a
I get that. The craziest thing, most of those people would never say that in real life. Most people would never say that. Especially like most of the people that say the N-word, like the hard R, would never say that in public. Like in freaking places like Houston, Texas. Like in the freaking dirty South, like in the hood, like in the South at all, like where a bunch of where the common freaking demographic is black people, they would not say that. I promise you. But a lot of them say it because they're behind a computer screen and they have that freedom to. And they can move around in public because they're in places that are predominantly Caucasian people. But most of them would not say that stuff in real life, like to someone's face, because they know they get checked. At the least, they get checked. But I think a lot of them get hyped up because of their friend groups and the people that they hang around with too. And it just makes them go off and just feel like they're untouchable or can do whatever they want. I don't know, man. I don't know.
How it would develop in relation to the evolving YouTube ecosystem. With the observed instant grounding her, this would definitely be a chance to realign those values.
I'm not infallible. I've definitely, over the course of doing political commentary for the past almost 2 years, I know I've probably said things that are not true, thinking they were true. I've definitely accidentally spread fake news, and I'm definitely not calling myself a fact machine.
2017 was an interesting time. In my opinion, it was when the pushback against presiding anti-SJW narratives on YouTube began to gather momentum.
And the science says we're all on a spectrum.
But it's like, why? Mind your own business.
No.
This didn't necessarily quell the strength of certain commentators, but it definitely meant that a lot of discourse appeared to grow more balanced, with certain perspectives no longer going unchallenged. Alongside this, with certain US policy in particular skewing in concerning directions, it became more difficult for some to argue that conservatism was this oppressed political underdog. However, there was never an absence of content to chew on online, for a creator of any leaning, and Blaire was never starved for content. Blaire never positioned herself as a disillusioned liberal like some of her colleagues. She was a conservative and rather proud of the fact. Nonetheless, there were a few key issues that she liked to weigh in on. Ones that didn't necessarily fall too clearly on a liberal-conservative spectrum, more coming down to questions of common sense. And in the months following her apology to Riley Dennis, she appeared to readjust her trajectory, to present a more balanced perspective on political affairs that would reflect the current landscape.
According to police reports and not sensationalized headlines, this occurred in a private residence in an apartment, and it just happened to have occurred in a bathroom, and the person was a family friend. It was not stranger danger. It was not stranger trannies in the bathroom gonna get you danger. It just wasn't. Ian Miles Chong claimed straight up that it happened in a public bathroom.
For example, this video corrects misinformation surrounding a transgender individual convicted of sexual assault and the factually incorrect claims made by some on the right that this had occurred in a public restroom. Or we could talk about the upload at the start of 2018, where she reacted to some of her older content that she no longer associates with, and although still being somewhat mitigated in her self-criticism, still demonstrates awareness of her errors.
So there's been a bunch of pictures
you grow up
come out that have led people to believe that she has some sort of neurological disorder, or she's generally just unfit to be president because she's ill. By the way, I still think Hillary Clinton is actually the devil.
but I regret doing this video. She may have very well been sick, but the evidence I used in this video is reaching at best. It's so flimsy, it's so weak. And I'm surprised more people didn't call me out on it, honestly.
All of these examples show growth from previous incidents, hopefully allowing her to move towards being a more recent and independent voice within the community. Throughout this period, Blaire also seemed to pivot back towards more introspective videos that spoke about her personal life and development in her transition. There was a fair bit that warranted praise, and I don't want to understate that. At the same time, there were still signs that aspects of her content indulged perspectives without being fully transparent in the delivery of that information, such as the Trump hat in Hollywood video.
Hey guys, so today is a bit of a different kind of video. We're doing a social experiment video. You guys know I've been doing on the street stuff, and Joey and I had this sick idea of walking around West Hollywood, which is the gay area of Hollywood, and just, you know, wearing a little hat that we think people will be really upset about.
Now, on the surface, this is a standard intolerant left video, and obviously when witnessing violence against someone, many would feel naturally shocked. In the description, a disclaimer sits informing viewers that Blaire and her partner did not act in a way that would have provoked the attacks, implying the hats were the only variable of interest here. This caught the eye of many on social media given its content and led to some circulation and interest from those outside her typical audience. Nonetheless, this also reached the fact-checking website Snopeskin, who contacted the Los Angeles Police Department and were informed that Blaire and her husband had crossed a dividing line set up specifically to prevent any physical altercation. Now, does this justify the behavior of those depicted in the video?
No.
But at the same time, it's hardly wearing a Trump hat in Hollywood, moreover wearing it to an anti-Trump protest. I'll add the caveat that she does have a drink thrown.
No, Tro, I can't get behind you on this one, bro. I can't get behind you on this one. Nah, I get some of y'all are probably mad, but bro, I can't be behind them on this one. There's no reason to attack somebody, bro. We got plenty of guys in the military, and the military is supposed to be the most equal, like, part of the U.S. Like, everyone's on the same terms, depending on basically your rank. But freaking, like, it don't matter. Like, I've seen guys that have literally Confederate flags, like, on their vehicles. I've seen dudes with Confederate flags on their freaking phones and stuff like that. Don't make me want to attack them. I've seen homosexual people. I've seen gay people. I've seen trans people in the military. Don't make me want to attack them. I know freaking Democrats, Republicans, all types of stuff in the military. It doesn't make me want to attack them. I've seen people walk into the freaking PX with MAGA hats on, bro. It doesn't make anyone want to attack them. They're just like, that's just what they believe in. So, Tro, I can't get behind you on that one, bro. You shouldn't. I don't care who you are. If you're so mild-mannered that you can't go out in public without attacking somebody based on what they wear, I don't care if it's a freaking Aryan Brotherhood shirt. I don't care. I'm not finna attack somebody based on them wearing that. Like, okay, cool. They could walk out in the freaking KKK row. I don't care. It has nothing to do with me, bro. Like, wear it. If that's what make you happy. It's about 105 degrees out here. Like, wear it. It's what you want to wear. That's what you support. That's fine. Whatever. Just don't expect a friend in me if something happened to you. If you get hit by a car, don't expect me to run out there and try to freaking give you mouth-to-mouth resuscitation or nothing. That's just a decision that they made. But whenever you try to sit here and actually cause harm on people just because they don't see the same views as you, or they wear this and wear that, like, okay, so I'm supposed to accept you for this, but you can't accept who I view? What if I'm the biggest supporter of transgender people, but I'm a Republican? Does that make me a bad person automatically just because I'm a Republican? Should I support your cause and have to be Democrat too? That makes no sense, bro. That makes no sense. Troll, I can't get behind you, because now what you're doing is essentially what a lot of people try to jump towards, is victim blaming. She was the victim in this. She was attacked by these people. All she did was wear a hat. If you literally act like a child and attack people based on what they wearing, bro, you need to just stay your ass at home. That's the honest truth. That's the honest truth. That's not even like being political on either side. Straight up. If you need to attack people based on them wearing a MAGA hat, bro, stay your ass at home. Don't ever come outside.
in her face at the end of the video, which, although Snopes cast suspicion on comparing her to Alex Jones, I don't really think is completely fair and could well have happened. At the same time, given the framing, doubt is obviously going to be inevitable, and given how heavily edited the video is, it's hard to arbitrate exactly what happened. But maybe that's just clickbait for you. Nonetheless, certain concerns harbored go beyond a single video.
No, these other beasts, let me not say beasts, but these other people who are pressuring people to be with them, it's gross.
Yes, I'd say there are still comments present that showcased her rather flippant nature and desire to one-up those she viewed unfavorably, but these were asides and a far cry from what she had perpetuated in the past. We can all be divas from time to time, can't we?
I mean, let's be honest, most of the people who complain about this kind of thing are the worst people, the most undateable, cringy, miserable individuals.
Oh, why you?
Tacky. Well, I don't know.
She keep going for the drama.
2018, she seemed to distance herself more and more from the political community that she had previously shared propinquity with. Her content gravitated towards topics that felt more vlog-oriented in a way, and this inevitably yielded some questions from viewers who were familiar with her more outspoken self. Although I think many were expecting a new direction, this certainly was a different flavor.
It seemed like she growing up.
She'd upload a video explaining exactly why she'd done this and the reasons behind it. And to be fair to her, many of them seemed quite justified and believable.
So the simplest answer as to why I've steered away from politics, at least recently, and at least for now, maybe not forever, is that, quite frankly, I guess just the best way to put it is politics, and political commentary specifically, has effed up my life.
It can bring out the worst in you.
FBI incidents, the going out in public and having people try to fight me, the doxing, the stalking, the people entering my building, all that kind of stuff, my family being harassed, and, you know, I am at such a place where I feel like, has it been worth it? I moved to LA almost a year ago, and one thing about LA is there's a lot of work.
That's another thing, bro. Why are you living there? Why are you living there if you have these views? Now, check it out. I don't get her choice of destination if she does have those views. And I'm not saying like she can live wherever she wants. You can live wherever you want. Just be mindful of who you're around. Man, that's a tough one, bro. Cause man, I don't know.
Work here, so a lot of other political commentators, other people who you guys know, I'm not talking about obscure people here. A lot of them either live in LA or they're constantly in and out for work, filming something, doing whatever they do. So I've met almost all of them. People I've either been on their show or on a show with them, or I went to a dinner with them, an event with them, or I became close with some of them. The amount of them that I've met that have told me either directly or in a roundabout way that's very clear that they don't believe everything that they say that they believe when they're on camera. A lot of them just flat out don't believe. They're just actors.
Grifters, threats, doxers, they're all plausible in such a polarizing community with such potential. And if you can't handle that, then it's understandable that you'd want to take a step back. It'd make anyone feel rather dirty once they've been exposed to it long enough. And the video itself feels like Blaire finally washing her hands of such toxicity. This was the movement we needed.
That's good.
It comes in such extremes. It's like something really amazing will happen and I'll get like the coolest opportunity ever. But then something really effing terrible will happen. And it's these crazy highs and lows that I feel like are a lot more extreme than if I just did other types of content that make me equally as happy. You know?
But were those hands as clean as they appeared?
One step forward. This is the next chapter, y'all. Next chapter. By Dylan.
Was so necessary. When I say it was so necessary, it was so necessary. It felt amazing.
The video about why Blaire changed seemed pretty conclusive in the moment, rather scathing towards many aspects of the community and even the media beyond that, ending on a rather affirmative note that would cause many to assume that she was mostly finished with political content, at least for a while.
And it's just not a world that I feel super comfortable in. Do I still care very much about politics? Absolutely. But being involved in this like commentary world is so
toxic.
However, it seems the contrary appeared to be the case. In fact, it looked as though Blaire's open venting made her feel more reassured in returning to topics that she had distanced herself from. And after a month interval, she returned to a schedule of more politically oriented content. I'm not entirely sure why. It's not like many of the concerns that she had outlined in her video could subside. In fact, you could argue her shedding light on them had only heightened the attention they could receive. But if that's how she felt, then that's her prerogative.
Hi. So I know I said in the last video that I wasn't going to talk about politics anymore. That was a lie. I'm a liar. Because women lie. Just kidding. That was a joke and probably not fitting for this video, but...
Well, I appreciate the honesty, Blaire. Her first video back was a response to the slogan, "Believe all women," a rather contentious phrase which some advocates claim has been unfairly conflated with the similar though not identical "Believe women." As you can probably assume, Blaire's position on this slogan was unsurprisingly quite critical, though not necessarily making the distinction mentioned prior. Nevertheless, the video was well received and she appeared to return to her routine schedule of content. This may have spiked some unease amongst those still skeptical of her intentions, especially considering some of the clickbait and chosen subjects. Right, Dennis? But hope may have been instilled as she appeared to stand by her reformed demeanor and refrain from shabby character attacks, even reconciling with one of the individuals she had previously been rather insensitive towards, and recognizing her responsibility. So all in all, we could say there was progress made. Correct?
Yeah.
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves, because again, as time elapsed, it felt like this was waning.
So today I have one of the cringiest videos I have seen in a long time on the interwebs.
I mean, the content itself was still lightweight at best and a bit misleading at the worst. I know it's kind of Blaire's style to not create the most demanding content, but conversely, I think there are videos which just end up failing rather in their portrayal of the source material, and once again fall back onto this idea of catering to a perspective. Now, obviously anyone would be pleased that her content is less incendiary than it was before, but at the same time, having many prominent flaws and just subtracting the evident offensiveness previously present doesn't necessarily make it good. And make no mistake, there isn't a great divergence from precursory output. For example, this video where she responds to a notoriously unpopular Teen Vogue upload.
It's important that we really break down what are we talking about when we talk about sex and gender, and is there something called biological sex, and what does that mean?
Now, there are certainly points in the original that could be disputed, but a load of Blaire's arguments are pretty lazy too.
This idea that the body is either male or female is totally wrong, and I am living proof of that.
We know
She literally just said that she's proof of that and didn't explain why. Like, it went on to the next scene.
Blaire, she literally elaborates on this later on in the section.
I identify as an intersex woman. I have gone through surgeries that have really stuck with me through my whole life and affected a lot of different parts of my life just so that I can fit into this box of female.
The video's over 7 minutes long and these segments are even shorter, so you'd need to have a pretty...
So you're... Don't that mean you transgender, bro? Like, I thought we went to the acceptable... I don't know. I don't want to sound like messed up or anything. I thought it was just it was male, female, and transgender. Like, if you're just gonna stay in between or make the transition to one fully. Like, I thought those were the three things. I don't know if, like, she's trying to make her own. I feel like she's trying to make her own free. I've never heard of an intersexual. I've never heard of that. I just thought it was male, female, or transgender. I don't know. I can't get behind this one.
Short attention span to miss it. And as said, it's not an infallible upload, but she skips over so much of it and responds to the parts where she can drop a sassy takedown comment, some of which doesn't even work in the greater context of the original video. Another example would be the classic "The Mob Tried to Cancel Me Again" upload, where Blaire is rather angry that an event she was part of hosted by Walk Away, a prominent LGBT movement promoting exodus of the Democratic Party, was moved last minute due to an open letter and accompanying dossier published by online communities, documenting what they had deemed as behavior contrary to the values of the venue hosting the event. She initially scolded the LGBT center for their decision to refuse their guests, and all the fans they would inevitably put out of pocket with the impending cancellation, a comment that some would deem slightly ironic given that she was accused of doing the same 1.5 years prior for a debate with Therma and ContraPoints, another trans creator on the left of the spectrum whom she had debated previously. However, that was a while back, and so was a lot of what she had been accused of in this dossier, so she took to YouTube to defend herself.
Today I am going to be addressing the mob, but more specifically what I wanted to address in this video is the petition that was sent to the LGBT Center from activists online to have me deplatformed. The petition and what they were saying was absolutely just riddled with misrepresentations, lies, exaggerations, and just bullshit about me. So we're gonna go over some pictures right now that people love to bring up when they're trying to ruin something for me. People are claiming that that photo is me holding up a white supremacist hand signal. So to address that specifically, so stupid I have to.
Ain't that
this
okay?
Is, again, an okay hand signal. This is not
bro,
a white supremacist hand signal.
I'm not even trying to defend, bro.
She isolated examples from the document in question, and even then somehow manages to take one of them out of context.
So here's another photo people love digging up from 2016. A photo
Saying
of me
blackface?
in blackface.
That's a mask, the poor mask, ain't it?
And this caption was present in the document, so there's no
Oh,
reason
she
to
put
do
Blaire
this
black.
otherwise, unless you view it as strictly irrelevant to the discourse, which I would find unlikely personally. Now, does this make the offense terrible or even comparable to a lot of what is normally considered blackface? Not necessarily, because if you donned it with the primary intent of being a beauty treatment, then that's important information. However, it was still posted to social media as a reference to blackface, and that is of interest.
Oh, yeah.
And Blaire was aware of
Yeah,
it.
that's wrong, Blaire.
Instead, we have to deal with the incredulous
no.
tone and touch from the astounded commentator who puts all these bottom feeders in their place.
It's just so ridiculous. And it's even more ridiculous that people...
It's like she unburies herself in one hole and then puts herself in another freaking hole, bro. Like, what are you doing? You tripping, Blaire. You tripping.
Have the nerve to misrepresent someone like that. And
It's strange to me because it doesn't seem like a point that's impossible to respond to in its full context, and yet it was still watered down. Even with this considered, there's a lot of the document that Blaire just doesn't respond to at all. Some of it I can understand, she doesn't consider it a big deal. Other parts, well,
be in a lot better place. But unfortunately, we're at a place where instead of actually defeating your political adversaries with logic and reason or debate or hell, even a screaming match, it seems to be easier to brand them as bigots and brand them as people who don't have a right to speak rather than debunking their speech. And that's incredibly sad, let me tell you.
When videos are like this, I just wonder why they're even made at all. And maybe that's what I get for making videos as long as I do. Yet it seemed for every step Blaire took forward, they were offset by shortcomings that could have been alleviated if she'd been a bit more meticulous or upfront in the material she presented. And that for someone who...
And I think that's a sign of an immature like YouTuber. When you feel that you have to clap back or say something back to everyone that has something to say about you, like, bro, you already know you were a controversial page. You're turning the page like on a new leaf. So why care about what people bring up in your past from that point on? Like, you feel that you've already apologized for it. You've made amends, like, for the parts that you can. So at that point, it should just be like, okay, they said something, cool. What do you want me to do about that? Like, I can't control what this person says about me. But you can move forward and just continue on with your business, continue making your vids with your points. And you don't have to sit there and defend yourself to anybody else because you shouldn't care. Like, look at guys like Mr. Beast and PewDiePie. Like, whenever people started talking about PewDiePie like had all these problems with alinity and stuff like that, the dude straight up laughed about it. He's straight up like, he didn't care. Like, the dude's literally at freaking over 100 million freaking subs. Why should he care what this person with like 1 million, 2 million, whatever, how many subs she got? Like, why should he care what they have to say? Because he knows at the end of the day, that person is probably chasing clout. Like, honestly, I would be glad as hell if PewDiePie put me in one of his freaking vids, like laughing or whatever. Like, I don't care if he laughing at whatever he doing. Like, that's fine. Somebody gonna like it. Out of the 100 million people that watch him, somebody gonna like it and be like, let me sub to that dude, man. He might be real cool and chill on the side, you know? But instead of that, freaking, she got to try to whip up this whole dust storm in order to try to get him in trouble. Like, PewDiePie carries YouTube. And I don't know if he carries Twitch. I think somebody else do. But like, these dudes literally carry. You think the platform is going to do anything to them? PewDiePie could literally take a singer like Chris Brown. He could literally take one of his videos off of Vivo and upload the whole thing, uncut music and all. And I guarantee you the worst thing he gonna get is just a copyright strike. That's it. That's all he gonna get. Like, ain't nothing finna happen to that dude. He literally carries this he keeps people watching. He keeps them glued to their screens, bro. You think Coco Melon or whoever that person is that he was going against, like, you think they worried about that type of stuff? Heck no. People make videos all the time talking about them, saying, like, what kind of kids watch this? What parents let their kids watch this and all that other stuff? They don't care. There's not a single person there that's like, oh man, the grown-ups think this about our videos. No. They only care about the people that actually like their programs. They care about the kids and what they think. Which, I mean, they kids, they not really thinking about nothing. They just watching the show. But at the same time, you should only care if it directly affects your subs and your content that you're making. Whenever it comes to like violent threats and people coming to your house, then you should care. You should care about that, because that's stuff that actually affects your content, the stuff that you do, your daily life. Whenever somebody's just on the internet just saying like random bullcrap that you don't think is true, and you just like, whatever, make your little freaking 1 minute freaking segment into your video saying, hey, this is wrong, here goes the facts to prove it, move the fuck on. It's that simple, bro.
Valued facts and information so much, they could really be lacking sometimes, for the most pointless reasons as well. It's hard to fully diagnose what was going on, because it never felt fully malicious, just very lackluster, and I received the impression that maybe Blaire was becoming tired of her content. Maybe she was on autopilot. Maybe she needed a new calling. Well, as we move deeper into 2019, it seems she may have found it.
Mm-hmm. A New Calling is the next chapter by Elijah Pepe.
So I guess it's time to introduce a side character. This is an individual by the name of Jessica Yaniv. She first hit the headlines in mid-2019 after filing multiple complaints with the British Columbia Human Rights Tribunal, as she was refused Brazilian waxes by beauticians and seeking damages from each individual involved. She claimed this was discrimination on the basis of her transgender identity. However, the defendants contested they were not.
Stores are allowed to deny service. If I was an older woman and I say, yeah, I'll wax you, and you come in and whip out straight up like a piece in front of me, I have the right as an employee to say, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm good. Just like anyone else has the right to. And guess what? If everyone in that store says, no, I'm not going to do it, I ain't going to do it, I ain't going to do it, then what you going to do? You can't do nothing. You need to find a new place to do that at, because I refuse to do it. Okay, you tell me, well, you have to do it, you're going to lose your job. Okay, I'll go find a new job. Like, what do you want the company to do about that? Nobody wants to touch your junk. Just like if a lady walked in with like a blue waffle, if y'all don't know what a blue waffle is, look it up. I'm just playing. Don't look that up. Don't look that up. Don't look it up. But if they came in with that and it smelled different and it looked like an alien, and I'm be like, nah, I'm not going to do that. And if everybody else is like, nah, I'm not going to do that. And at the end of the day, who's going to do it? I mean, you can do it to yourself, because I'm not going to do it. Here, use my equipment. Fine, go ahead. But nah, bro, there's nothing that you could do about that.
Not comfortable or experienced with her genitalia, which included a phallus. There's a lot that takes my interest regarding this case that could be discussed in the future, but for now all I'll say is that there are many that understandably didn't sympathize with her plight and questioned her intentions in initiating these proceedings given certain details. Additionally, others following the situation decide to dig further into her antics, discovering a consistent pattern of rather inappropriate and predatory behavior, provoking condemnation and backlash towards the controversial figure. However, it appears there was another person with an eye on the debacle. Blaire White. Now, Blaire had perhaps signaled her intent to pursue a new direction a week before, although once again not in the most graceful form, after she had confused a Twitter user by the name of Princess Steph with a TikTok predator by the name of Mama Steph, in full-fledged serving the wrong Chris Hansen style. She had deleted these tweets shortly after realizing her error, though I'm not ever sure if amends were made. Nonetheless, a good few days later, she probably felt on more sure footing as she launched a pretty extensive attack on Yaniv, who she branded decisively in her upload as the trans predator.
Week. This is trans activist Jessica Yaniv. Now, this person is the walking, talking, living and breathing embodiment of what people fear when it comes to trans people. I do not believe this is a trans woman. I believe this is a predator posing as a trans woman. Now, make no mistake, none of these messages are how women talk to each other or trans women talk to women or anyone. Yaniv clearly has an obsession with, you know, feminine products and women and girls, and it's incredibly disturbing, and this needs to be called out.
The video delineates the evidence accumulated against Jessica while also discussing the greater impact on the trans community and how the general public may regard it, lambasting the activists who haven't spoken out.
Why are you silent when this type of thing comes up? This should be part of your job. It should be part of your job as an activist who wants to apparently put trans people in a better light and better social standing. It is important for us to distance ourselves from this. I'm not here to police what, you know, other trans public figures do with their social media and with their platform, but they seem to complain about a lot of stuff, right? And I know they've seen this. So maybe to the—
Yeah, I think it's because Blaire felt like those people were easily just targeting her, but whenever it comes to Jessica Yaniv, they weren't saying the same stuff about her. They weren't saying, not the same stuff, but they weren't like calling her out on stuff too. Like, I don't know. It's a weird take on it. It's a weird take on it.
Those people, I would ask, when you're writing, you know, your 17th tweet about how bad I am, maybe use one tweet to be like, that's not us, this is horrible.
In many ways, these assertions don't feel out of place for a standard Blaire White video, but the narrative of exposing someone for such egregious behavior appeared to provide it with greater moral foundations, attracting praise from a broad spectrum of viewers and galvanizing her ratings and engagement like seldom before. And when a formula works and you seem to be enjoying it, like Blaire was, you pursue it a bit further.
I feel like this channel is becoming a predator hunter channel, and I'm actually 100% okay with it.
So a few more videos go up on the matter. A couple of these continue to follow the Yaniv saga, including a belated live stream in which both the participants clash heads pretty explosively. They discuss a medley of subjects, with Blaire occasionally just driving home the very pertinent point of how much more attractive than Jessica she is, instead of merely calling Yaniv out for a blatant bigotry.
You didn't answer the question. If you go, for example,
no one's denying me a facial. I'm sorry, but no one's gonna deny me a facial. And honestly,
a facial.
No one would. Okay,
I
don't want to deal with fantasies in which I want.
I know, but Blaire, this is not a fantasy. I can show you right now that they did deny me a facial.
I mean, maybe you, but I'm just saying for me that wouldn't happen.
Overall though, I think it does contain some interesting character indictments about Yaniv at least, so I won't complain too much on that front. However, some may begin to question this general direction on the basis that Blaire's content was portraying transgender individuals in a negative light. After all, what does a person's identity have to do with how they behave? Well, in another video about an individual who Blaire believed to be enacting sexual roleplay disguised as transgender activism, she appears to explain this justification.
But what we don't need is people who are not even trans enacting this predatory behavior under the guise of being trans, under the blanket, the protection of being trans, really. People like Jessica Yaniv and people like Stefankny actually use the trans label as a protective force field to stop people from criticizing their predatory behavior. It's not—
That a 52-year-old man leaves his family to become a 6-year-old girl. Is that Jessica Yaniv? Ugh. Bro, nah, bro. I'm sorry. Nope. Don't even add me in the comments with that, bro.
Who they are, it is their scapegoat.
Similar to a Jessica Yaniv video, it's clear that she feels there are certain people who are masquerading their rather sick depravity under the veil of the transgender label. And as a transgender person herself, Blaire wants nothing to do with that. She wants to let people know that such behavior has no place in her community. I suppose it's an understandable sentiment when you have an activist community who you want to set yourself apart from, but I think you also have to be wary that you avoid perpetuating the conflation yourself, that you're not just pouring fuel onto the fire to then try and put it out. Blaire seemed pretty pleased with its direction, even dropping an Onision video in the process, who isn't trans as far as I know. However, there was still a couple red flags that maybe she was a bit too emboldened by her newfound penchant for exposing people.
Where drag queens are brought into public libraries, elementary schools, preschools, kindergartens to read to children. And they come in drag, and it's supposed to be this thing that's very mind-opening for children. It's just this super woke thing. So meet this man, Albert Garza. Drag queen performer, has performed numerous times at Drag Queen Story Hour to underage young children. And what do you know? He's a convicted predator, but is somehow still allowed to read to children.
Why are they letting him on the campus if he's a predator? One. And two, why does it have to be like, I don't know if that, is that a derogatory term, drag queen? I'm thinking it probably is because she got it on her video. She be trying to offend people, but why does it have to be, is drag queen a cross-dresser? Is that a derogatory term? Y'all let me know in the comments. Why does it have to be a person that cross-dresses that reads the books? Like, you could have anybody do that. It doesn't have to specifically be that. Now, if they went specifically out of their way to say, oh, it's only going to be people who cross-dress that read these books. And it's like, okay, bro, why are you having specifically that? Like, my kid was in that school, I'd be like, okay, there's definitely some type of political agenda behind this. And that's whenever I will pull my kid from that school. I'm not going to have that freaking happen. Like, that's... Like, if it was a whole bunch of different sets of different people, that's fine. But if you're going out of your way to say specifically cross-dressers or people who cross-dress are going to read to my child books just so it enlightens their mind or opens their mind, my kid doesn't need to be seeing all that. My kid needs to be a freaking kid. That's all that they need to do. Okay? Bro.
As a drag queen.
In this video, she decided to cover a predator who was participating in a drag queen program, providing it with a title as endearing as ever. However, when initially released, it had this thumbnail. What's the problem? Well, the problem is that this drag queen in the thumbnail has nothing to do with any of the charges actually mentioned in the video. In fact, the only acknowledgement of this person is at the start, where they're once again so tastefully placed alongside the news report of the actual offender's conviction.
Bringing drag performers together with little kids is kind of a perfect relationship. I'm hoping what the kids get out of coming to Storytime is an opportunity to see that things that are different aren't scary. Relationships and gender identities and everything.
A revelation that a registered sex offender participated in a Storytime for children might be surprising in and of itself.
When called out for this, Blaire did make the change relatively quickly, but it does lead one to wonder how many times this can happen. I don't really like the video much either. It felt like the reservoir for such content was already running dry, especially given the fact that the video once again just sucks.
And to make matters worse, there's a library board in Wichita that can't seem to agree. They can't come to a clear consensus on whether or not convicted child predators should be reading to their kids as drag queens. I'm not.
Wait. No, if you're convicted, you should not be around kids at all, bro. No. It shouldn't be a question of that. It should be a question of if you want, people who cross-dress, like, coming to the school and freaking reading to kids, like, and, like, y'all get what I'm saying, whatever, even if you don't, like, it should be more so a question of, it shouldn't be, if it's a question of if people who have, like, previous offenses come into the school, like, it shouldn't even get to that point. It's straight up be like, no, you're convicted. Get out of here. You're not reading to kids. You're not going near a freaking school. That should have been it right there. Like, that shouldn't have even been a question.
I'm not joking. It's a thing. This article states, board members were split between those who said registered sex offenders should be automatically disqualified from ever giving a talk at the library, and those who said it should be allowable in some
should never be allowed.
What circumstances is it okay for a predator to speak to kids?
Blaire, have you heard of scrolling down? It's literally written there in the article. The exceptions that could be considered. You can disagree.
Argue that standards for inclusion in the offender registry vary from state to state and that a zero tolerance policy could wrongly ban an ordinary gay person for consensual same-sex conduct that was once illegal but no longer is. Okay, but that's like, isn't that like really old people though? Like really old people. Is that dude really? Dude's probably in his 40s, 50s. Was it illegal back then to be? Like, I don't know, bro. Oh, okay. I get what they're saying. I get what they're saying. So they're saying if there was a crime that was committed, that the crime back then was illegal, but now it isn't. I don't know. I feel like they knew it was illegal at that time, and they shouldn't have did it, bro. But they did it. That's how I personally feel about it. Y'all probably feel different. I'm probably gonna hear about it later. Y'all probably just gonna call me a piece of crap. But like, I mean, discuss, man. Discuss with me. I'd love to discuss. Like, I just don't. I feel like they knew it was illegal then, and they still did it. Like, I don't know. It's like guys that go and have sex with girls under 18 and stuff, and then like in the future they like lower it to 16 or something. And it's like, do you still say that person is guilty? Or do you say no, they're a predator because they did it whenever it was still 18 as the limit? You see what I'm saying? Like, that's a iffy line. To me, that's still wrong. Personally. But according to the law, it's this. So, I don't know.
Or dispute them, but you can't act like they don't exist and get all hot and bothered when they're right there. Talk about due diligence. Deep breaths. Focus.
Yeah, Tro, you need to chill, bro.
Which is what something that LGBT advocates.
Bro, Tro, I like you because you unbiased, bro. You unbiased, bro. Let me be biased. Let me be biased, bro. You ain't gotta be biased. Let them be biased. Let the people in the video be biased. You ain't gotta be biased, bro. Just tell me what happened, man. It's okay. Breathe with me. Safe space, bro. Safe space.
Kids don't seem to ever get through their head is that sometimes you guys are so lax and so interested in being woke that you leave the door open for this. Stop. Like, I hate to constantly get all think of the children on you, but think of the children.
Shut up. Okay, I have to admit I'm feeling rather faint and I need to sleep this frustration off.
Bro, Tro, what you doing? He can don't get me wrong. Tro can have his opinion. He's cool as hell. I just noticed it, and I said it from the beginning too. I noticed it in this one. He has more of like an like mindset of like going into the situation rather than being outside just looking in. That's what it feels like, bro. He's more invested. What is this? Tro, you finna get me copyrighted, bro. I'm trying to react, man. Ah, gotta be louder than the music, gotta be louder than the music, gotta be louder than the music, gotta be louder than the music.
Let's regather myself.
Oh my gosh.
Nobody likes predatory behavior. It can be pretty much universally denounced. And Blaire going after people who had acted in such a way was a goldmine, whether always completely accurate in the assertion she made or not. However,
she got tons of fans from
Blaire
it.
With power that she'd previously not been accustomed with. This social gravitas, a currency of credibility that extended beyond a political clique.
This like complete change of heart if in person you weren't so fake. I continue seeing how fraudulent they are and how gross of a community or genre of content that is. It's starting to again affect my willingness to be part of that community. And obviously all doesn't mean literally all. There's 2 or 3 good ones, but the overwhelming majority and those people that you guys know are just liars.
Now, when she made the video about why she had changed, it may not have served her channel much purpose in the context of the political content that followed almost immediately after, but it did begin to cement a distancing from certain highly polarizing figures that throughout much of the channel's early stages, she'd found herself rather congenial with. The political community that was once rather tight-knit in 2016 had definitely divided itself in the years ensuing, to those who had become more amenable to leftism, like Sean Head for example, and those who were still quite resistant to it, and this would only become more lucid as time transpired.
Both of them very much. I really do like both of them. But it's become obvious that Sean Head is becoming radicalized towards communism. And in fact, I, with my burner account on Twitter, have tweeted at her, look, dude, by the end of the year at this rate, you're going to be a communist. And she replied with never. and then deleted that tweet. And all we see now is this radical cascade into what appears to be just full communism.
People
I'm
evolving.
just staggered by it.
Blaire was no different in this sense, at least. 2016, Blaire hung around with a very different crew than her 2019 entourage. The strange detail in Blaire's situation is that she maintained a lot of her narratives that remained critical of communities.
Ianopolis. What's he from? I remember that name.
Pairing them with topics that expose predators appeared to win over a larger audience and push her more into the mainstream. Finishing the saga off on the Onision video was a fitting end, especially given the apolitical nature of despising him. Hating people who behave in such a manner transcends politics, and even if you don't agree with Blaire, a lot of people found it in themselves to look past their differences to support her crusade. In a way, it's what finally made her mainstream, which is a pretty incredible feat considering less than a few months ago she was lamenting cancellation of the walkaway event due to the antics of her and her peers, and her continued involvement with that movement since. However, as soon as she'd embraced her new direction, she once again shifted course back to more political content. This was fair enough, I suppose. She likely would have received flack for over-stigmatizing the community if she'd only spoken about the worst of the worst through her archetypal lens. On the flip side, though, there wasn't any greater cause that could shield her from criticism for shortcomings that may be present in her content, so it was more imperative than ever that she be rigorous and balanced in her presentation. Was she, though? Well, I mean, let's tackle the three most prevalent issues with Blaire White throughout this video so far: poor research, reckless insensitivity, and I suppose what many would regard as invalidation. The last one you'd hope would be a mostly outdated criticism, given the fact that she'd obviously acknowledged how unfair she'd been in the past towards trans women who didn't pass enough in her eyes, and how she wanted to move back to more serious, sensible content.
Yeah, because I don't think Blaire understood the fact that she was once in their shoes. Like, I'm not for sure, but I don't think Blaire was always passable. Like, you gotta take steps to get to where you are at the moment. So she was probably like looking like a dude, but like that doesn't mean once you start looking like a lady that you start crapping on everybody else that's going through the same thing that you're going through at that time. Like that's beyond me, bro. And then that's not your place to judge who that person is by how they look. That's not your place.
The upload after this,
that's no one's place.
She uploaded a video called The Truth About ContraPoints and Non-Binary, covering the incident that transpired in the political community at that time, where Contra had faced some pretty hostile resistance after expressing a predilection towards attitudes and environments with a more traditional approach to gender roles over the, quote, hyper-woke spaces. Now, obviously, this is a person sharing their experiences and thoughts, and even if you disagree or think it could have been worded more sensitively, some people definitely overreacted. However, Blaire had her own take. Well, maybe her opinion has reformed since then.
Of course, speaking of transition, from what I can see, the overwhelming majority of non-binary people do not transition. They don't get surgery, they don't get hormones, etc. Of course, there are some, and there's going to be someone in the comments, I know of someone. Okay, cool, you know of someone. In terms of gender, I have about as much in common with a non-binary person as I do my fiance, who is not trans, just a guy, because he stayed at point A. Just like non-binary people do.
No, not really. In fact, her video is packed with a large set of assumptions about the non-binary community, not really backed up with...
Straight up, I don't know anything about what non-binary is. What is that? Go to trusty Google. I put Google. What is over here? All right, non-binary. All right, non-binary or queer or gender queer is an umbrella term for gender identities that are neither male nor female identities that are outside of the gender binary. Oh, let me open this over here because I don't know what's going on. All right, so we got being non-binary. That's Mighty Chin, by the way. Non-binary gender outside of gender binary, it can be categorized under the trans umbrella term. Although not all non-binary people identify as trans, the word non-binary describes a wide array of different identities which fall outside of the gender binary, can be related to or completely separate from male and female gender identities. People identify as man or woman identify as binary gender. Since they identify with a gender within the system of gender binary, a non-binary person simply identifies with a gender that is not male or female. So you're agender, no gender, being genderless, androgyny, identifying somewhere in between man and woman. So transgender, ain't that? Bigender, having two gender identities either at the same time or interchangeably, so you can be male or female. Demi-boy, partially but not completely identifying it. Yo, check it out. I'm gonna tell y'all straight up. I'm not learning all this, bro. I'm not. Tell me if you want to be a he, she, her, him, them, they. Like, if I offended you, if I said something terrible, I am sorry. Like, freaking let me know what you prefer to be identified as. Because there's no way I'm finna walk up to somebody and just know, hey, what's up, my multi-gender brethren? I'm not gonna know, bro. I've never had that happen before, so I don't know why I'm so freaking like defensive about that. But yeah, there's no way of me knowing that unless I like know you as a person, and I know very few people, so there's no way.
With any proof or evidence, appearing kind of pissed off, to be honest.
So non-binary is a topic that comes up on my channel in passing, but I've never really gone in depth about my feelings towards non-binary people, non-binary as a concept in terms of gender, obviously. And this person insisted that they were trans as well. They were the same thing as me, right? This person was born male, presents as male, has not transitioned to anything but male, doesn't mind going by male pronouns, but yet I'm supposed to accept that I'm the same thing as this person. I'm sorry, but I'm not.
I also can't really endorse her assertion that this is the first proper time she's made her feelings apparent on the matter. I think she's been pretty clear. Even in the midst of her hiatus from the political community, she uploaded a video where she reacts to a non-binary individual with her friend and fellow creator Eden the Doll, and makes some pretty disparaging remarks while also continuously failing to address them, correct?
Wait, if that's the case, if Blaire still hasn't, because Blaire hasn't had the surgery down there, has she? If she has, then at that point, isn't she identified as a woman? But if she hasn't had that surgery yet down there, doesn't that make her transgender? Just like the person that says that they're transgender? Just because they haven't made steps or they're like in the beginning stage or they choose to stay in the transgender area, that means that you're definitely like the same. That's like me saying that freaking an albino person ain't black. Like, yeah, if you have two black parents and you come out albino, you still black. That's just what it is. You can't freaking still have the same instrument and then say that you something different just because somebody doesn't look the way that you want them to look. You're not the judge in that. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what was being pushed in America, and guess what? That's what it is now. You can't accept one and not accept the other.
When you're assigned male at birth, you have to fight like hell to be feminine.
He had to fight? What was your fight, girl? Picking the right shade of lipstick? He's talking about a fight to be feminine.
That's all subject.
Like, oh, a fight like surgery? Oh, no, he's not done that. A fight like hormones? No, he hasn't done that. A fight like therapy? Oh, he hasn't done that. A fight like changing your name legally? Oh, he hasn't done that. So what's the fight? I feel like whenever people says like to refer to them as they and them, they're like kind of saying that they have like multiple personalities, like split personalities.
And I don't think she understands the fight that most people are talking about is the fight to be able to reveal like who you truly are to others and like accepting the fact of who you are and trying to get them to accept that fact too. There's that too. It doesn't have to be the long fight of everything else. That could just be the beginning of their journey on that path. So that's very conceited and narcissistic, and it's actually really elitist that freaking Blaire would say that about freaking somebody that's going through the same struggles. Because you have to start off at ground zero somewhere, whether that be you coming out to your family, your friends, or freaking like starting to dress differently, act differently, all that stuff plays a part.
Like 1 million people in that.
She also chose this practically unknown non-binary person as the quote worst SJW over numerous other public figures in another video between then and now.
So here's one where she claims there's no such thing as male and female brains. That's what's really, really annoying is you have all these random, honestly cisgender people claiming to be trans to look cool and spreading out things like there's no such thing as male and female brains.
And then we find ourselves over here, where she keeps reiterating the fact that non-binary people are not the same as her, which is all well and good. I'm happy for her, but it's a misleading point.
The funny thing is, like, Blaire should have stuck to, even though it angered a lot of people, she would have been better off sticking to politics than starting to judge people based on their experiences in the past that they choose to take. Because once she started doing that, that's whenever it started inflaming people even more, and it starts making it into a problem, not just with, you know, your views on political standpoints, but it becomes a problem of now you have a problem with people instead of just, oh, this is what you like. Okay, cool. It became, okay, this is all the stuff that I don't like.
Take a look at this very short clip in which I tell the non-binary individual that we are not the same.
It's almost like a God complex.
I'm transgender and I'm a Republican. My name is Jamie. I use they, them pronouns. I identify as a queer, non-binary trans femme. I also identify in the A spectrum of asexual.
Like, what is that?
Non-binary is under the trans umbrella. I completely reject how non-binary people specifically have injected themselves into the trans label. I am a transsexual. There's a medical basis for that. There's a scientific basis for that. And for non-binary, it's really not the case. You don't know my life. You don't know my experience as a
You don't know my
Exactly.
his life. I'm not saying that. You're the one that said that I was erasing you as trans. I am. Like, you're not trans. Like, there's a medical definition of being a transsexual.
I'm gonna stop you. Jamie, how are you doing?
I'm okay.
You okay?
Yeah.
Do you feel like talking? You don't have to.
Okay.
Blaire plays this clip like it's some huge gotcha, but it actually just shows the disparity between the 2 points she's trying to make. Someone has asserted they fall under the umbrella, and Blaire disputes that, which is her prerogative. But that's not equatable to saying that another person was claiming you were the same. In fact, they seek to emphasize they believe in a more inclusive label that Blaire seems rather bothered by. You could only reclaim that these 2 points are compatible if you solely derive your identity from your trans label, something that I'm sure Blaire would never advocate for.
No, I am not trying to bash non-binary people. I'm not trying to say that I'm better than them, above them, higher than them. We all put our pants on one leg at a time. We are all equals here. What I am saying is that we are different. Okay? It seems to me that the goal of non-binary people is to completely destroy and deconstruct the binary. And the goal of trans people is to operate within the binary, as in moving from one to the other.
Listen guys, I'm talking about peace, love, understanding. I love everyone. We're all equal, especially the greengrocers. I'm sure some of them are great people, but I'm pretty sure the greengrocers are kidnapping cats and claiming the reward money when missing posters are put up. I have to save some of this, but the point being, if you didn't like Blaire before, she didn't seem to be more sensitive, and when it came to validation...
This is someone who is not trans. This is someone who's claiming to be trans by what? Putting on lipstick and then going in the media talking about trans issues as if they know.
Well, if there's moving the goalposts, Blaire was moving the gateposts. But at least she still had her research sorted, right? Well, let's talk about it.
Okay, next chapter. God, I'm so done. Edited by Jackson. Yes, sir, Jackson.
Okay. Here's the thing. The first 2 points that we've discussed, Blaire may defend herself on. She never promoted herself as a bastion of sensitivity. On the contrary, in fact. She knows she's the problematic queen. If she has strong opinions, she's going to express them regardless of who she offends. If you were going to criticize her, you could say that this sort of attitude makes her more sensitive videos, such as her apology video to Riley Dennis, somewhat disingenuous.
There have been Reddit threads and 4chan threads with hundreds of comments on it of people trying to prove that I'm not trans because I haven't done this or that, or, you know, digging up my old pictures. And, you know, I'm a strong person, I'm a happy person, but to sit here and pretend like it doesn't affect me at all would just be a lie.
However, even with that said, she may respond to this, claiming that these two situations are not equivalent. After all, her whole point was that non-binary individuals were not the same as her, and this mostly staved off the criticism, even if it did feel like an us versus them narrative sometimes, no matter how much Blaire declared there was no ill will in her rhetoric.
And honestly, I know I'm gonna get crucified for this video, but I really don't care. My intention is not to, again, bash or put down or belittle non-binary people. I really don't care. Whatever you identify as, have at it.
We'll put this on the back burner for now though, and turn our attention back to the third issue, one that we wouldn't necessarily expect to be present in a video like this, that being poor research. This is the one aspect of content that Blaire wouldn't really have any defense against. After all, you can't really dismiss it and say, deal with it liberals, I'm bad at fact-checking. Intellectual rigor is to be aspired for, regardless of political affiliation. However, in the aforementioned upload, not to be outdone, Blaire manages to tick all three boxes with a rather bizarre citation.
Another thing is that there is a long historical basis for transsexuals. Like, as early as surgery was a thing, people were having the desire to change their sex. Gender dysphoria, previously known as gender identity disorder, is something that has been around forever. Whereas this new wave of non-binary is literally something that's popped up maybe since 2014 and on. Google Trends shows it.
Ah yes, Google Trends, the bulwark for scientific grounding. Now, I personally use it, and I have used it, for illustrating public interest or awareness of a trend, but not for the existence of an entity, and Blaire's assertion can be quickly challenged with a bit of actual research. For a video titled The Truth About ContraPoints and Non-Binary, there isn't really much ContraPoints, and there's also a distinct lack of truth, though I'll give her points for having no deficiency on the non-binary front.
Recently, Sam Smith came out as non-binary and wants the entire world to use they/them pronouns because it wasn't enough to be rich and famous. He also wants everyone around to bow down and, change their language for him.
The videos that follow were no less brash, with her attitude seemingly becoming more and more impertinent. But I don't really want to focus on that, and let me make it clear. We could talk about the thumbnails that continue to feature people who have nothing to do with the video topic and merely serve to allow Blaire to pull her grossed out face, despite the fact she was literally just called out for that. Or we could talk
Why
about
she her
ridiculous
choosing
and
pictures?
pointless
That's-
blame war with a smaller creator, where she once again resorts to insulting the person's trans identity regardless of what they said. Just grow up. The antics that persisted after this, with the photoshopping and all that crap, I have nothing else to add. It is self-explanatory at this point.
Oh, I feel like I start out so many of my videos saying, today's video is kind of sad, today's video is kind of dark. This one is too, just being real.
So, with all that behind us, let's talk about the children, a topic that has always been very close to Blaire's heart, and one that has also been the center of gender discourse for a long time. Certain commentators in particular take an interest because it's a sensitive and controversial topic that has led to some mishaps in the past, and obviously in these instances, there can be ramifications of great moral significance. At the same time, with such topics, given their sensitivity, it requires attention to detail and respect for those who may be affected by the consequences such narratives may invoke. Blaire, like she did with a fair few other subjects, held a pretty cautious stance on the matter, but mostly tried to talk about the issue from a perspective of common sense, a safe bet with the internet at least. However, her track record on the subject wasn't the cleanest. She had previously generated some controversy a few years back in a now-deleted video titled Child Transitioning Equals Child Abuse, the title being the least provocative
TRO did that research. She did that research. Okay. Now, whenever it comes to child transitioning, I know this is a touchy subject. I don't even know if I want to say anything. I mean, it's the channel, but I feel like that decision should not be made below the age of 18. That's how I feel about it. I don't know, it just doesn't feel right, because I mean, think about how much stuff you did in the past that ended up being wrong, or you wish you could change it in the future. And a lot of y'all can sit there and say, I have no regrets, that's fine. But I'm pretty sure most of the world has those regrets, man, I should have studied more in school, or man, I should have went to this college, or man, I should have, and not comparing those, saying they the same things, because they totally different decisions, mostly life altering. But there's times whenever you look back and you're just damn, I wish I did this in front of this person, or I should have did this in front of, and did this and did this and did this, because then my life will be better. But like, that's something that you can't take back. So it's something that you need to be 100% sure on. So if your kid gives like an inkling, like if you have a son and he's like, I want to be a female. Okay, that's fine. Whenever he turns 18, if you want to help him start making that transition, sure, go for it. Because at that point, they are a grown adult and they can start making those decisions for themselves, or they're going to move out and just do it on their own. Is it 18 or 17? I want to say it's 18, but they can start making those decisions on their own and stuff like that. But I feel like whenever you have like a 13-year-old kid coming up to you saying, I want to be a woman, does that kid really know what they're like signing up for? Do they really know what they're trying to like get themselves into, or what they're trying to transition into, that path that they're going on? Because kids say they want to do stuff all the time, and then later on they're just like, man, especially when they're adults, they're like, damn, I should have did this. You can disagree with me, let me know, man. Y'all can say if I sound bigoted. I'm not trying to. I'm just giving my viewpoints on it, and that's it. It's not to push against anybody. If y'all write comments and stuff, like, I'll gladly read through them. You can correct me on stuff that I say and stuff like that. I have accountability. So if y'all say that I sounded like I backtalked on something, that's fine, man. That's just how I feel about it personally. I feel like no one should be making a kid make a life-changing decision that I feel like an adult should be making.
Component. In the infamous upload, she claims that the mother is pimping out her child's identity for profit.
What are the odds that a transgender activist gives birth to a kid who ends up being transgender? Shocking coincidence, right? So then the question becomes, was she an ideologue before or after her kid became trans? Well, her pinned tweet is of her doing a public talk years ago in which she explains how her child transitioned at 4. A really quick Google of the mother shows that she's been doing press and interviews and talks.
I can't get with that. I can't get with that.
Sorry, but this just reeks of pimping out your kid. She also has her own organization called Transparenting. She sells t-shirts. I mean, this is lucrative for her, and I'm sure that this cover of National Geographic is just her big break.
This was not just debatable, but frankly preposterous, and research showed that the mother, who was the prime recipient of these characterizations, was practically the antithesis of everything that Blaire alleged, leaving many to arraign the creator for inducing a tidal wave of hatred against a person who was merely trying to support her daughter. But okay, that was 2016, Blaire. This was 2019. I'm not going to give a spiel about the fact that she had a wider audience now, because we know that doesn't play a large role in dictating her narrative, but allow me to give a brief preamble about this situation. Essentially, just under a couple years back, a child became the center of a political tug-of-war after the divorced parents disputed their gender. The father in this family claimed that the mother was forcefully transitioning one of their children against their will, setting up a page and fundraiser to fight the custody battle after a jury ruled against him. This caught wind in the media and online conservative circles, causing the issue to become quickly politicized as well, with one allegedly highly incriminating clip making the rounds, in which the child claims the mother told them that they—
Wait. This is James Younger. He's been forced to become a girl against his will. He's 7 years old. He is so beyond wrong. This is so beyond wrong. Media is totally silent and complicit in this madness. This is the left. Retweet and pray for this kid. Why not just ask the kid what he wants to be? Like, it goes along with what I said, but at the same time, like, they could defuel this whole thing just by asking the kid, do you want to be a boy or a girl? And then whenever he turns 18, that's why I say wait until they're 18, because kids say stuff all the time. Wait until the kid turns 18, and then you can help them on their path or journey to whoever they want to become.
They were a girl.
You're a boy, right?
No, I'm a girl.
Who told you you were a boy?
Mommy.
Blaire decides to weigh in on this matter. After all, her personal investments run deep, and she delivers a decisive verdict on the clip in question.
I'm quiet on that one. But because he actually said he wants to be a girl, or he's a girl. Now, the thing that gets me is that whenever the dad asks, who told you that you're a girl? He said, my mom. Like, what kind of sick person tells their kid that? Like, and who knows how long she's been saying that? to where he's repeating it and he's literally telling him like, yeah, my mom said that I'm a girl, so I'm a girl. You just destroyed this kid's whole innocence and like mindset by doing that, bro.
So you guys, this video to me is, I don't even want to get emotional. It's so sad. I think first of all, you know, children going through custody battles and, you know, being weaponized by either party or both parties and just going through that is so sad. And adding in this transgender layer, but you know, I have to be honest, a child saying, my mom told me I'm a girl, not cool. Now I've been looking into this story and many people are saying that this child has been coached and is being forced into this, and just based on what I have seen, I have to agree with that. That is personally my opinion.
She then moves on to the regular narratives about the transgender community and the discussion about putting children on hormones at the age of 7 and the dangerous consequences it can have. The institutions who have supported this and pushed it through and caused a great threat to this child who is far too young to make such a decision for themselves.
I don't know. Sometimes I seriously lose faith that trans people will ever be accepted into society and integrated into society when just the insanity that comes out of the community is so constant. I don't know, I just feel like we never have anything positive coming out of the community. I feel like it's always, if you don't date me, you're transphobic. Yes, 7-year-olds can decide to transition. Yes, male athletes who popped 2 estrogen pills should be able to compete against women and demolish them. Like, when is the community going to step up and realize things are going too far and regain some credibility here? Because it's not looking good. It really isn't. Honestly, the biggest thing for me, this is like a kind of different rant, the biggest thing for me is that the trans community seems to have no self-awareness of how they're viewed by the outside world. They literally have no clue. A lot of these people are so caught up in their own sort of discourse and people who agree with them that they don't realize how insane it sounds that a 7-year-old is having his gender changed legally, is going to appointments for puberty blockers, and they just think it's so bewildering that anyone could possibly, conceivably think, should we slow down just a little bit? No, transphobe. Like, it's just disgusting.
But here, Blaire was engendering much more trouble than any of the people that she seems so concerned about.
I'll say this, you know, in the off chance that the mother of James is viewing this video, I don't want to come across as I am attacking you. In fact, I would like to publicly reach out via this video if you watch it and say, let's have a conversation. I would love to talk to you.
But are you finna just destroy her as soon as she get on camera?
I'm an anonymous person on Twitter. I'm not some hater. I'm a trans woman myself, and if anything, I've walked this path that your son and yourself may seem to think is the right path for him, and I'm actually willing to talk to both of you.
But it's okay, I guess. At least she's willing to have a discussion. Well, Blaire, let's talk about it.
I don't think she's gonna have a discussion. I think she's just gonna try to straight up destroy this lady. The Moderate by Jeff Skyward. TRO did good.
So
I like this.
I hope to God that James lucks out in the sense that he grows up and truly is trans and also doesn't want a family, because those are the only 2 circumstances that would validate the
He'll still have a family.
Right now, is if he both is really trans, to which he won't regret the medications, and that he doesn't want kids because it already seems to be decided up for him right now that that's the case.
Why can't he have kids?
Before it was circulated by a load of conservative outlets, creators, and even some on the liberal end of the spectrum, this whole story was pretty comprehensively investigated by a creator called Timber on Toast, who quashes most of the narratives put forward by those in favor of the father. You should go and watch that one after this, but he shows that the dad in this instance is by no means a helpless passenger losing his son, but someone who instigated a lot of trouble which was practically rebuked by every medical professional who supported the contrary perspective.
Dr. Johnson receives a letter from the child's father in which he makes allegations about the child's mother. This letter is ignored by Dr. Johnson, who sees the child and diagnoses them with gender identity disorder. Following the diagnosis, the medical center tries to contact the father to keep him involved in the process. He delays scheduling an interview with them, saying that he is gathering information he wants to present to the head doctor. The records show that he never followed up on scheduling that interview. The therapist confirms the diagnosis of gender dysphoria which was made by Dr. Johnson, and advises the mother that it would be better for the child's psychological well-being to socially affirm them as Luna, which is a girl's name that the child has chosen for themselves. The therapist advises scheduling another appointment when the child is 8 or 9 to discuss whether or not hormone blockers are an appropriate measure to take. By this time, it transpires that the child's father has contacted Dr. Johnson, Child Protective Services, Genesis Clinic, and the follow-up psychologist, making allegations to all of them that the mother is abusing the child. He states that he suspects the mother is suffering from Munchausen by proxy, the very same mental illness proposed by Dr. Michelle Cretella, the lady quoted in all those articles I read about this case. None of the professionals who received the father's letters find his allegations to be credible.
This information can also be found in court documents published around that time if you're fun enough to read them. And I'm not saying this necessarily makes the mother a saint or that this whole hubbub even has a bearing on the child's identity, which has now probably been completely disrupted by political figures sticking their nose in far too deep to a case they have no knowledge of, and interfering with a court case which has been deliberated and heard out by a jury. However, once again, a preconceived narrative was pushed as truth without question. I mean, hell, the governor of Texas basically complained that his own judicial system wasn't working well enough.
I love you. Please leave a comment. I want to know everyone's thoughts. Please share this video as well. I feel like this is extremely important.
Blaire was a part of that, and she of course doesn't have the mainstream draw of any of the figures who took to Twitter to make known their outrage, but it was once more wrapped in those points of view that tried to make her look like this disillusioned observer and frustrated moderate that was becoming more and more tiresome by the upload.
And honestly, even wearing what they want, if I'm being completely honest, I don't have an issue with that at all. But the mother has been going to consultations for puberty blockers, is quote, not ruling it out, and it seems like this boy's fate is already decided. You know, I do believe 7-year-olds can experience gender dysphoria. I was one of them, but no 7-year-old is prepared mentally, emotionally, anything to make the decision to go on puberty blockers and then hormones and then live as a woman at 7.
You also see in the court notes that there is no concrete plan for the child to go on hormone blockers.
Yep.
The child is 6 years old. It's stated that when they are 8 or 9, they will have another consultation where they will seek advice on whether or not hormone blockers are the correct
not even
action.
oh no, not even 8 or 9.
Controversial, you could at least say it was pretty clear where she would stand, but here it just felt like a bit of a ruse. Blaire constructs a fair few of her videos like this, especially when they're short and quite loosely formulated. She starts with a root situation and branches off with a variety of observations and opinions. You can deal with a few of those branches being off, a few points that don't quite hit. However, if the whole root discussion is off, then the video is basically nullified. Most people, left or right wing, wouldn't advocate for young children undergoing hormone therapy because, like Blaire said, there can be serious consequences for a decision undertaken at such a young age when one still has a very uncertain grasp of their identity. However, because the mother wasn't actually advocating that, Blaire's secondary points here don't feel authentic. It often feels like Blaire shapes the evidence to fit the narrative, rather than vice versa, which is risky business with such a high-stakes case. And she wasn't the only person who did it here, I will make that clear. But there's a point where if you use your identity as a badge of credibility, you need to certify it by proving you're better than those who are pushing identical points of view. Otherwise, that additional experience means very little.
Now I'm transgender and I had feelings of gender dysphoria at that age as well. But one thing was that I felt like a girl at that age, but it wasn't because anyone was telling me. It wasn't because anyone was putting anything on me. It was actually the opposite. It was the entire world, including my parents, telling me, you're a boy, you're a boy, you're a boy, and me still feeling that way. So it was not based on what my parents were instructing me on. So that's incredibly worrisome in my opinion.
I think the problem is perfectly embodied in a situation like this, when you have a common sense position. Many viewers, regardless of political background, will be in unison that a mother should not force a child to transition against their will. But Blaire utilizes the case and pushes the narrative of the dangers that transgender extremities within the ideology will produce. Blaire's assertions appeal to mainstream audiences because the position...
So... And here's the thing, it's no one else's business what you do in your household is your household. Except for whenever it drastically affects a kid. Freaking, the only reason that I'm on the side of the dad, and for small part Blaire for this one, is the fact that the dad recorded the kid literally saying, my mom told me this. The fact that he literally said, my mom told me this, this makes me think that it really was the mom that put that on the kid. Now, none of us know, whether it be me or you guys, whoever, nobody knows if that's actually true or if the dad put it in his head that to say like, oh, the mom said it, or if the mom actually said that, or nobody really knows. All right. So It's a tough situation, bro. It's a tough situation. I mean, I can't be on either side on this one. I'm kind of just like down the middle, like, damn, that's tough. That's what that is. That's tough. But there ain't nothing you can do about it. I mean, shoot. At the end of the day, they gonna choose what they want for this kid, and like it's up to the parents if they're actually doing the right thing and doing it for the right reasons, and the kid if the parents giving them that type of freedom to choose what he should be able to do with his genitalia or his freaking hormones or his life. Like, that's what it is.
They're rooted in are moderate by nature. That's the catch. But she's validating this stance through a manufactured scenario. Sometimes she picked up the narrative from secondary sources, such as the I'm a predator but it's okay because I'm trans, where she once again echoes many claims that this individual received early release from prison because of their gender identity, which was later contested.
I'm gonna read this headline to you. Convicted pedo to be released from jail after becoming a woman. No longer deemed a threat. We need to dissect this. So that person was sent to prison and is now being released.
So I take it that didn't really happen.
Because they are identifying and transitioning into a woman. Literally because. And I thought that can't be the reason. There has to be maybe like, I don't know, good behavior or an exoneration. No, this person still did what they did, but it's getting released because they're on hormones.
There's no way. I think they're getting sent to another prison, like a female prison.
Apparently the recommendation for Josie to be released was based on the fact that Josie is on hormones, estrogen, and apparently now doesn't have a high sex drive, and so they think it's a low risk future offender, and that they're confident Josie's not going to offend in the future.
Side note, I love how she states.
Let's get this out of the way too. Women can be predators too. It's not as prevalent, but yeah, women can be predators too. Like, and people like going with the argument of Chris Hansen saying, yeah, we've just never had women predators on the show. That doesn't mean there are no women predators. Because I remember watching a video and some lady put in the comments saying only men do stuff like this. No, if you look it up, you will see news reports with women that freaking are offenders and predators too. You'll literally see that if you look it up. You'll find news shows literally saying like a woman did this, did that, did this, did that. They just never went into Chris Hansen's house. That's all that is. But there are female predators out there. And you're just as much a predator if you're a female and you're setting it up for the man to be able to do stuff to the child. Like, you're just as much the freaking predator as he is. In my eyes. But, yeah.
States that parole isn't about the risk of reoffending 30 seconds after lamenting that this individual wasn't released for good behavior, which of course has nothing to do with the risk of reoffending. It's the same routine, moderate position. No one's going to agree that a person's sentence should be shortened just because of their gender identity, but on further investigation that appears to not be the case. However, it's that P word again that seems to not make a lot of people think twice. I'll defend Blaire on the front that a lot of the facts were only easily accessible after she had released the video. However, these same can't be said for her exposing GameStop transgender person video, which includes her own interpretation of personally collated research.
Tiffany proclaimed on her social media that her child now, go figure, is trans, specifically non-binary, refers to them as a gentle them, which is so, like, that makes me want to do something very permanent to myself that I won't say because I'll get demonetized. There's photos of Tiffany painting the nails of this small child, which on its face is not bad. I don't think anything is wrong with pigment on someone's nails, boys or girls, but when you couple it with now trying to convince your child that they are also trans, that's an issue for me. People also messaged me with concerns over photos of Tiffany and Tiffany's boyfriend. Someone out there for everyone, apparently.
But, so, check it out, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pause it, like, on people kissing, but this little kid doesn't even know what non-binary means, bro. This kid doesn't know what sex is, doesn't know what any of that stuff is, unless they introduced it into his life. So how are you going to let him pick, like, whatever, bro? Y'all already heard me.
Around the sun, posting really weird photos of the sun laying in his crotch while he's wearing women's panties. Yeah. So all of that's really concerning, as well as a bunch of photos of Tiffany seemingly posing very seductively in bed with the kid, and like, you don't want to attribute something, you know, nefarious that isn't necessarily there. But when you couple it with all the other things, and the fetish collar and the weird picture where the kid is in between the lap in the women's panties. You know, it's just very suspect, and I'm not making any direct accusations here, but I think it's something worth looking at.
Now, there are many causes for concern when it comes to Tiffany's social media conduct and parenting skills that I would raise, but none of these explicitly prove what's denoted in the title. Hell, Blaire's own video seems to state this, but once again, the video's presentation of the word predator and ultimately inconclusive
Yeah, she
evidence
loved
that
using that
person
word.
whose stress is with their child is a massive stretch. The use of the word predator is no longer just being used to play towards that mainstream audience.
It's being used to
a word
define
that
everyone
evokes
that's
strong feelings
transgender.
and universal condemnation.
Yeah.
No one wants to defend a predator, but how low are you willing to set the bar?
And I hope to God that things are not as bad as they seem to be just based on social media. But what we know about social media is that it's like the highlight reel of people's lives. So
a fair proportion of what Blaire presents as moderate has been first distorted to appeal to the moderate crowd, though a lot of the time it is unclear whether it has been distorted before Blaire has interpreted the content or not. Although Blaire has her biases, she may just be a bit susceptible to them. To say definitively that she's actively neglecting due diligence, you need a bit more solidified evidence that she was misrepresenting the content that she depicts on her channel, henceforth undermining so many of her precious narratives. And that wasn't exactly there yet.
Still one day left in 2019, and I feel like 2019 was no one's year. I feel like no one is making it out alive this year without some sort of cancellation, some sort of scandal, and I'm a little shook.
But it seemed that we were about to receive it.
What happened next, TRO? The Hill, edited by V? Is it?
One of the points
that
that many
say that?
sympathetic to Blaire would draw from a fair proportion of her commentary is that even if you feel she's wrong time to time, that she was at least consistent to a fault, and that most of these issues that we've observed are yielded in a variety of political cliques due to a fairly basic application of confirmation bias. Her greatest failing was parroting misinformation rather than looking it up for herself. But this theory would be tested when a new situation arose, thanks to someone by the name of J.K. Rowling. J.K. Rowling
Hey,
is a
Harry
pretty
Potter!
famous novelist who shouldn't require much introduction, but she is primarily known for her authorship of the Harry Potter book
Yes,
series,
sir,
the
Harry
international
Potter.
best-selling saga of fantasy novels, which launched an equally successful set of films, which
Hell
has
yeah.
only manifested its fandom in the years following. On a more personal level, many regard them as a pretty integral part of their childhood and hold the works very close to their heart. However, in recent times, some have found themselves alienated by Rowling's divisive political nature. What sort of convictions were these? Well, you may be shocked to find they were related to gender. Yes, despite having socially liberal views on many issues, she began to attract disapproval from some online after expressing support for Maya Forstater, an individual who had lost an employment tribunal after her relationship with the business was discontinued due to statements the firm had deemed ill-suited for her position. At the time, it was
What?
implied that she had been sacked with immediate effect, and some headlines also understated the extent of Forstater's comments.
It's 'cause
But
she
even
was
with this
transgender?
information publicly available, Rowling didn't back down. White was also someone who advocated for Forstater at the time, and a few days later would make a video defending J.K. Rowling's comments.
J.K. Rowling is actually someone who has traditionally been referred to as very woke, someone who is very much favored by the type of people who go out and call everyone transphobic, so I was really curious as to why everyone was saying this. And apparently it's because of this tweet. "Dress however you please" is the first line. Not seeing any issues so far. I feel like that is very agreeable. Who disagrees with that? I don't really know. Call yourself whatever you like. Okay. We're choosing our names out here. Love it.
Now, as noted, there wouldn't necessarily be a huge issue with Rowling's tweet if its
wrong with that?
presupposition was correct. Most people took issue with the fact that she backed someone who many found held unsavory ideas that were unbefitting for a position, and the fact that the inference followed that certain gender identities were merely about how one dresses. Now, one thing that I will say is that there was a lot of misinformation on both sides that muddied the waters unnecessarily. However, the hearing in question did not rule against Forstater on the basis that she believed sex wasn't real. More on the fact that she was judged as believing that trans women were not women, and pronouns aside, she would not refer to them as such, even if they were recognized otherwise officially, and that her take on the matter was deemed absolutist, henceforth possibly yielding behavior that could be seen as hostile to the work environment. Maya's beliefs were repeated throughout the trial, even when explaining her misgendering of a non-binary person, continuing to misgender them, I'll add. Something else which Blaire harps on. In fact, managing to misgender this
Now that's
person
bigoted.
as well.
Now it's going around that Maya actually was on Twitter and misgendered a trans woman. And I'm gonna put that trans woman up on the screen, and I want you guys to tell me what pronoun you would probably naturally use for this individual. Right.
No. Because if I saw that person, I would have said sir. And then as soon as they let me know, hey, I identify as she, her, and then I'd have been like, oh, I'm so sorry, ma'am. Like, I'd have been like that. Like, there's no reason to go out of your way trying to piss people off, bro. Not with you on that one, Blaire.
You can still disagree with the ruling and think that she should be free to express those opinions on her social media without fear of reprimand. The judge does acknowledge that there are shades of grey in this case, and I think they can be observed when reading the court document. In fairness to Blaire, she recognizes this, is critical towards Forseta, and expresses her opinion off the information available to her.
But I also will say it's my opinion that these are not beliefs that I think should warrant someone being fired for their job. I understand it's a private company and they can decide who has the values that align with themselves, and that's totally fine. I respect that, right? I respect the company's right 100%. But two things can be true at once. You can respect the company's right to hire and fire as they see fit, and also think it's kind of a lame reason for firing her, in my opinion. I personally don't think the jury is out on a lot of these issues that we're debating and talking about, and so I feel like we should be allowed to have them without fear of risking of losing our jobs.
At this time, she also takes a moment to affirm her stance on J.K. Rowling.
I do not think J.K. Rowling is transphobic. I think she's probably someone who is paying attention to this culture war happening on gender. And if we're just basing off of her tweet, I don't see anything transphobic in her tweet. That was a big reason, her simply stating that biological sex is real. And if we're getting to a point where we can't say that, girl.
And to be honest, maybe Rowling was misinformed, but that doesn't prove that she was outly transphobic. So Blaire concluding on this point was a safe bet, especially for her audience. However, as always, Blaire set a benchmark for her opinion, and that meant she was going to defend it pretty staunchly. However, this would be tested as Rowling's fiascos escalated. Essays were published, tweets were posted, heated interactions were shared, some of which certainly seemed questionable on the writer's front. However, Blaire maintained her stance, framing the author's outlook as mostly misunderstood by those who want to simplify it to one that could easily be classified as bigoted, without the nuance or respect it deserved.
Conservative and liberal, the world is definitely right now divided into people who can have a meaningful, nuanced conversation about sensitive issues and people who can't. That's it. That's the division I see these days. The conversation gets very muddied because people who are on the outside looking in at this whole fiasco happening, they really do think trans people are turning on J.K. Rowling and don't like J.K. Rowling anymore because they think J.K. Rowling is transphobic. But I want you guys, the next time you hear someone talking about how transphobic someone is,
I still don't. Maybe y'all can explain it to me, man. I still don't see what J.K. Rowling did. Is it because she spoke? Well, the fact she spoke on it whenever she's not even like, it's not even her place to, I guess. I mean, that's just what she believed. Like, I mean, Christians believe that you shouldn't have any type of same-sex relations at all. So, I mean, do y'all disavow the whole church? Like, I don't know, bro.
please pay attention to who is saying it.
I feel like there are certain people that you need to fight, like whenever it comes to this issue, like political figures that you need to fight on this issue. But whenever it comes to like somebody who just writes books and make movies, like people just looking for a fight, man. Like honestly, what is a book writer, movie maker gonna do to you? Like go on the political side, like use that agenda. I'm not just talking about Blaire. I'm talking about all these people that are like, you know, going against J.K. Rowling. Now, I'm gonna let y'all know I don't like her, but I don't got none. I don't not like her either. Like I'm neutral because J.K. Rowling can't do shit for me. She ain't gonna affect my damn life. But whatever, man.
I think I know.
Even if she says she don't like black people, guess what? I still like Harry Potter movies, and you can't stop me from watching them. Nick.
What transphobia looks like, and try as I might, and as many people are in my ear trying to tell me that J.K. Rowling was transphobic in these tweets, I'm not seeing it as a trans woman, and that's my genuine opinion.
However, Blaire's commitment to this standpoint would be tried once more when Rowling released a crime novel, directly spawning further allegations of transphobia, due to its portrayal of a character who doesn't conform to traditional gender roles as a sadistic predator. This was the rallying cry for Blaire to drop her hot take, so in typical form, she uploaded a video declaring she had read the book and that people were once more overreacting to a simple detail. How could we doubt such an informed observer?
I don't know, that's kind of tied together, Blaire.
About her new book being released called Troubled Blood, and just a heads up, I read the book.
She wanted the drama.
Transvestite makes a very quick, brief, fleeting appearance in the book, and it's extremely unimportant.
But why does she have to make that person's, so the person wasn't in there long, but specifically they were in there long enough to say I'm transgender and show that they were a predator. Like, that's a little bit on the nose there, Blaire. I'm sorry, I can't give her it's like she knew that Blaire was defending her. You ever had those people in your life that just freaking like start a situation and then they realize you on their side, so then they make the hole deeper? Like, say you went to a club with your lady or something like that, or your man, whatever you prefer, and you bigger than them and you bigger than everybody at the club. They get into a fight with somebody, and then freaking all of a sudden, like, you walk up and they like, oh yeah, I ain't scared. And the person backs down. Then all of a sudden, your person that you with start talking crap to 3 people at once instead of just the one. Then all of a sudden you like, okay, I'm big, but I can't take all 3 of these dudes. Like, that's what I feel like J.K. Rowling was doing.
It comes in the form of one line in the book.
I mean, she rich. She don't care anyway. So I mean, ain't nobody gonna do nothing to her. She probably got security guards and stuff. Like, the woman made a franchise that was unbelievable. So, I mean, be mad if you want to, but pretty much is what she's saying.
One page in a 900-page book. And it's where the killer is described in one of the instances of him snatching a woman up as wearing a disguise of a wig and a woman's coat. That's it. I'm not kidding. That's it. That is everything to do that you could even remotely, if you really stretch your mind, sort of bring that to the idea of transgenderism.
Well, the first red flags come when you realize she is wrong. In fact, there are multiple pages that could be deemed troublesome in their content. But okay, maybe Blaire just missed other references. We all know she's not the most meticulous sometimes. Well, this becomes even more concerning when you realize that she was not even the first person to make this specific error. In fact, this incorrect assertion had been published in a Spectator article a few days prior and also spoken about on public interviews.
I want to read this excerpt from a review on The Spectator that I completely agree with. Let me put it like this. When you reach the last pages, the full absurdity of the statement that Rowling's moral seems to be never trust a man in a dress will be revealed.
Just going back to the book itself, from what I understand, it's simply just one line. And it's not even necessarily referring to the killer as a transvestite. I think it just mentions that the killer at one point wore a wig and a woman's coat. So that there is no trans rhetoric coming out of this book at all.
Then you combine this with the fact that she claimed to have read a 900-page book in the space of 12 hours, which, although not impossible, seems even less likely to be the truth with the additional information available. It's like when 2 people sitting next to each other make the exact same mistake in a test. You kind of know that one of them is cheating.
Because coming from the perspective of someone who did read this book in the last 24 hours, there's no honest, genuine way you can link the two. I mean,
I don't think you read the
book.
book.
To the conclusion that this somehow demonizes transgender people is either lying or has not read the book, or is really, really nutty.
Some may have admired Blaire's readiness to defend Rowling against the, quote, woke brigade. But if she was prepared to falsely claim she had conducted research that she actually hadn't, with the intent to bestow herself with extra credibility, how trustworthy was she as a source and as a creator? And how many were beginning to take notice?
While I do believe that her book is extremely problematic, and before you even comment, like, did you even read it? Yes, I read the book. At least I read the first 10 chapters that were free. I was not about to pay this woman for her book. And honestly, the first 10 chapters are all you need to read to, like, determine that, 1, Blaire's a liar, and 2, J.K. Rowling is a little, like,
Most of the excerpts I referenced in the previous part were derived from a video by trans YouTuber Samantha Lux, who made a video responding to Blaire, not just correcting the misinformation in her video, but also responding to a lot of the ensuing arguments that Blaire had averred.
Blaire demanded in her video that she is not a cross-dresser and she's not a transvestite. So to say that characters like like Buffalo Bill or to say characters like Dennis Creed have any impact on her would be offensive. Girl. It is not only incorrect to say that, but it's wildly irresponsible. I'm not claiming that these movies or even J.K. Rowling's new book should be trashed or that you can't watch them or enjoy them. All I'm trying to say is that we need to be aware of the ways that representation of identities in media affect our perception of those identities.
It's a pretty solid response, and it certainly brought some previously wandering eyes firmly onto Miss White's questionable groundwork and rectitude.
People that like drama.
On the year related to her coverage of Davi Vanity, where she appeared to use the source material of another creator known as Tamimi while contorting the perspective to protect the infamous Jeffree Star.
Blaire White, the person who has gained over 500,000 subscribers for doing this, omitted information in her video and then lied about it. Oh, right, that's because she used some of my clips in her video, and I could tell this specifically from the music I've used, and also from the pictures that I personally edited out so that way my video wouldn't get buried in the algorithm. But in the first like 60 seconds, I want to say, of my Davi Vanity video, I put up screenshots where Jeffree Star says these tweets, and then I emphasize the date on it, and then right after there's another clip of him talking about going on tours and doing all this stuff with Davi and supporting him again and making a song, and then boom, there's the date on it again. And Blaire White had the audacity to omit that information. She clipped it out and made it seem like, wow, Jeffree Star is this hero for saying something about Davi Vanity, and never mentioned the fact that he had retracted his statements.
If you support that piece of shit, then unfollow me because you're supporting child. Davey is the lowest worthless scum I've ever met. When Jeffree Star tweeted what he tweeted about Davi being a pedophile, Jeffree worked with him afterwards, which shocked me. I thought it was, you know, Jeffree worked with him and then tweeted that and then it was over.
What do you mean you didn't have all of the facts? They were right there, 20 seconds into the video of mine that you downloaded for your video. That's a lie, Blaire.
At the time, however, in spite of the pretty irrefutable evidence contributing to this pattern, this didn't seem to affect her reputation too much. Partly because the original video included this as a chapter rather than as a dedicated subject, and although a more popular video was also posted on the subject, some people struggled to follow it without the background information. Combine this with the fact that this was still a footnote in Blaire's greater video, and she was exposing someone rather reprehensible nonetheless, and most people appeared to let it slide. She would also appear to go against Jeffree Star in a later video, though some found it slightly convenient. It covers James Charles and another unnamed YouTuber, and it's a very uneasy upload to say the least, with Blaire mostly rambling, once again feeling like she was attempting to find a reason to publish a video with a snappy title, but ultimately culminating to very little.
What? You know what I'm saying? Like, if this is my first interaction with you and you feel comfortable enough to tell me this, thinking that I'm just gonna be in on this little game and complicit and he. No! That's something serious. And yes, it did take me a month to do this video, but that's because I have been scared. This is something serious. And I want to be very clear, this is not my place to out this person, you know, the victim's name, because this is clearly their story to tell. But you guys have to understand the position I'm in. If I receive credible information that a very famous, very powerful YouTuber is a sexual molester or predator, but am I complicit with helping cover up for a predator by not saying that at least that much is true?
I have to say, I do find the tone in the video rather confusing, because although I think it's fair to call Jeffree out for his pathetic behavior, I was confused as to what trap Blaire was breaking out of exactly by going public with this information after it was already
nobody's
public.
holding you
But
hostage.
I digress. What matters is that the J.K. Rowling video attracted attention towards Blaire's potential missteps, though once again, I think people were more focused on the present, and it would likely phase out as it normally does, provided she didn't exacerbate the situation with greater blunders. But Blaire's errors were always pretty scattershot in their occurrence, so what were the chances that would happen? Well, maybe she tempted fate one too many times. And with that in mind, let's talk about trans athletes.
And there are plenty of female athletes that could absolutely wipe the floor with me. Female athletes in the comments, just comment what sport you want to beat me in, because you can do it. Any of them. Pick one.
Transgender athletes is another subject of interest on the Blaire White network, and it's not hard to see why, as it, like many other channel favorites, it pertains to gender identity and how it interacts with other social variables. It has similarly been the center of heated debate for a few years, given the often gendered nature of sports and questions surrounding the suitability of individuals whose gender identity some feel could give them an unfair physical advantage against cisgender athletes. With this in mind, you can probably take a guess where Blaire stands.
Sports teams are segregated for biological reasons. Therefore, even for trans people, you have to take biology into account. And it should not just be based on identity. It should be based on their bodies and their puberty they went through. How early did they transition? How late did they transition? I think all of that matters.
Well, little surprise there, but up until September of 2020, she hadn't really been caught up in too much controversy, mostly holding her own within the discourse on the affair, partly accountable to the fact that there is still some ambiguity within the public sphere, even on the more liberal side of the political spectrum. Therefore, it must have seemed like a routine upload when she decided to criticize a transgender powerlifter for competing against women, despite the visible bodily superiority.
The bigger point is the idea, the concept of Janae competing against biological women is ludicrous. It's almost intentionally ignorant, and anyone who thinks that that is some sort of level playing field is a liar. I mean, the audacity of anyone to pretend or insist that there are no—
So the reason I was laughing, I thought this was another one of those pictures where she just put up like essentially a dude in a wig, or like someone that looks more masculine in a wig and stuff. But no, she actually that was an actual person, bro. Like, why are you lifting with? Okay, I'm just gonna move on.
Very obvious benefits that Janae, as someone who developed completely male well into her adulthood, would enjoy when competing against people who did not develop male, is insanity.
She metaphorically tackles the person at the crux of this curious case, Janae Marie Kroc, and moves on. However, there was one little hitch.
And something we don't often see is that Janae actually went back post-transition and competing against men just because, I guess. Like, it was kind of like she's gone back and forth competing with men and women based on I don't know what. I mean, that's just a dick move. No pun intended.
This was all fundamentally untrue. Yes, Kroc had long made the commitment to not compete against women, but okay, Blaire made a false assumption. This isn't new territory. Well, you see, the information that Kroc would not be competing against women under any circumstances was actually written in one of the posts that Blaire references. In fact, it's in the post that Blaire uses to push her point Janae Marie Kroc is competing against women. Up until that point in the video, although it had been implied, she'd mostly spoken about Kroc's involvement in women's competitions, as if it was a hypothetical.
But Tro, it don't matter. This dude shouldn't be freaking competing. I'm sorry, this person should not be competing against other women at all, whether she said that she was going to or not. Like, that's ridiculous. I'm sorry, I cannot back you on that point. I'm sorry. I feel like you really hate Blaire, bro. I really feel like you hate Blaire. Like, dang, you just really want Blaire to be wrong at every point.
With this post, she solidified that assumption, when really, reading that post should have debunked it. Not soon after the upload, Kroc posted a comment on the video and a separate Instagram statement expressing her dismay at the misinformation being disseminated and the consequences it could have. This was also picked up pretty quickly by a fair few online, with creator Sam Collins uploading a response to Blaire around a week after, primarily covering this mishap alongside other prior incidents. In spite of this criticism though, Blaire did not respond. This was not out of the ordinary for her. She was used to being castigated by communities. This time though, the outrage didn't subside. In fact, as she appeared to provide people with radio silence, their annoyance only grew, demanding more accountability from someone of her size. As the videos and comments piled up, it became clear that this was something.
But here's the thing. People have made her such a pedestal and platform that now she's getting to that point where she's just like, I make my video on my opinion. And that's all there is to it. Like, you can notice the difference from back then whenever she first started YouTube too, like saying that she's open to listening to everyone's opinions and talking about it and discussing it and stuff because it's the right thing to do, to now where she's just like, well, I said what I said and that's it. You know?
Something that had to be addressed. And in mid-October,
it can be seen as immaturity, but it can also be seen as like growing up. Like, once I get to a certain point, like, it's not gonna matter to me like what the comments say unless it's like positive stuff. If it's negative stuff, I'm just not gonna address you at all. I don't need to. Not saying that's the same thing, because she's straight up like just uprooting people's lives and stuff. But for me, like if I see negative comments, like even back then, like I used to get negative comments. I got one comment calling me the N-word a long while back, and I deleted it as soon as I saw it. I was like, bro, what? Come on, man. But I feel like once you get to a certain point though, certain things just, it shouldn't matter to you no more, bro.
October, 2 to 3 weeks after Janae's initial comment, the video was finally removed. At this point,
I think
though,
hers was more of a immaturity thing though, not growing up. I think it was more of an immaturity thing.
Wouldn't suffice for many viewers. She had already caused excessive harm, and that needed to be rectified, not just for her sake, but for the sake of the affected party. At the same time, as some began to take note of her other transgressions that had previously flown under the radar, the backlash began to augment in new ways, and some began to wonder how much Blaire had to apologize for.
So I want to be as clear and upfront in this video as I humanly can be, because I have essentially disabled myself from being as clear and upfront as I need to be.
Well, we were about to find out.
Here we go. More controversy, man. It's like a your age evisceration video. The apology edited by who? I ain't see that. I ain't see that. Hold up. I ain't see that. I want to give them their credit. Edited by Alibi. That's what's up.
Blaire released 2 apologies, a text version and a video copy, the text version coming on the 15th of October, and the upload coming approximately a fortnight later. I assume this was because some had felt the Twitter format was not extensive enough in the audience that it would reach, because as themes go, neither diverged too much from the counterpart's core message. She made a mistake, a fundamental shortcoming in research. She never published it with the intent of deceiving anyone, and that since she had become conscious to these failings, and now has been taking these steps to resolve the situation with Janae, transferring the AdSense money she had made from the video after it had been deleted. With that said, there are a couple curious observations that one can make on closer analysis. I've always found the "unlike many trans athletes" a rather strange comment. I'm not entirely sure what the intention of that interjection was, whether it was to shoehorn in a political point or to try and make sense of her misguided assumption. Regardless, there's no way Blaire would know how many trans athletes compete against cis athletes, or if it's a majority. But anyhow, the main issue is actually buying her response that she could have sincerely missed this information when it was readily available to her. But she at least admitted it was sloppy. In the text post, she announced a hiatus, which is formally concluded with her video. So she's clearly taken a bit of time to refine her thoughts and provide her viewers with a more lucid reflection in certain aspects.
In the background, I'm on a work trip and doing my best to film with no light and just weird hotel vibes. So I want to be as clear and upfront in this video as I humanly can be, because I have essentially disabled myself from being as clear and upfront as I need to be in the recent weeks due to me going offline and not having any social media apps on my phone. But now that I'm logging back in, I'm seeing a sentiment of people who definitely want me to talk about this again, but this time in video form, and I actually want to as well, so I'm here to do that. 2 weeks ago, I posted a public apology to someone that I highlighted in a recent video of mine, which is now taken down. It was a video on trans athletes. In this video, I highlighted a couple different trans athletes, and I talked about upcoming legislature that's like relevant to the topic. But long story short, one of the trans athletes named Janae, I really fumbled her story. I got her all wrong. It is for no other reason than my own lack of due diligence and my own lack of sufficient research on her story that I said that. I genuinely did think it did not come from a deceptive place. I was under the misconception that she competes in both men and women's leagues. She corrected it and said actually just men's leagues. And
okay, so I was wrong too.
Excuse for that kind of inaccuracy to be present in any of my videos, and I definitely never want it to happen again. I took the video down, and I also, once I got paid from YouTube just a couple days ago, I actually sent her the totality of the AdSense revenue that I accrued from that video.
She also explains her delayed response, yielding from her reputation as a bit of a renegade to many who chastised her, and how it influenced her perception of the criticism that she was receiving.
Also, I know that some people are critical of the delayed response I had when I apologized to Janae, and for that, I also have to say I'm sorry. I think the unfortunate thing is it took me a lot longer than it should have to differentiate between valid criticism and hate, and it wasn't the right thing to do, but I think that for a minute there I had my blinders on because I'm so used to sort of you know, I do controversial topics on every video, so there's always people mad, and I think to a certain extent, I was almost just in this rhythm where like, post a video, people are mad, post a video, people are mad. But this time, obviously people were mad for a valid reason, and it was always valid, and I should have recognized it even sooner.
However, her reflection appeared to have obscured her memory on other fronts, as her JK...
Hold up, Tro! Hold up, Tro! Hey, why you gotta throw the past into it, bro? Bro, I don't think she wants to apologize for that. I think she just wants to apologize for this one instance. I don't know. Some people just want to apologize one at a time. Tro don't like her at all, bro. He don't like her at all.
Become a physical copy.
Being a long, obnoxiously fake novel of J.K. Rowling's for research to doing such incredibly subpar research on the second video, but I did, and it was dumb, and I am sorry.
It was slightly ironic that this statement followed after a persistent contention that she would not lie intentionally, but I understand why she used this as an example to try and emphasize that this was an exception rather than a chronic issue with her content. But here's the problem. It does seem to be a chronic issue that couldn't be stressed more than in this scenario.
As just a learning opportunity to implement that in every area of my life, here and in my real life. I'm not infallible. I'm most definitely susceptible to getting things wrong, and it's really how you respond to it once you do get it wrong that makes all the difference, and I totally get that.
In the context of the video it's presented in, it's a reasonable response. We've all made mistakes. We've all made videos we regret in hindsight, content that we would have done differently, and for anyone to act holier than thou in such a situation is hardly justified. Unfortunately, with the information available on her previous actions that she had simply not addressed in the past, it became increasingly hard to fully trust her account, especially with the J.K. Rowling gaffe in mind. It would be easy to read this as her only choosing to respond when she actually faced consequences for her inaccuracies. She had lost over 20,000 subscribers by this point, and although such a sign may make you more conscious, many more cynical views felt like her hand had been forced to save her skin. At the time, though, many were simply not aware of this and welcomed her apology with open arms. She didn't necessarily need to make a video statement, so what she provided was a solid step up. However, not too long after, the tides once more began to turn, as the content of those critical of her began to accumulate.
They started to add the extra stuff from the past.
Someone by the name of D'Angelo Wallace.
Yeah.
J.K. Rowling? How did she say she got it?
Overnight shipping a long, obnoxiously fake novel.
Overnight shipping? But I thought she said in her book review that...
I spent the last 12 hours reading it as an ebook.
That don't make no sense, Blaire.
Have been mostly known for making videos on subject primarily involved.
I mean, we already knew she ain't read it in the first place, mainly from the fact that freaking she said she read it in 12 hours. That should tell you enough right there. Get him, D'Angelo.
In more tabloid drama up to this point. Pretty comprehensively, I'll add. Though I'm not going to stroke his ego too much, as he's probably watching this video right now, so he knows what he does. His video on Blaire White served in part as a documenting of this pattern of behavior that we've discussed throughout this episode, but also took the time to respond to her admission video, pointing out what a more casual viewer may have missed, drawing unparalleled amounts of attention to an abundance of inconsistencies, causing many to flood the comment section of the videos with these observations and swing the like-dislike ratio in a much more unfavorable direction.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Blaire's apology really needed to be flawless to avoid being picked apart by many of those who had come out in force against her, and it just wasn't. It was made with a precision similar to the videos she was being called out for in the first place, and as more turned their ire towards her, Blaire's impassioned pleas were gradually being weathered away. However, it didn't stop there, because as D'Angelo Wallace's video came out very shortly after Blaire's response, its timing meant it served almost as a retort in itself. But Wallace nonetheless also took a great amount of time to tell his own story.
I used to be a huge Blaire White fan. I personally disagreed with her conservative opinions, but that was never what she really centered her content around when it comes to YouTube anyway. I mean, she is a writer for this conservative publication called The Post-Millennial, but as far as her videos go, she mostly just provides a perspective on things that happen that's alternative to the ones people typically run with, and I found that fascinating. What I'm trying to say here basically is, like, I was super transphobic when I was watching her content. I'm not saying like, oh, I was raised this way or I didn't know. I legitimately believed that trans people were irrational unless they were exactly like Blaire White. And that's insane.
His upload, spanning just over an hour, addresses his parasocial relationship with the creator in question and deconstructs her appeal as a supposedly transgender spokesperson for the community, ravaging the fabric of many of her principles and asserting that much of her content was built on belittling other trans people who didn't match up to her standards.
Here, or the one thing here. It's this entire pattern. And now when I think about the fact that she has gone after somebody like Janae Marie Kroc, who absolutely fits the description of being non-binary and says so, I'm nearly positive that Blaire has done this on purpose, because it's what she's always done since 2016, is try to make these people look bad so Blaire can feel better.
This not just shifted focus towards the inconsistencies in Blaire's content, but also towards what many found in her, particularly those who may have placed her on a pedestal previously. Sure, she had always branded herself as problematic, but I think many still held her in higher regard than the light that a lot of these negative videos cast her in. Even the ethos of her predator exposés were brought into contention. All of a sudden, the significance of her apology video was dwarfed by something greater, the issue of whether her content had been tainted by the same toxicity that had been illuminated in this debacle. D'Angelo would argue so, but was that the entire story? Well, let's talk about it.
Okay, we got another chapter? Yes, sir. Or ma'am. Credibility, edited by Lace.
D'Angelo approached Blaire White from the perspective of a former viewer, and even supporter of Blaire, and this created a case that was very compelling in itself.
In part 2, I want to look at Blaire White's track record of mistakes and what they say about the kind of person that she is on YouTube. And I want to do this from the perspective of a former fan.
His video walked us through the process of realization, many of which he had only come to understand himself somewhat recently, being told with a harsh sense of self-reflection and consequently provoking the question for more conscientious audience members who may hold their creators to high account. The fact that he doesn't pull any punches against his own past self means that he does not need to compromise on his own presentation of Blaire.
I mentioned earlier that I used to be a pretty big fan of Blaire White, but when I stopped watching her, I didn't just unsubscribe. I stopped and questioned myself and had to evaluate why I was ever subscribed in the first place. I could claim that it was just because I wanted to hear the opinions of a trans person, but if anything has become clear by now, there are much better people on the platform who can speak up for their trans experiences.
But this personal connection within D'Angelo reached Blaire White viewers who themselves were prone to disillusionment, and as people began to experience this epiphany through the lens that Wallace presented, some decided to make known their dissatisfaction by using the only physically tangible method they have beyond likes and comments, taking up their qualms with the unsubscribe button. In the comment section, beyond the many expressing shock at some of Blaire's actions, others wrote to confess that they themselves had been won over by her rhetoric without considering it seriously. It seems that D'Angelo's message had effectively broken through. But why though? After all, much of what she was being called out for was hardly surprising, and the catalyst for all this hullabaloo was a research error that most would probably feel isn't worth crucifying someone over. Hell, it wouldn't necessarily change her view.
But it adds up. After a while, like, it adds up.
There was. And on her offensive content, well...
I know that casually saying the N-word with a hard R means you're definitely racist.
It's literally use the N-word with a hard R because they're angry at someone and they scream it at them.
I don't care, and I'll be super honest. I like to do that when I'm playing video games, or I do that if I
Oh, what the heck?
I don't really care.
You scream things out of anger, you scream the N-word hard R.
Sometimes.
Oh my god, okay.
What's
wrong with you?
Those in the truth about my racist past video.
Go back a few years and you had one of the most prominent commentators on YouTube arguing that slurs were completely acceptable, and whether you like that or not, the truth is that it's not a deal breaker for a lot of audiences. So beyond this and D'Angelo's ability to relate feelings and responses...
It is. It 100% is. Why? Like, why? Why? If you know it upsets certain people, why? And I feel like a lot of those people, with the exception of like probably like a few, like probably 10%, they wait until they're like rich and like they're up there and then they start doing it. Or they wait until they're like freaking solidified as an identity on YouTube and then they start doing it. Like, why? Why do it? It doesn't like bother me, but it's just like, it lets me know like, okay, I wasted my time trusting this person. Like, you turn your back on the people that support you. Why do that? So yeah, I if I found out literally like my favorite YouTuber in the world, like if I found out my favorite YouTuber in the world, which Corey Kenshin would never do that, but if I found out my favorite YouTuber in the world did that, I'd be like, I'm out. Why stay and look at it? That's why like people like guys like PewDiePie, I'm not subscribed to them because he has said it intentionally before. I'm pretty sure. I'm not for sure. Don't Blaire White me, y'all, because I don't know for sure if he has done that like on purpose, but I've seen like videos of him saying it. But yeah, I've seen people like try to trick him into saying it. I don't know if he just went along with it or whatever, but I'm not subscribed to him. I don't subscribe to other people that freaking engage in that type of stuff. Like, it's just wrong. There's got to be something wrong with you. Like, I remember like even like stuff like playing video games, because it's such a mainstream thing now. Like playing video games, like it's hard for me to find lobbies that I want to get into, because there's always that one kid in there that's like, one, too loud, two, speaks like, talks like weird, like I can't hear them, three, like says stuff that like you shouldn't be saying. Why are you talking about genitalia and stuff while we like playing Phasmophobia? And then I've had lobbies where dudes straight up are like N-word, freaking calling Asian people the C-word. Like, why? What's the point of getting on the video and like doing that? There is none, bro. Like, it like literally it makes me just sit there and I like get down about it, and then I'm like, let me leave this lobby, because these are not the type of people that I want like in the video at all.
Ability to those watching, how did this video show Blaire up to the point where she was hemorrhaging subscribers faster than she was before?
I really do feel as though this is sort of a very simple, natural consequence of sort of the entirety of the trans community, their activists, and the wokies, as we call them, really plugging in their ears at every ounce of evidence that people are constantly trying to give them, that like, look, it's not about hating trans people, it's not about like having horrible feelings towards them, it's literally just, this isn't fair, and it's obvious. Can you guys please address this? And they just don't.
Well, I think it comes back to the root theory, not just regarding her videos, but herself as a whole. She bases a lot of her assertive persona on the stances she takes and the fact that she has a grasp on them. She walked that balance of being the outspoken person who isn't afraid to say it as she sees it.
But now that she doesn't have control,
if her vision is that obfuscated, what grounds does she have to say it? How can you justify all the jibes and snarky comments without the grounds?
Because it got her
You
views.
risk reducing yourself to an edgelord with no greater purpose than to stir the pot. People questioned how she could.
That's why I say, like, whenever you starting off on YouTube, like I am, don't go out there freaking trying to get like bad publicity, like, because guess what? That stuff is gonna come back. Somebody's screenshotting it. Somebody's saving it. It's gonna come back to bite you in the butt, and they gonna wait until you at your best and start saying, hey, this is all the worst stuff that you did. Now speak on it. Have accountability, bro.
Sincerely hold the beliefs if she wouldn't properly evidence them. On a more serious note, many felt with the misinformation that she purported, this could lead to false beliefs being held about marginalized groups that may drive bigotry and discrimination. This also compromises elements of her demeanor, because when you reverse the logic, you realize that everyone she has characterized as being unreasonable activists who hated her because she was spitting facts may have actually just been critics who were irked by the alleged mistruths propagated in her content, and her status as this pariah becomes much more apt. The shoe is on the other foot now.
I'm also highly aware that apologies, especially on the internet, are not just some magical fix-all of a situation, and that you really do have to pledge to just do better going forward, and I'm definitely giving each and every person watching this that pledge.
And what could Blaire say to this? Well, to be honest, it was a very rough predicament, given she had already admitted to making a mistake. Creators were free to draw their own conclusions from it if they were well evidenced. She could respond, but it would risk prolonging the turmoil that she was already going through, and possibly inflicting more losses onto herself. Unless she had some receipts to turn the situation on its head, it wasn't worth the hassle. So she moved on to calling out Amos Yee, who is completely deserving of being called out. Of course, she had to make the point that no one else was talking about it, other than these people of course, but that's just the clickbait game. The video itself is fine, but with that shadow still over her, it seemed that much of the momentum that she had was now against her. with a gross subscriber loss of over 70,000. Some may ponder if that is truly fair on someone who hasn't done anything of the scale and consequence of some that we have given airtime on this channel before, but at that point she had been charged with the crime of influenced.
In my opinion, Blaire White is the most irrational one out of them all, and it's not because she's transgender or for any reason other than the fact that she is a liar who wants to manipulate the emotions of the whole world into becoming evidence for something that she knows isn't true.
I'm not saying she was being persecuted here for having unbased opinions. It was a greater point claiming that she was either being unbelievably reckless with her platform or that she was just an outwardly bad actor, and that convinced many to withdraw their support. It was difficult to argue against it
Got
with
a
the
picture of
volume
Charlie
evidence
Sheen.
available, and I think the most disheartening fact was the revelation that very little had changed over the years which had passed, even if it was presented under a different guise. Blaire had gravitated from the outdated cliques of certain viewpoints of 2016 and the trouble they would often instigate, which was great. However, this ultimately worked against Blaire because whereas in past situations such as the Riley Dennis case, the behavior could be chalked up to certain communities and environmental factors causing a perception to be colored, it became apparent to many that these shenanigans transcended external variables. Even as she moved into the mainstream eye, she perpetuated a lot of these issues. Even as some had warned her and called her out, she had time to fix this. And
She
ultimately,
wouldn't.
it was a Blaire White
She keep
problem,
digging the hole
which is
deeper.
why she suffered to the extent she did, and why videos like D'Angelo's hit as hard as they did.
Yep.
As a matter of fact, many commentators had clearly cottoned onto this, because they were all choosing to come up with their own hypotheses for what personal motives drove Blaire to act in this way, latching onto the examples of invalidation to push another fairly common hypothesis we'd previously considered, the good transgender person.
I cannot even tell you the thousands of emails, thousands of comments that I got from people who had literally no understanding of trans people before that Jessica and Eve story, and when they saw my video calling it out and they realized that I'm trans calling it out, their perspective was changed 1000%. And suddenly they realized I shouldn't have painted an entire community with that brush, and this girl seems normal, this girl's cool, and that was what happened. Like, no, there are normal trans people out there who don't believe all these radical things.
However, this only really addresses a personal philosophy that may drive certain aspects
And only
of her
one
beliefs,
part of what she
and
messed
risks
up.
overlooking the actual conduct that landed her in this jam in the first place. It's a jump that ignores a few steps, and I'd like to take a moment to step over them myself, because I do believe there was a bit of disparity in what people actually believed here. Do not fear, we'll cross the bridge of what Blaire's personal philosophy precipitates when we reach it. Beyond the fact that it is of course just theory, whether well backed up or not, I'm sure there are a few people who likely feel the way that Blaire does, yet for some reason they haven't ended up in the public quagmire for peddling misinformation on the internet. Blaming that solely on what Blaire believes seems somewhat insubstantial. Misinformation comes down to more fundamentally two explanations: negligence or malice. Or both, maybe, who knows. Some may be inclined to say that this is a case of negligence. That's what Blaire herself said. As a matter of fact, she actually alludes to it in her video, making this bold claim in her defense.
While I know some people think this was intentional deception on my part, I can guarantee you this is not the case. Lying about something that the public can then go correct you on is only slightly more dumb than not doing enough research and coming to a false conclusion. And it was a really dumb moment on my part, and I'm not taking away from that, but I also would like it to be known that it was not malicious intent or something that was intentional.
Now on paper, it's not like this doesn't hold water. It would be incredibly counterproductive for her to intentionally spout falsified content when she was already under scrutiny. There were other examples that would have been more appropriate, examples she had referenced in the past herself. To some, maybe Blaire's biases had finally conquered her. She went into the video with a perspective first and didn't pay mind to any information that would actually counter this, and could have easily prevented this faux pas. It wouldn't have been difficult to find a new subject and uphold her point of view, right? Well, I suppose it depends on what point you believe she's trying to make. This is where we can reintroduce the point that many were articulating, that she liked to make an example out of those trans people who didn't look like her, and in many ways the upload in question was no exception.
That was wrong in the first place.
I mean, I think that obviously her appearance is outlandish, and I think that even she would admit that, because how could she not? But that's not the point. The bigger point is...
This was one of the comments that many harped on when criticizing her. It felt like she was going after an individual on the basis that a person did not appear as orthodox as she did, and this is what motivated her to single out Janae. Was this enough for her to discount information that would serve to the contrary? Well, some would argue that as well, especially given only the video before many believed that she had lied about reading a book she never did, especially given it was a lie that she subsequently repeated in a video where she expressed remorse. If lying was easy, then how could we trust her intent on any other front? Well, the truth is that you can't, but does that definitively mean that it was an act of malice? You see, her comments about J.K. Rowling's book was definitely one to bolster her credibility, and likely views as well. It was daft and would justifiably prompt one to question the integrity of future comments about her tenacity. However, this is mostly a disposable comment, which although she shouldn't have made, also wouldn't have had the greatest implications whether she had actually read the book or not. In fact, if she had her facts straight, nobody would have any reason to disbelieve that she read the book, even if she didn't. It's easy to make an aside comment to try and outperform fellow commentators in the algorithm. That doesn't mean you're capable of knowingly twisting information about other people that could, in reality, be borderline defamatory. However, you could also respond to this by saying that Blaire had been called out for this behavior on a continuous basis. There are more than ample warning signs that her research was not sufficient and that she would regularly either dismiss this criticism or sweep it under the rug. Now, to be honest, I wouldn't necessarily expect her to address every individual mistake, when she wasn't the only person who fell foul to fake news. However, the fact that she clearly was aware of certain incidents and reacted to them, such as the drag queen one for example, should have been an indicator that she needed to tread more carefully, but it never felt like she did, and that made it much harder to defend her. However, the question still begged, what did Blaire really have to gain from being so intentionally dishonest? Well, I guess the obvious one would be clout from pandering to an audience's ideology. In the case of some creators, they'll find a niche, realize they're somewhat limited in their scope, and begin twisting or stretching stories to their audience tastes, even if that means...
But see, the thing is, whenever people want that, they want to know the actual truth. They don't want to know like someone's overbearing opinion about what they think the situation is about. And that's definitely where Blaire White messes up like a lot, bro. Literally just mostly spreading misinformation whenever it comes to stuff. There are some points that I agree with, but there are a lot of points that I'm just like, bro, like, learn the facts before you say something. And even I made that mistake during this video, like, but y'all gotta understand, like, I'm listening to it and I don't want to like post the whole video and then give my emphasis on it at the end of the video, because if that's the case, y'all may as well watch his video and then watch mine. I'd rather just give it to you during, because one, I'm gonna forget what I'm gonna be talking about, and two, if I get misinformation, like, I'm not gonna be able to fully address it if I miss the information that I need in order to freaking actually talk about it clearly and concisely. Because what if I go off on a tangent that don't got nothing to do with what was said in the video, and it creates some type of freaking situation or something like that? So I'd rather hear the whole thing and like listen to it and talk as he's going. But these are like my viewpoints as we going. Just know that these are like my opinions. I do have the right to have my own opinion. If y'all mad about that, I honestly don't know what to tell you. It ain't even on some Blaire White type stuff. It's straight up like, I don't know what to tell you. They're my opinions. You have your opinions too. That's fine. But if I am wrong about something, let me know in the comments and we can discuss it. I'll type it out to you. I'll make a video on it if I got to. I'll apologize if I definitely did something wrong or said anything that was offensive, especially if I said something offensive. Like, let me know if that's an offensive term to people, because I don't like, you know, making people mad for no reason and just messing with people and stuff like that.
Not being completely transparent. There are some cases where it feels like Blaire did this, such as the Trump hat in Hollywood. However, by 2020, I wouldn't say that her audience had a collective credo, and she could have easily taken a more moderate standpoint and not been strung up. She'd done that before with the transgender bathroom issue and not been criticized. So it does point to something personal, and arguably possibly the most malicious explanation. The idea that Blaire was trying to indoctrinate her viewers, using content calling out predators to advance her moral standing, and then capitalizing on that with dangerously slanted opinion pieces based off dubious sources that she knew wasn't the case. This would indeed be a very ruinous portrait and would certainly explain at least a fair majority of what we've discussed. However, it is also based on assumptions whose verity we can't be certain of. It goes on the pivotal assumption that Blaire knew she was lying in each of the stories, which, although plausible, is not the sole explanation.
You can say a lot of things about me, and I know I'm messy. I'm a messy ass bitch. This is nothing new. Everyone who knows me knows it. Everyone who doesn't know me but hears about me knows it. It's true.
Many of Blaire White's videos emanated the high school.
She likes the drama.
Energy, and Blaire's demeanor similarly matched that. She never appeared to be openly vitriolic towards anyone, but she constantly walked the line very precariously, blurring the boundaries between idle-minded errors and intentional manipulation. The failure to provide proper information and omit a lot of relevant facts appeared to be a result of laziness of research, and the fact that she based a lot of her material off other creators who were also heavily biased. She'd come in with her own preconceived narratives and not question the intent. Her controversies often showed her as being
Yeah, she did no research. She just literally just say stuff about what she thinks about a certain situation, and then it would get all these people in an uproar and pissed off and mad and stuff. And then whenever the person would come back saying, that's not even what this is about or what they said at all, then either she would give like a trash apology, or she would freaking just not say anything at all. That's not growing up. That's being immature.
Impulsive, petty, and in a way self-interested, but not really in a particularly calculated manner. To paraphrase Blaire a bit more unflatteringly, one would expect a person to be a bit smarter if they really wanted to take advantage of their audience in such a way. I'd say the greatest lie that Blaire has maintained is this idea that she is some high-research creator who is working behind the scenes, when really she's just a
just drama queen.
Talks politics. With that said, there were other situations, such as certain response videos, where it became very hard to believe that she.
And what I mean by that, I mean she likes drama.
She was presenting slanted points of view. The fact that she leaves next to no references means that people can't fact check her as easily, and may make one question why she does it. Maybe she knows her sources are a bit unreliable. More importantly though, this is why Blaire's biases have come to the forefront of her content in the first place. Otherwise, no one would really be able to challenge her opinions too deeply, provided they felt like they were properly derived from the actual observations that could be made. Too many times, her opinions led the videos rather than the subjects themselves, and that was a detriment to her and those that she spoke about. We know what these opinions are at this stage, but what can be said beyond that? Well, let's go there now. As said, I've never watched Blaire White routinely, but I know a fair few people who have, and one of the recurring comments that stopped them from watching her was the fact that her takes became predictable. This is never a good trait to attribute to a creator, but I think it's worse when you're dealing with information that is warped to suit your predictability. As the years passed and she became more mainstream, she may have changed, but not necessarily in a way that rectified the previous issues that she'd been called out for. As a matter of fact, you could harken back to one early video that clearly reflects her core views to this day.
So I think this meme pretty much sums up how I feel, but I will go into more detail. So yeah, I think all these identities are largely bullshit. I think they're super arbitrary. I think they're super meaningless. I think people who take them on are usually extremely boring and have nothing else to their personality other than I'm demi-queer, non-binary, genderfuck, special snowflake kin.
This mostly unsubstantiated idea that many of the people she railed against.
Just because you haven't like heard about it doesn't mean that it's not like real or anything. Like, I don't see why she freaking saying like it's fake. It doesn't have to be fake. Just because you ain't heard about it don't mean it's not real. Maybe that's just how somebody wants to define themselves, you know? They just want to be a different person. And it's the same way like back in like, I don't know how far, I'm not even gonna do that because I don't know crap about history, bro. But freaking, like, if that's how people want to be identified, then let them be, you know? It's not up to you to make the decision on what is and what ain't. It ain't nobody's decision. It's not even the government's who's pressing all that stuff down. But you can try to learn so that you can make educated freaking, I guess, assumptions about it, you know? Not just assumptions, because we see you go a little bit high into the right with assumptions, but freaking, you know, so you can make have educated conversations about it instead of it just being one-sided and then everyone feels like you're attacking them all at the same time.
In certain scenarios, were concocting their gender identities for attention. And you know, on the internet, Sure, there are people who go to extreme measures in certain communities, but many of the people she would go on to subsequently make an example of were not people who she had any way of backing up such a claim other than her own prejudices. In her first ever upload during her brief anti-feminist phase, she talks about the differences between how men and women are treated in society. She does reference some evidence-based arguments, but as we noted, talks about her personal experience as well.
The term ladies first is definitely something that's actually implemented. It's not just a phrase. And while these are sort of frivolous examples, I do think there's something worth noting about the quality of life that women experience based on operating through a society that's just kinder to them, that's just more polite to them, that's just more welcoming of them.
It's curious because those she has most vitriol towards, in many ways, are the people who are already receiving a lot of stigma from the communities that surround them.
So why add
If
to
you
it?
are to consider how society treats you on a personal level as a form of privilege, then many of the people that Blaire harangues are some of the most alienated in society. Whether that was the transgender women who struggled to pass, or non-binary people who identify in a way that is contrary to traditional gender roles. So to pose the question, why would these people act in ways that are attention-seeking if there is so little to prospectively gain? And who are we to say beyond a shadow of a doubt those are acting in such a way regardless, unless there is serious evidence to prove it? The other point that Blaire would regularly advocate is the one that she doesn't want to be thrown under an umbrella with certain individuals who may not have shared similar experiences that one would consider inclusive of what she feels constitutes as transgender.
What really gets me about that is that there are so many different letters in the LGBT acronym at this point. I think we all know it's basically the entire alphabet plus some numbers. So there's all these micro distinctions. This is this type of person. This is this type of person. This is this type of person. But yet for me saying, okay, I'm different than that is a problem.
She seems highly insecure about the fact that she may also have to share the spotlight with people who haven't gone through medical procedures, which I'm sure are highly distressing experiences, and I would never take that away from
Ain't that
anyone.
attention seeking though?
Anyone who's subjected to
If that's
additional
the
social
same
stigma
thing
for
she's
not
saying?
conforming to binaries like Blaire does is still another form of suffering. Most people would probably just like to live in peace away from that. When it comes to this issue, Blaire says it pretty succinctly herself.
And the goal of trans people is to operate within the binary, as in moving from one to the other.
She wants to exist within the gender binary, which is good. I'm happy for her. However, it feels like she's driven by this slippery slope argument that the transgender community and society as a whole will just evolve into this totalitarian civilization where everyone announces their pronouns before they initiate a conversation, and those who don't conform will be thrown into the gulag. An exaggeration, I'm aware, but she frames it as if many non-binary people are motivated to deconstructing the gender binary as we know it, despite the fact that many non-binary people also identify with traditional gender roles as well. This isn't just the case for non-binary people though, this is the problem with Blaire's rhetoric in general, and one that reared its head again with the Janae Marie Croc situation. That claim that some fabric of what we're used to is going to be lost. And hey, trying to preserve tradition is in part what makes her conservative. I understand that. However, it feels like Blaire's reaching for bogeymen to raise one's level of concern when a lot of the time a situation is more nuanced than it appears. Watering it down with notions that she's long established but not necessarily thought to check if it's completely relevant to the point that she's making in the first place. How in a video a few uploads after a big apology where she responds to a video with a person who identifies as a dog, she falls foul to this once more.
The only thing I know about this before watching it is that this is a trans man who is also a trans dog. If you think I'm saying this to make fun of this person, that is not the case. This is literally how this person describes themselves. A trans man who also identifies as a dog. 2020, what's good? Bella, look, it's your cousin.
The issue is that this person never said they identify as a dog, and a quick watch of the full video will show you that this is roleplay.
Pet play is any time that a person takes on the role of an animal, and they emulate that animal. Either takes on the role of an animal.
Troll, bro. My partner identifies as a dog, bro. They identify as a dog, bro. I'm sorry, bro. Troll, come on, bro.
And they emulate that animal, either through their behavior or their actions.
However, it's put in the original video's title as a bit of clickbait, I suppose, and Blaire just runs with it without demonstrating any semblance of critical thinking and playing into the biases that she's been known to possess time and time again.
The identify as a dog thing. I identify as a man and also as a dog thing. Like, it makes a mockery of actual trans people, and y'all don't need me to even tell you that. Like, y'all know. This perfectly feeds into the millions of people on social media. Just search up the terms I identify as. It's like a big joke. Like, it's a joke. Like, I identify as a helicopter, I identify as this phone, I identify as this hairbrush. And it adds such an extra layer that the person is actually, you know, a trans man, supposedly. Like, why are you equating, like, why are you doing that? You're blurring lines that I would prefer not to be blurred.
And here's the thing, with this in mind, I do think that mainstream media mishandles trans issues in a way that may provoke some people to be defensive of their identity. I've never liked the idea of singular spokespeople for a whole community of extremely diverse individuals. And I do think a lot of them take advantage of the shock value that some may provoke, but you have to see through that.
Truly did them dirty.
Instead of merely calling out the coverage of a lot of this content on these failings, Blaire goes one step further and in a way contradicts herself. Now, she does call the mainstream media out sometimes, but then goes on to assume a lot of the stories as prototypical, often using them to denigrate other trans identities, whether she intends to or not. However, I think once you establish the fact that a lot of the time, the media and third-party sources can be highly unreliable narrators in representing your community, you have to consider how they may have changed the perception of a story and where the truth actually lies. Blaire makes this argument that, to put it quaintly, feels like she's frustrated that the attention on certain individuals begins to erase her own lived experience and warp this idea of what the community is really like. But her response is to try and undermine these people's identities, sometimes with the same points that are levied against her community in the first place. It's cruel and counterproductive. No community is going to represent identical experiences. No group of people is even going to share all of them together. We are different. And I don't think people in any community should need to compete for validation. Does that mean they're the same? Of course not. But does that mean that a person can't share a label that many believe to be inclusive anyway? Hell no. I don't think Blaire accomplishes anything by putting people down in such a way, and the fact that her points aren't well grounded makes her own biases even more blatant. Maybe there is more work to be done, but I don't think Blaire ever presented a solution, and I don't think she's changing. But what changes should be made? It's easy to sit here and point out the problems, but what's the solution?
I mean, at the end of the day, one, if she wanted to make a comeback from this, she would, one, have to apologize for all of her content. I don't think that'll be enough at all. Don't get me wrong. I don't, because she's made so many freaking just terrible judgment calls. Two, freaking like a change in like her saying that she's going to change her content to fit another type of like frame or whatever. Like, people ain't gonna believe that now, because she done said it like 3 times that she, I don't know how many times, y'all can go back and count throughout the video. This is a long video. She gonna have to go back and recount, like, y'all gonna have to go back and recount that, because she's said it so many times that she's changing the way that her content's gonna be. She's changing her focus on it. So no one's gonna believe it until they actually see, like, for a long time that her content is different from what she's putting out already. And 3, man, I ain't gonna lie, shawty, you might have to delete them videos, bruh. Like, it is what it is, or you gonna have to start a new channel or something. But remember, if you do that, 1, you're gonna be starting from ground zero. 2, all them people that was messing with you before, the people that stuck around, they're probably the people that support your like diluted views and stuff. So you probably gonna lose all of them too. And then all the people that freaking like that you already pissed off, they're more than likely not gonna come back. They're not gonna come back to freaking listen to what you have to say now. It is what it is, man. Moderation edited by Red Hunter. Hey, I see you with the edits. Yes, sir. Look at him.
At the start of the video, when I stated that I was at least surprised that I found myself on lists alongside Blaire, I guess the shock wasn't just because of what I knew her previously for, but how I recognized that at best begrudged ambivalence many critics still held towards her, how she was still disliked by a lot of people. The issues were still prevalent, and I think it made her position more vulnerable given the number of those who looked to her for reasons other than her politics. I questioned a lot whether I should make this part in past or present tense, given the fact that a lot of it is obviously retrospective, and she has definitely mitigated some of her rhetoric. However, Blaire has continued to slip up in delivering information, at the time writing most recently with a story about a person by the name of Barbie Kardashian, who is worse than Jessica Yaniv. Nice little throwback reference there.
The star of today's video is someone by the name of Barbie Kardashian. Yes, this mugshot is real. This is not a creepypasta. And this story is probably the most disgusting and disturbing instances of a trans person being put.
Blaire, did you do your research before you did this, bruh? I don't know Barbie Kardashian. I ain't gonna lie, whenever I first heard the name, I was like, I ain't never heard no Barbie Kardashian. I done heard of Kim and Robert. I know she got a lot of sisters. Yeah, but I ain't heard no Barbie.
Into a women's prison, and I say trans person in quotations, you will see why this person is basically Jessica and Eve on steroids. I would say on hormones, but that's not the case.
The video once again circulates information from very slanted websites and doesn't really address the actual situation, including this picture which lacks a source. After some reading, I'd say the allegations against the woman appear to be true, though they're taken from a report which keeps the original individual anonymous, but it adds up. The mugshot may be true because the Garda did release one to its officers, however one site just said they obtained it and no one questioned it. However, Blaire, once again falling foul to the pseudo-common-sense position, implies that a take on this matter is the moderate one.
I think there are problems with both ends of the extreme, and so I'm going to offer some solutions in this video that are outside of that. I know a lot of people, maybe even that are watching this video, are more comfortable with keeping it simple in their minds, which, you know, biological sex you're born as, that's what prison you go to. And then other people are going to be more on the extreme of, if this person says they're a woman, put them in the women's prison. But these sort of absolutist, extremist positions are what gets us into 99% of the messes we get into in all areas of when it comes to trans people. For example, me, bitch, in their right mind, who would think that if, God forbid, y'all caught me slipping and convicted me of some kind of crime, that I would be best placed into a men's prison.
Of course, Blaire, we should have an independent board which assesses when people are woman enough to be permitted to women's prisons. Genius. Here's the thing, and in my humble opinion, in part a reason for why so many people in the past took to Blaire. I don't think our philosophy is one that is completely alien, particularly in 2016. Born out of a frustration at certain institutions, individuals, and their somewhat obnoxious doctrines, you see the antics and it causes a gut reaction. A lot of people felt it back then, and some still feel it today, especially when they feel like they're on the receiving end of it. There definitely are people out there who make unreasonable demands of those around them, some who are far too hostile and unpleasant in trying to pursue their causes, and others who I think are too sensitive and far too overreaching in what they try to police. Righteousness doesn't always make you right, and I'll be the first to say that. I think the issue is that even to this day, a lot of us tend to base our beliefs as a reaction to the environments around us, rather than the bigger picture.
Okay. Well, ask him.
Get him a check or we're shutting this event down now. If you do not listen to her, your event will be shut down right now. Right now. Your decision. Make a decision now.
We are going to let you on the mic. Okay. All right, so we are trying to be reasonable. We are trying to be reasonable.
You're not being reasonable.
We're going to let you on the mic. We are going to give you the mic. We will after
Bro, why are you getting up there too?
Senator Sanders. After Senator Sanders.
Do not tell me what to do.
You're telling him what to do, though.
And given how someone documented to have been behaving, it made Blaire's existence as a creator easier to justify, and consequently normalized a lot of the actions that we now reflect on with distaste. However, over the years, for a lot of people, it's been about understanding that actually, even if the previous criticisms leveled towards certain individuals may be valid, it doesn't mandate complete opposition to them or their ideology. In the case of Blaire, this sense of closure seems to have been replaced with a greater and greater straw man of what these people may collectively want, and why it's wrong, despite the fact that there isn't necessarily a clear consensus that could easily define their interest beyond acceptance. This then leads to certain sweeping statements and comments which may as well be from those on the other side of the aisle. I've been there before, trying to fight the middle ground because you see people who claim to speak for your interests who don't even want to consider your own opinion as a member of that group. But at the same time, arguing for the contrary without the conscious recognition of that can be just as destructive. I remember uploading a video myself towards the end of 2017 on Riley Dennis when I was in that genre, which would be chronologically after Blaire had apologized to Riley. And even though I expressed my many disagreements with her, the most backlash I received was for actually addressing her as a woman. For many in that genre, the damage had already been done. And I think there's a point where you have to recognize that when you position yourself against people, you're just playing into the division that you seem so driven to resolve. Blaire appeared to have that realization herself, but then just regressed back to it, just for a different set of people. In a way, she hasn't changed. She just goes after people who are indisputably terrible and uses it to indirectly demean their trans identity instead. And sometimes she just doesn't even go after people who are terrible anyway.
Yeah,
In 2020,
if you want to like go against people, like, you don't have to bring their gender into it. Well, I mean, I guess you do a little bit, but the fact that like she just brings up like you are not a real transgender after that, like, bro, if they are, they are. If they ain't, they ain't. Like, why are you the end all be all on the subject? Why are you the judge as to who is and who ain't? You're inserting yourself that way. You're making it look like it's more a part of that community rather than the individual that committed the crime in the first place. That's just how I feel about it.
Where I think everyone was just about tired of smoke and mirrors, the extremes we were being driven to, Blaire may have been looked towards as a saving grace, but I think it ultimately led to her position being unraveled because people had enough. Those who didn't believe her position as the creator standing up for common sense was legitimate. Common sense isn't built on one sense of centrism or compromise, it's built on a philosophy that values information, research, and rigorous discourse, whether that leads to positions that are left or right wing. And that's the thing, anyone could go over Blaire's videos, pick apart every time she's wrong, every time she's been reckless or irresponsible, reprimand her, but that wouldn't make you better than her. And it certainly doesn't make me better than her. Everyone f***s up. The difference is that Blaire's problem is one that fundamentally underlines her career on YouTube, her own philosophy, which is continuously laid more and more bare every time she makes the exact same mistakes.
It's not a popular opinion, it's not a politically correct opinion, but I've never been one for political correctness, so yeah.
Back when she started, you could see the potential for the creator that she is today. Her channel always felt like a very personal venture, with many videos definitely discussing her experiences and stories. However, there were also prevalent flaws which showed her nature to jump to conclusions, and points that felt strained to prove a greater thesis which wasn't always there. At the same time, there were definitely reasons to think she could alleviate these. She used some references here and there, seemed quite open to discussion, and was definitely part of a greater community which could be partially accountable for the atmosphere that bred certain behaviors. Yet, that just hasn't happened. In a way, Blaire White is the only YouTuber I've come across who uses less references in her videos now than when she started, despite the fact that I'd argue it's more important than any time before. Calling out people for heinous actions gives you a great...
So, there is that, but here's the thing, man. Here's the thing, Tro, that I feel too. Because it's a lot on her side, but it's a lot on other people's side too. The one thing that I can't stand is someone that's gonna look to see if the person is credible. All of these people know that she puts out freaking content that is not credible. So why are they still watching it? You're giving her that platform. Most people don't realize it, but that one view that you give, there's like freaking a million other people that are like, I'm gonna get that view too. I'm gonna get that view too. Just complain about the video. Okay, well, guess what? You just watched her full video. So now you're catapulting her so that YouTube recommends her more, because YouTube is gonna sit there and say, well, she seems reliable if all these people are following her. So it's a double-sided street. Like, yeah, it's great that you're getting out this info about her, Tro. It's great. I'm acting like I'm actually talking to this dude right now. Tro ain't finna watch my video, bro. He ain't finna talk to me. But it's great that he's putting out this video, but at the same time, there has to be accountability towards the people too that are still watching her content, and then the people that are giving her that attention. If you take a person that's as dramatic as she is and put them in a room by themselves, they can only argue with themselves and how they drama to themselves. But if you keep talking to them and listening to them and telling them how you feel, and you know they won't listen at the end of the day, and they're not going to change their ways, they're going to continue being the same person, you're elevating them. You're giving them a platform. That's all you're doing at the end of the day. I know everybody wants to defend themselves, but at the end of the day, that's naturally what you're doing. And you're just making it to where YouTube is like, well, shoot, she's getting us content. At the end of the day, she's going to get that paycheck. It's not like Facebook and all these other platforms that are like they'll see you post something and then they post like an article saying this is misinformation or this is misleading, or they'll just take it down. No, this is just YouTube. You know, YouTube doesn't do all of that.
Imperative to justify it, whether other people assume it to be true or not, whether
Boom.
it has been established.
Also, it's really not missed on me that in recent years, it seems like a really cheap, easy way to get a lot of media attention for celebrities to come out as they, them, and non-binary and trans and all that. And of course, it's very convenient to come out as a they, them because you don't have to actually commit to any sort of transition. Courtney Stodden, Sam Smith, the guy from Queer Eye whose name I can't remember, the one who looks like Jesus, the actor we talked about earlier with Tree and Tree Self, and literally just so many more I can't even think of. And I'm not saying every single one of them is disingenuine, but like, it's a little too convenient that it's just one after another, after another, after another, when you know that if this was 2014 or 2013, before this was even a trend, they would not be coming out.
Given the fact that the only real influential variable that has remained consistent is that personal sentiment she appears to possess, many people feel that she is attempting to separate herself in a way to obtain acceptance from those who may be more skeptical of certain identities. If that's how she personally feels, then I can't take that away from her, but it's not how you run a channel that claims to be bridging the divide, given how much her personal sentiments surface in those videos. I don't think society is a negotiation table where you bargain who's going to be accepted to satisfy the most individuals. In the grand scheme of things, that's not moderation to me, it's appeasement. Moderation isn't only about what opinions you have, though it does influence it. It is a state of mind, and on too many occasions, Blaire failed to exercise it. I wouldn't care if you were a conservative, liberal, or progressive, that stands independently to me. That duty couldn't be more valuable as Blaire had shoehorned herself into the mainstream. People wanted that recognition of nuance, that attention to detail, the moral obligation. But they didn't find it because Blaire's opinions often didn't extend in a way that went beyond countercultural conservatism. That whole counterculture position never felt like it had too many beliefs to stand on its own merit, and you can only be against so many people before those around you wonder what you're really for. If you don't back up your positions, then what reason do people have to trust you over those you paint as the extremists, some of whom hardly have the most extreme views? If Blaire wants to give us moderation, she has to represent the other side rather than just her response to assumed absolutists.
There is a discussion about trans people included or excluded from it and what is the right way to navigate, right? And my friend and I both agree that the trans community as it stands now will never achieve full acceptance, and how we've almost noticed an uptick in like anti-trans people and almost like a resurgence of people who like straight up don't like trans people, don't get it, are very turned off by the community and by trans ideology, and then actually lash out at us like in an anti-trans way.
As many other creators have already observed, there are other individuals who cover a variety of trans issues in a balanced and detailed way, and in much more depth, some of whom have gone to lengths in the past to correct some of Blaire's shortcomings. I don't think this means that Blaire's perhaps lightweight content should be banished from the platform, but I think it also has to be done with perspective for what it represents, and at least with an active effort to distinguish what points should be drawn from such an upload. Otherwise, people give it too much consequence in what it could say about communities, and she needs to be more mindful when dealing with the topics that do carry that substance. Blaire needs to be more sensitive on that front, whether she wants to retain that nonchalant, brazen attitude or not. She's still a creator who takes themselves seriously enough to make videos about online scoundrels alongside some pretty strong words. These things have consequence.
But sometimes things just cross a line, and on several occasions I crossed a line, and I'm sorry.
We've all learned the hard way, but we own it and we work out how to improve. Yet over the years, the changes to Blaire's channel feel cosmetic, made to present the feeling of progression, some apologies, some alleged reconciliation, but you strip away the makeup and it's the same foundation that it was before. And as the internet changed, those flaws became clear. Makeup is temporary, what's underneath is permanent. And I'll make this clear, I think Blaire is far from the worst political creator on YouTube, but she suffered the most because she played the riskiest game. Her audience held her in very high regard. She appealed to those in the mainstream, some of whom very conscious of their ideas, and still piled straw onto the beleaguered camel. A part of me believes that she does hold her beliefs close to her heart, because as she said herself, much of her failure to present solid information isn't the best option, but she continues to do it. Yet a connection to a bygone era that may be worth letting go. Through old friends and new enemies and the incessant drama, time may have passed, but she remains ever present. And as she does, I hope she pays these thoughts some consideration.
Yeah, hopefully she's not the same.
As we move towards 2022, it should be clear that moderation needs to be more than just a buzzword. It needs to be backed up. You can't just play both teams or expect your character will be defined off the back of who you call out alone. Blaire set a higher bar than she could obtain and ultimately paid the price for it. Whether she'll continue to do so will depend on how she goes forward. I just hope she doesn't go back. Thank you.
Good video, man. Good video.
So that was the video. A big thank you as always. A very, very long one, but I hope you enjoyed it nonetheless. I want to give big thanks to the editors who have done a fantastic job.
Every single one of y'all. Fire, bro. Fire. 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 Oh my gosh. Like straight up just ridiculous people. Ridiculous people. Like the amount of skill it takes to make a video like this. Not only that, to be a contributing part. Like all of them being a contributing part to this video is just amazing. And TRO, he never disappoints. He has like solid teams every video, bro. Every video. If y'all ain't seen TRO, I'm telling you, see him. All right. I mean, the dude just makes fire content. Like it's just ridiculous the amount of detail he goes into. And every time at the end of it, even if he gets like deeper into the video, he never has like a hard heart at the end of it. He always lets them know like, hey, if they actually want to make this change, this is what they need to do, and gives them the benefit of the doubt that they will become that better person at the end of it. Man, just fire representation, man.
I'll be putting all their links in the pinned comment, so be sure to check them out if you liked what they did. Big shout out to Logan as always, post editing, tight as ever, great work. Thanks to Lanuski for the music and Starfo for the thumbnail. Just great work all round, and I really appreciate everyone who helped out, who watched the video, who gave me their feedback before the release. So thank you so much. I also want to give thanks to the artists. They'll be in the pinned comment as well. And of course, the lovely patrons, the $10 patrons who will be shown on screen right now. But also a special thanks to my $50 patrons, Hypercube, Goth Cream Puff, Catears.jpg, and Esther Badoya. What a great set of names we have there. And also a very special thanks to my $100 patrons, Marlo and Keel Lomaland. I'm not entirely sure how I pronounce that, but you can always message me and give me feedback on that one, Keel. Otherwise, my social medias, I don't really use them, but they're there. And of course, the references will be at the bottom of the pinned comment as well, in case you want to check out the links for yourself. Big thanks again to everyone who's helped out. Much love to everyone who's supported me. I know uploads have been a bit slow, but hopefully they can return to a decent pace soon. Though I doubt this will be the last slightly contentious topic that I'll be covering. So get ready for some vigorous debate at least.
Yeah, you was mad, TRO.
Much else to say, so I'll wrap it up there. Thank you again all for your support on this monster of a video. If you made it to this part where I just talk randomly, thank you everyone. Take care, take care. I'm The Right Opinion, and I will see you in the next one.
Yeah, TRO's an amazing dude, man. TRO's an amazing dude. That was the greatest. That was the greatest one that he's made. I would say that was the greatest one he's made, just because we never get to see like TRO like get into the videos like that, and he really got into this one, man. He really buried deep into this one, and I was extremely satisfied with this video, man. Man, let me go ahead and be like that one, you know what I'm saying? You know, boy, you know, my boy. But yeah, TRO's just, he's one of the greatest ever, man. But yeah, I appreciate y'all watching, man. Remember, I'm not here to insult anybody or anything like that, make fun of anyone. If you have any problem with anything that I said or covered by watching this video and stating, you know, my opinion on the side, then just let me know, man. I respect everybody. I love everybody. And yeah, if you can, you know, subscribe, like, share, and yeah, man, let's make the rest of 2021 a great year together. Gorillion out.